Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Thank you and good afternoon. Welcome to Regina City Council. Before we get to the business at hand, I wanted to have a short conversation about the process before us today, and this is a bit different than usual. And to give the audience an understanding where they fit in the process and what we're looking at today, I'll make a brief opening statement, then Mr. Clerk will have a few comments as well. So on the agenda tonight are three different pieces of information. The first one is the proposed zoning bylaw, 2019-19, and a sign bylaw, followed by a supplemental report that deals with the proposed zoning bylaw and the sign bylaw that's come forward since the public notice period that's been taking place. We'll have delegations speak in just a moment related to all those items, and then we will deal with a series of letters from the public that will also receive and file on those as well. So we began this process by tabling these two bylaws given first reading only on May 15th at City Council. And since that time, we've gathered information from the public, asked for their input, questions, concerns. There's been lots of public discussion and public notification on that. So now we're back to the second and third reading of the bylaws once we receive our discussion on tonight from residents. We'll be taking a short break at 6 o'clock for about 1/2 hour, then we'll continue on. And I also know there are members of the public who have not put a submission in to speak tonight, but are in the gallery. You will have a chance to have your say as well. Mr. Clerk will rise at some point to ask those who want to speak to the bylaws, but have not put in a written report. You'll have a chance to talk a bit later. Mr. Clerk, is there anything that you want to add before we go forward? Sure, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. As Mayor Fougere outlined, first reading of these two bylaws was provided on May the 15th, and as per the requirements of the Planning and Development Act, they were publicly advertised for the required 4-week period. There are a number of people who have submitted their written submissions to appear as delegations tonight. In addition, if there is anyone in the gallery who has not submitted a written delegation submission but wishes to speak tonight, a council officer is at the back and can take your information down, at which time you will be added at the end of the scheduled speakers list. So with that, Your Worship, we're ready to go.
Ready to go. Okay, just a couple of other points for those who are speaking tonight. Sort of general rule that we allow you 5 minutes for a presentation. You can read your submission. You can speak to the submission. You have up to 5 minutes, so we can keep the time going forward. And members of council may have questions about what you got to say afterwards in addition to your 5 minutes. So we'll go as we have received those reports from the clerk's office. What I'd like to do, though, in order just to move along a bit, I'd like to have a motion to receive and file the written communications that we have had. Now, this is 156 written communication letters, CP 19-19 to CP 19-175.
I'll move that.
Move it.
As well
Councilor
as
Bryce,
the one from the
seconder.
clerk.
Councilor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All we've done is just received for public information the written letters for those who are not here tonight that have written their concerns. Having said that, we'll now begin our first delegation. Mr. Oh, right, yes, right. That's right. We do have one more step to go. We want to have a bit of a presentation by the administration on what's before us, and I ask Ms. Harlech to come forward and do her presentation. Ms. Harlech.
The Zone Forward project has been underway for a few years now. It started with the approval of the OCP, and after that, we needed to go forward and support the implementation of council-approved policies. So we have been working within that realm as we move forward. The Planning and Development Act requires the city to review and update their zoning bylaw, as I said, when a new official community plan is adopted. Our key outcomes for the project were to support the implementation of approved policy and other key policies where appropriate, to advance those policies, to foster the creation of different uses within the bylaw to allow economic development, and to move forward with a well-organized and straightforward language within the bylaw. The zoning bylaw is the regulatory framework, the primary regulatory framework that implements the OCP. We wanted to make sure that the zoning bylaw was truly land use focused and that regulations were connected to land use primarily, and we removed things from the bylaw like enforcement of other bylaws to other documents so that it was straightforward and only dealing with land use. We wanted to make the bylaw straightforward and easy to interpret. So what each section that you see before you, you just need to take that one zone to be able to know what you can and cannot do within that zone. This is one part of a larger process, planning process. The OCP sets the high-level document. The zoning bylaw comes to the next level of detail, and then neighborhood plans are the next step in this process that council has approved for us to go forward with as we move forward. Into the coming years, we'll be doing all of the neighborhood plans that will get into a next layer of detail. But the zoning bylaw sets the framework for the city. So as I said, the project started back in 2016. We did comparable research from other municipalities. We came up with the first draft in 2018 and consulted with industry and stakeholders such as community associations, real estate agents, architects, landscape architects, the Regina Downtown Bid, the Regina Warehouse District, home builders, and the Chamber of Commerce, just to name a few. We received over 1,300 comments regarding draft 1, and we amended the regulations to create a second draft. That second draft was published in January of this year for public consultation, and we held public engagement from January until March to gain more feedback from the community with regards to the second draft of the zoning bylaw. We held 11 Zoning 101 sessions, and we had over 343 attendees and over 458 comments regarding the draft zoning bylaw. From there, we took all of that feedback to create draft 3, which is before you today. When the bylaw was given first reading, as the mayor had indicated on May 15th, that was part of our engagement process. We had zone clinics, service requests, emails, and online and social media, people asking us questions for clarification of what was being proposed to understand how things were going to impact their properties. We also got a number of additional feedback on some of the conversations that we were having with respect to some of the bylaws, or pardon me, the regulations within the bylaw that I will talk about now. Because we had additional feedback, we have prepared a supplemental report for council's consideration, and I'll highlight those changes within the supplemental report. As I indicated, the supplemental report was based on the engagement that we've had since May 15th until now. So in Appendix B1 of your supplemental report, there's proposed changes in the bylaw that refer to typographical errors or omissions or discrepancies that we found since the first reading of the bylaw. So we want to make sure that those are addressed, and our proposing council has wording to address those so that it is clear in the bylaw. The second thing we've gotten a lot of feedback on is the performance security. Administration received feedback that some more work needs to be done around this policy. And so we're recommending that this be removed from the zoning bylaw at this time, and that we bring the matter back to council in 6 months after we've had a chance to talk further with industry about how this policy would work and the framework around it. We also received feedback regarding the delegated authority for discretionary use applications. Similar to performance security, administration is recommending that this be removed from the bylaw at this time so that further discussions can take place with council regarding the impacts of delegating authority for discretionary use applications. 2-unit building dwellings in the RL zone was also brought to our attention that it was an omission that was done in the RL zone to allow 2-unit dwellings to be allowed in that zone. So we're recommending that that be allowed within the RL zone. Side yard setbacks and buildings in RH needed clarification with regards to the standards table and to allow increased flexibility for the development standards. The recreational uses in industrial zones has been an issue that we've got a lot of feedback on. Administration is recommending that council allow recreational uses within industrial zones as a discretionary use, and that's outlined in your report, the rationale behind it. With respect to lot frontage for front access in the RL zone, again, this was something that came to our attention after draft 3 was put forward, and it has to do with front access and rear access to lots and the lot frontages. So we're recommending that a minimum lot frontage of 8.5 meters would be allowed, and that interior lots with a minimum lot frontage of 6.1 meters and end units with a minimum of 7.3. We had originally said 8.5. What we're recommending is 6.1 and 7.3 meters. In Appendix 2, this has to do with the sign bylaw. We received feedback from the sign industry regarding this. The proposed changes are with regards that we're recommending council consider regarding billboard standards, and what we're recommending is that the limits of maximum height and maximum sign face area for billboards to be the same standards for freestanding signs in the same zone. This was an error, as the intent was to allow billboards to be permitted up to a maximum size as the sign type in this zone. So administration is recommending that this change be made to clarify the wording so that it's consistent with what it was intended to do. In Appendix 3, administration has received feedback from stakeholders regarding 2-unit dwellings being permitted in the RN zone, indicating that they're not in support of allowing building row and building stacked in the RN residential neighborhood zone. Administration has included 2 draft motions for council's consideration with regards to changing these. Option 1 would be to make building row and building stacked a discretionary use in the RN zone, or option 2, which would remove it entirely from the RN zone. Council will need to advise administration through your debate which option you would prefer if you want to move away from what's in the bylaw right now, which is permitted. The supplementary report, as we indicated, is for council's consideration after second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harlack. Thank you. Just one point before I declare the public hearing open, that should council receive a vote and approve any amendments to either bylaw, there is again a 4-week public notice period, and we're back to council in 1 month from now. So just so members of council and members of the administration understand that it's a long process, a cumbersome process, a bit different than a typical meeting of city council. So with that, I will declare that the public hearing is now open at 4:15, and we'll now begin our delegations. The first one on the list is Mr. John Labatt. Mr. Labatt here. Okay. He may be coming a bit later, I understand. So we'll move on to our next delegation, Douglas Hudson. If you can identify yourself, who you represent. For the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
My name is Douglas Hudson, and I am the president of the Regina Portable Sign Association. I represent local business concerns in relation to the issues we have with the new sign bylaws. I have a number of requests for council. The specifics are as follows. The matter at issue is the new proposed portable sign bylaws that are being brought forward by the city administration team is known as Zone Forward. The process of drafting new bylaws began in January. In my opinion, from the beginning of this process, the administration goal has been to eliminate as much street frontage as possible for portable signs. The initial proposals came out in January. They were bad. By the end of February, they were worse. And when they were proposed to council here, they were terrible. A number of reasons have been given for the proposed punitive changes. One was simplifying the regulations. They really are not that hard to follow, and the new regulations would achieve nothing in that regard. The second rationale for change was the visual integrity of the city landscape. The new laws proposed stipulate that any portable sign separation distance from another must now be 20 meters, or can be 20 meters. Currently, the separation distance between portable signs used as billboards is 45 meters. Permanent billboards must be 90 meters apart. The visual integrity rationale is not valid based on the current 20-meter separation distance proposal for all portable signs. By combining all portable signs under the same laws, which increase the distance required for two used as billboards to 90 meters from the 45 meters currently allowed, is invalid in regard to amenity. 90 meters is also the current distance required between two permanent billboards, which are 4 times to 7 times the size of a portable sign. You people are going to have to ask me a lot of questions about this afterwards to get it clear. It can be very confusing when you start talking about the numbers. To be clear, the distance required will be doubled to 90 meters, but we can place them 20 meters apart. That doesn't help amenities. Hypothetically, with 270 meters of street frontage, now 4 signs can be placed in a 60-meter portion of a lot. No provider would purposely do that, but there are fences, trees on city property, and bus shelters to consider. The argument for visual integrity does not make sense. The third reason provided for the changes by Zone Forward has been comments from other stakeholders. This seems more valid. In fact, we noticed a February 22nd letter to our members proposing a new set of adjusted laws was copied to one of our billboard competitors, Outfront Media. The administration has a direct financial business relationship with all of our competitors. City property as well as city setback is leased by the permanent billboard companies. In fact, our largest competitor is the bus bench billboards. All their space to operate is provided by the City of Regina. In essence, the portable sign industry is being regulated by the city managers that compete with us. We consider this a huge conflict of interest. The new proposed laws eliminate the current status of portable billboards. There are currently 2 distance regulations. Portable billboards require a separation distance of 45 meters from each other and cannot be within 30 meters of a permanent billboard. The only other law for portable billboards is they are not included in the secondary sign count on a lot. That is exactly the same as a permanent billboard. These laws were well thought out when they were written and designed to fill a glaring need for local business to advertise. We are asking council, bear with me, to retain them exactly as they are currently written. There is one change we'd like council to consider. We had asked through this process that the 30 meters from a billboard for portable billboards be adjusted to 20 meters. At one point in a letter dated February 22nd, that request was granted by Zone Forward. The final proposals brought forward to this council reinstated the 30-meter separation. The one new glaring change proposed was by combining the 2 identities of portable
Sergeant, you have
signs.
about a minute to go in your time.
How much?
You have 1 minute to go in your time.
Okay. The one new glaring change proposed was by combining the 2 identities of portable signs, the 380 portable signs used for on-site usage in Regina would also be included in the separation distance. That would increase the street frontage eliminated from 9 kilometers to 31.8 kilometers if these new proposed laws were adopted. When permanent billboards go up, portable signs have to be removed. As noted above, please note that some business owners would be unable to advertise with a portable sign on their private property, as they are right now. A great many others would be forced to advertise in a far less effective location on their lot, which probably means not at all. Our last request to council is to, as noted above, portable billboards, exactly like permanent billboards, are not counted in the secondary sign count on a lot. If counted in the secondary sign count as proposed, the street frontage loss in these circumstances is situational to each lot.
We're going to have to stop you. You're at your 5
Are you
minutes.
sure, Michael?
There may be questions that will
Well, let's try and get them.
but
I want to talk about bus bench billboards too.
I understand, but I can only give you 5 minutes. Those are the rules. So I'll see
Yeah,
if there's any
that's
questions
a
by
shame.
members of council at all. We have read your submission. We've all read them, so it's not as though we haven't.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, that would be Councilor Bresciani has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, oh, great.
I know it's
Thank you,
complicated,
Your
Lord.
Worship. It is very complicated. If you just wanted to, around the bus shelter advertising.
Okay.
The benches, just elaborate on that if you could.
Well, there are currently, as provided by the City of Regina, 254 bus bench billboards placed out there. There's about 140 bus shelters. So they are by far the biggest, billboard advertiser in Regina. Let's see here. Their numbers are growing, monthly, as we can all see as we drive down the streets. All of a sudden they're there. the largest ones we can find in Canada by far. Saskatoon actually doesn't allow bus bench advertising. They supply their own benches. Moose Jaw has a little panel about 8 square feet on your backrest. The ones here in Regina, their size has grown twice in the last number of years. They were just the back bench. Then they added a plate below them, 9 inches high by 6 feet. Then they added 6 inches to the backrest and made them a foot longer. So now they're about 22 square feet, which is a little under half the size of a portable sign.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barsani. No other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your
No
presentation.
other questions about those distance regulations? What's a billboard? What's a sign?
Thank you very much, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Stu Fettis. So Fettis, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Well, thank your worship and council. The City of Regina administration are impacting the portable sign industry once again. There's been no public complaints. The industry does a fine job of policing themselves. The motoring public adore these portable signs for all kinds of information. They are in their driving sight line and their eyes do not have to leave the road and look up to a large billboard and take their eyes off the road. They are the safest type of advertising for the motoring public. Some brief background as to why I am here speaking for the portable sign industry as their past president. The City of Regina took me to court personally as president of the association in 1994, not once, but twice, over a dispute about license fees and other things, and twice the City of Regina lost in a court of law. I had challenged their bylaw on licensing to do the high cost per sign of $167 per sign, while Saskatoon only charged $20 per sign for the same purpose. I felt the City of Regina were acting illegally, and I was proven in a court of law to be right. Subsequent to the 2 court decisions in my favor for the portable sign industry, it has been 25 years since former Director Gary Quiring called me and requested me to come down to City Hall and write a new portable sign bylaw. I wrote the new sign bylaw, and it has been used very successfully for the past 25 years. It has helped our small and medium-sized businesses to grow and advertise their business at an affordable cost to them. It should be noted that small business has created some 77.7% of all jobs in the private sector and contribute to the overall economy of this city and this province. It should also be noted that Saskatchewan has the highest per capita count of small business establishments in Canada, with a rate of 129 business per 1,000 people. 31% of Saskatchewan's gross domestic product, GDP, was generated by small business. Businesses with fewer than 50 employees account for over 98.8% of the more than 150,000 business enterprises in Saskatchewan. 1/3, 31.3% of Saskatchewan workers, paying more than $6.2 billion in wages and salaries, making up 1/4, 25.7% of the province's total payroll. The city administration should be doing everything they can to help small business and not do everything they can to prohibit their success. It has come to my attention that a large billboard sign corporation has given the City of Regina some 254 park benches free of charge to the City of Regina for the public to sit on near bus stops. These park benches are being used for advertising purposes by this large billboard corporation in competition with the portable sign industry. It is one thing to supply free park benches to the City of Regina for the public to sit on, but but is quite another matter for the corporation uses them for advertising revenue and in competition for revenue against similar other small business enterprises. I am requesting council,
You have 1 minute left in your time.
sorry,
You have 1 minute left in your time.
I'm requesting, just 1 second.
1 minute.
1 minute. I'm requesting council to seek an outside legal opinion from litigation legal firm to get in writing whether or not the City of Regina, as a publicly owned corporation, has entered into a wrongful contract with this large billboard company to eliminate the competition from other competing small business enterprises. I would ask you to advise the president of the Portable Sign Association, Mr. Doug Hudson, and copy me with the opinion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll see if there's questions from members of council. There's a question from council. Mr. Pettis,
You have a question?
there's a question. Councilor Flagel.
Do you think you're getting off that easy?
Jerry, I can hardly hear you.
Well, let's turn up the microphones for him because he can't hear so well. Welcome, and thank you for coming. If you had the chance to write a bylaw like you did 25 years ago, what would you write?
Well, I wouldn't change a thing. It's been working perfectly for 25 years.
Okay.
So why would you fix something if it's not broke?
Okay, that's good to know. The other thing is, you're calling the bus stop benches park benches. Are those the same?
Well, they're built like a park bench.
No, okay, but they're right next to a bus stop, so they're really not a park bench, they're a utilized. Were you aware that they're a private entity that bid on a tender for that particular thing and beat out somebody else that had the big plastic things with the garbage can attached? So did you ever apply or submit a tender for the RFP that came out, or your organization?
Well, I understand in Saskatoon they don't allow any advertising on publicly owned benches. There's a conflict of interest here, is what there is.
But it's if I could, if I can ask you the question.
No debating.
No, I want to ask you the question. If you would supply.
Flagel, I know you're not debating. I don't want the delegation to debate to you.
Okay.
So just be clear in your question.
So the ask is, if the city puts out a tender for someone to supply a service to the City of Regina, that's a legal thing to do,
But
right?
just a second now. When you do something like that with a publicly owned, city-owned corporation, you'd better have a level playing field for everyone. You cannot pick and choose businesses in the business world. Everybody must be equal. Now, I don't have to tell you about what's going on in Quebec right now
Yeah.
with SNC-Lavalin and the big liberal scandal going on down there and what that's all about.
I think we're getting
Okay.
way past.
I just wanted to know about the tendering process. Thank you.
Councilor Flagel.
Thanks,
That's
Steve.
fine.
Okay,
You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
that's it?
That's it? That's it? Next delegation is Dave Kindred. Mr. Kindred, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Thank you. Your worship and council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Dave Kindred, Director of Business Development with Direct West here in the province of Saskatchewan. Here today to talk in relation to proposed bylaw changes to the sign bylaw, specifically Section 41, which pertains to the digital and illuminated sign. So, as one of the largest providers of digital signs within the province of Saskatchewan, we're just asking to have an opportunity to consult with the city, share some ideas, maybe take the opportunity to take a look at the way the bylaw is proposed and come up with something that's going to work for everybody. As our submission of June 11th, 2019, we had a few suggestions as to wording changes to the bylaw changes, as well as we're actually seeking some clarification and definition. Specifically, under that section, point F, for digital signs to be equipped with automatic dimming functions, we're just requesting that the wording be changed to automatically scheduled or that they're programmed to shut down adjust at dusk and dawn. Why we're asking that is that's a technology that has only become available in the last couple of years on new boards to have it automatically do that. So it actually senses that it's nighttime, they'll get brighter, daytime they get dimmer. All of them have the ability, even the old signs, the ability to be programmed to do that. So we're just asking that the wording gets changed to address that. Why that is because we don't know where this is going. If you're expecting us to businesses to turn around and start updating billboards to have this automatic function, it's actually not a function of the software, it's a function of the board itself, of the display, which becomes pretty cost prohibitive if that's where this is going. So point H and point N are all around basically animation or having subsequent sign messages over the course of a 6-second play, and it was basically eliminating it altogether, being that it's probably a distraction. What we're asking is maybe that we go back to the board and just look at this, and maybe it has something to do with either a square footage of the board that can only be animated, or for example one animation over a 6-second play, or for example when it comes to the actual text on the board, is that the text has to be a certain size if it's flipping over a few spots. We totally agree with the change of not allowing flashing lights or anything like that on there. That is a distraction. We don't want to be part of that, and that just goes with industry standard right now. This is actually pretty short. Point O was if any component of the sign fails or malfunctions in such a way that it impacts the image quality of the display, the sign shall be turned off until the display is operating as intended. We're just actually asking for a little more clarity or definition around that. If for those that aren't aware, is the way a digital board is made up, it's thousands and thousands of tiny LED lights. We think it would be a little unreasonable even if you lost the panel on a board to have to shut that down. There are advertisers out there that are paying for this spot, that are promoting their business. It could be timely promotion. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't affect the overall messaging on that board or the look of it. But what we're maybe thinking is maybe there needs to be a formula in place that if over a certain square footage or a certain area of the display is not working properly, that it is deemed non-compliant and it has to be shut down. So all we're asking is for is a little thought behind that. And I guess the question would be is in the event of a board that is, or a display that is not functioning properly, what will be that process? How will the sign owner be notified, time frames, because that's not laid out in the bylaw. So.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation.
Okay, thank you. And then just in closing, we were just really curious about grandfathering for boards that are already out there. This doesn't just affect us. There's a lot of smaller independents out there that only have 2 or 3 boards. This would be a huge impact to their business. So we're just asking you to consider that. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you very much. We do have some questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, through your worship. Mr. Kindred, thank you very much for coming forward and providing your delegation. Just respectfully asking for some clarity so I understand that. Section 41F, in regards to dimming, is there an industry standard on maximum lumens for road signage?
It really comes down, what we're finding right now is it comes down to the municipalities. The way the boards are made now, they are all manufactured underneath under a certain spec right now. What you will find is a lot of the new boards are much brighter, but that's the technology that's on it. Every new board that is out there has that automatic dimming function, so it automatically dims down. The older boards don't have that, so what you'll find is that you get into some other municipalities, those boards will burn bright all night long, which we don't operate that way, but to answer your question, sorry, I sound like a politician, I was kind of skirting around that maybe, there is a spec for the industry. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Kindred, for coming forth. You just indicated in the beginning of your presentation about consultation and discussion in regards to this bylaw. Was there any discussion with administration? Did you reach out at all when you saw this to any of the changes that you've indicated here that you would like to see through your worship?
Yeah, to answer that, only in our submission. So, and that's really when we first became aware of it, is when we saw the posting for it, and we supplied in our submission. So,
okay,
yeah.
all right. Okay, good, thank you.
Councillor O'Donnell?
Hello.
I see you. A couple questions. One, what's the life expectancy of a sign?
10 to 12 years.
10 to 12. Currently, in some jurisdictions in Canada, there's a permit for a period of time. I think 10 years might be somewhat standard, I'm not sure.
That's the norm, yes.
Is that correct?
That's the norm, yes.
That's what happens
Yeah.
usually? And as the signs improve and I'm assuming the cost increases, is your payback time increasing as well?
Well, it's actually the other way around. The technology has gotten cheaper, so that is a plus. But basically, when we put a life expectancy on a new board, it's 10 years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if you could just comment for me about size. Reference was made earlier in the meeting about size and so on. And so whether I'm in Regina or wherever, what does size mean and matter? Are there areas along streets in particular where the sign is much bigger than what I'm seeing or much smaller than what I'm seeing? Comparison, please.
Every jurisdiction is different. The standard sign today is a 10 by 20, 10 feet by 20 feet. Then you get into some of the, we call them omega board, and then into the super boards. So for example, the one out by the airport would be a super board.
Right.
And again, that is by the zoning bylaws would determine how large you can go in these areas.
So this regulation consistently across Canada is based on municipal coverage?
Is this one consistent with?
Yeah,
Sorry?
no, I'm sorry. Municipalities across Canada are the ones that are regulated. There are no provincial regulations.
Correct.
There are no federal regulations.
Correct. In fact, we're dealing with municipalities in the province right now that have no regulations,
I got you.
which is a whole other battle.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks, and welcome. I'm just wondering, and there's a couple of things with the portable sign people that are, does having a portable sign at the base of your post hamper your usage?
No,
Not at all?
no.
Okay. So then, if you have, do you have any issues with the way things are going today, except for the new piece of your technology that you just talked about?
In regard to the proposed new bylaws?
Yeah. Like today? Today, is it working, the model, is it working good for you?
Sure, I'll be quite honest with you, it is very open,
Okay.
but, and I don't see anything wrong with adjusting bylaws with the times, that's totally fine. All we're asking is that there's some reasonability behind it, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then the changes to your technological side of
correct.
the new boards? Okay.
Correct.
The one thing that unless I heard wrong, it says, we have to tell you when your signs are down?
Well, no.
Okay.
What I was requesting or what I was asking is, because right now, all our digital boards have this, and the other large competitor in the province has that as well, is there's cameras on every board. So we can actually see right from our office if a board is out or
Right.
parts of the board are out. But what we're asking is that if it's deemed by the city that, hey, this is not acceptable, it's non-compliant, what is that process? Because our first goal is to get it repaired, because we have advertisers paying to be on that. We do not want it sitting there not looking proper. I mean,
So
that's
what would, just give me an example of what you're actually, I'm not sure what you're talking about, like in terms of it's not
Well,
being
for example, right
appropriate or-
now is if you had 2 or 3 panels out on a board, what would happen is we would actually, and while we were waiting for the replacement panels, which sometimes could take months, we would take those panels and move them down to a bottom corner to take them out of sight. So, and then you would shut off basically a side of that board, so now that display has just gotten smaller. So it might not be 10 by 20 feet, it might be 10 by 18 feet.
Right.
But it's still operational and it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, okay. One other thing is just through wondering about is again, back to the portable sign, there's been talk about visual, I guess if you go visual noise, visual too much, visual this, too much. Do you have a problem with the distance regulations as they sit today with portables being 90 meters, 30 meters, 45 meters? Yeah, I didn't think you would.
Totally understand it with digital boards, because if you can get onto some municipalities, they're pretty close together, and it is very distracting. And even with paper boards, it can become very distracting. But the distance on those, we're fine with. I mean, that's what's deemed to be right.
Thank you.
With portable boards, I mean, it's, again, right underneath our board wouldn't make a difference.
And one other question that I've asked before, not of you, but have you spoken to SGI about, and it's, today's world is like cell phones, paper, everything is an eye distraction. Mr. Fettis made a reference to it as well, that you're looking straight on. Have you had discussions with SGI regarding that particular, your eyeballs are now going up there when you're driving, and the police are saying, keep them.
Yeah, not directly with SGI, I'll be quite honest with you.
Okay.
But our studies that we pull through nationally, there's no indication that there's accidents being caused due to this.
And that's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Any other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. I understand that John Labatt is here now, if he wants to come forward. Mr. Labatt, you have a presentation on the sign bylaw. You identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'd just like to acknowledge a delegation here that is with me. If it's permitted, can I just hand a picture and you could quickly circulate it while I have my 3 to 5 minutes? Is that possible?
Yes.
Well, Your Worship and Councillors, the draft signage bylaws affecting portable signs, that's what I'd like to speak to. Page 19, number 60, place no restrictions or standards on the location of signage in front of residential properties. In areas considered mixed use, commercial and residential, it is understood that portable signs are permitted. We don't have any problem with that. What we object to is such signs being placed in front of residential homes, apartments, or condo complexes where the signs are sitting very close to a residential unit's front picture window. In fact, right directly in front of front picture windows. The close proximity of these portable signs block views, reduce property values and quality of life, and detracts from the neighborhood. Such signs would not be tolerated in exclusively residential neighborhoods, so why should they be tolerated in mixed-use neighborhoods? An example of this location is the picture that I've circulated, is a sign that was placed by the Sign Guide Company located on as yet to be developed property along Windsor Park Road. This sign sits facing the windows of 2 units in an adjacent existing condo complex at 3850 Houghton Road. Repeated calls to the sign guy failed to have the sign moved further down the street to more realistic distance. We weren't asking to have the sign removed. Could you move it just further down the road? Various callers were told the sign was legally placed at the minimum side yard offset and would not be removed. City officials advised that they would take no action as the sign guy was in compliance with existing bylaw requirements. We contacted SaskTel, who currently advertises on the offending portable sign, and they said the problem wasn't theirs, as they rent from the sign guy and we should take up the issue with the company or come to have the bylaw changed. So I'm here. Not that, we'll find out. You'd think a Crown Corporation would have an interest in not paying for negative advertising, but I guess not. We believe the city should not permit portable signs to be placed on a street or adjacent property that are directly in front of a residential dwelling's front window unless they're at a distance of approximately 70 feet. Given the increased construction of large multi-dwelling condo complexes where individual units face all 4 sides of the building, the signage bylaw must restrict placement of portable signs that block views, reduce property values, and generally are offensive. We don't think the city can rely on the goodwill, common decency, and civility of sign companies. Direction must be given by way of clearly understood standards stipulated by the signage bylaw. To do otherwise would be a failure that undermines the city's meaningful goal of achieving harmonious neighborhoods and sustainable communities. We're not asking for a significant change in your bylaws. What we're asking is that one measurement be, don't place the signs in front of people's picture windows, period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Labatt. There may be questions from members of council. Hold on.
Good, thanks.
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can return to the gallery and we'll move on with our other delegations. Mr. Andrew Natuk. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent.
Sure,
You have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
okay, I'm Andrew Natick with Pattison Outdoor Advertising. I'm here to talk about the size restrictions for billboards in number 71 of the proposed sign bylaw. We asked the City of Regina to increase the allowable billboard sizes in zones MH and downtown to the industry standard size of 18.6 meters squared, which is the standard 10 by 20 foot billboard. The proposed bylaw only allows billboards in these zones to be 10 meters squared. The industry standard 10 foot by 20 foot or 18.6 meter squared billboard is used by all the major billboard companies, so advertising campaigns can be used nationwide to support local franchises, national charities, causes, etc. If Regina adopts this smaller size limit, these national advertisements will not come to the Regina market, and these local businesses and national causes and charities will lose out. Ultimately, this size restriction will not benefit Regina. It will not reduce the number of billboards. It will only reduce the size of them and limit their effectiveness. National advertisers will not adapt to this size, but will instead invest their dollars elsewhere. Local advertisers will have to create one-off ads for these specific zones and other ads for other zones. We agree that there should be a size limit, but it should be limited to the industry standard, not below it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from member council? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Mr. Labatt, once again, you're now speaking about Zone Forward. And if you could state your name and who you represent this time, if any, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
John Labatt, and the delegation is here. Could I just circulate 4 quick pictures? It would help to explain what I'm saying and go faster. Your Worship and Councillors, I want to state our delegation's support for the draft zoning bylaws impacting mixed high-rise zoning building types, specifically Chapter 4, page 4.24, T1.3 and T1.4, and other related sections. And it is essentially saying that where construction of a building that will be 11 meters to 20 meters high, for the property will move to discretionary use as opposed to permitted use, 11 meters and lower. We think that it is essential that these and other related sections be approved by the City Council for the following reasons. Number 1, developers, their architects and engineers, we believe must demonstrate they have considered the impact of their builds on adjacent residential properties if the height of their structures exceed 11 meters. New bylaws must reflect the relatively new trend in the construction of large multi-dwelling condo complexes where all 4 sides of the structure contain individual living units. The back and side yard facing units in effect become the owner's front yards and are most often have a single-sided light source. When developers construct large, high structures with minimum required back and side yard offsets, they seriously compromise existing and neighboring residential dwellings. These buildings are too close to one another in some instances and impact access to daylight, privacy, value retention, and other quality of life considerations. Now the principle of buyer beware is in play. However, the majority of residential buyers trust that developers and city bylaws will give them reasonable protection on their investment and that future structures on adjacent undeveloped land will not negatively impact on existing neighboring residential properties. Now, developers may object to this section of the draft zoning bylaw and other related sections as it creates unnecessary complexities. They may claim that they would never build structures they couldn't sell and therefore would never compromise their own residential builds or adjacent residential units, be they detached single-family dwellings or apartment-style condo units. And we say this simply isn't correct. The evidence exists, and you can see in the pictures, that some builders, their architects and engineers do compromise their own residential dwellings and those adjacent properties. The pictures I've circulated show 4 developments that were compromised. In example 1, the developer built 2 condo complexes where the side yards are 20 feet or 6.6 meters apart. This directly impacts 24 condo units where access to daylight, sunlight, privacy, and view have been seriously compromised, not to mention the risk of, in case of a serious involved fire. Examples 2 and 3 show 2 separate condo developers built to the minimum of their side yard requirements, leaving future adjacent property developments next door with 100% of the responsibility to accommodate approximately 12 and 15 condo side yard units that were sold in good faith by the developers. The fourth example shows 3 existing condo complexes that sit adjacent to the side yard of a yet-to-be-developed property that will be zoned mixed high-rise. Without a discretionary designation, these 3 residential units run the serious risk of the adjacent developer constructing high structures too close to what are essentially residents' living room windows. The risk for this to happen in the city is citywide. Now, members of City Council, we don't believe, can leave it to the goodwill and foresight of developers to do the right thing.
You have 1 minute to go in your presentation time.
Bylaws must be in place to support development, give reasonable direction. Developers build in the short term. The city must see what gets constructed that will stand the test of time. These buildings will stand 70 to 100 years. They are your legacy because your bylaws approve them. We think that developers all too often work within the envelope or box of their property. We're asking city councilors to think outside the envelope or box and approve this section of the zoning bylaw. To do otherwise is simply not acceptable. So please don't let developers talk you out of these sections of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See if there's any questions from members of council. Laura? Councilor Fendura?
Good, thank you.
Don't go away. John?
No, there's a question for you.
Oh, sorry.
I'll let you get away at the first one, not this one.
Okay.
So you feel strong about what you just spoke about?
Yes.
And your feelings and your statements are felt and expressed to you by many residents in that area?
In that area, and I think it probably would be shared if they were made public by a lot of people. What we're simply asking for is that developers have to give some thought to the impact of their bills on adjacent residential properties. They simply can't be so focused on envelope specific, which was, I was told by a city employee, that's what developers do. And we're saying, fine, in some instances, but where there are adjacent residential properties, the risk of building too close, too high, and not giving consideration to impact is a huge mistake. And you can't trust architects to do the right thing. They are applying principles within development of the property. I've spoken with representatives from the licensing body here. They do not have architectural design principles. And we have examples here where the architects and the developers have not given at all enough consideration to the impact of adjacent existing neighboring buildings.
So to your worship, in the zoning meetings that we had, that were like 10 of them in the city, it was told that it was a one-off type of thing, so this is not going to happen again. This was something that shouldn't have happened, and it's not going to happen. Talking to the developer saying it was a one-off thing, it's not going to happen. What do you say to that?
It's not a one-off thing. And the two of the examples, if you look on Houghton Road and Prince of Wales Drive, Affinity Credit Union is building a very nice, attractive building. I spoke to a senior person there who was aghast when they went to look at planning and they saw 12 units 3 feet from the property line facing the west side yard. And they said, we have to be very careful. We have a public relations image here. So they voluntarily spoke to the people in that condo development and got their input on where and how they would build their building. And if you drive by it and you saw a picture while it's under development, they did a commendable job, but they saved the butts of those 12 people who bought property on the west side. And their other example is on Prince of Wales Drive, Windsor Park Road, near SARM, Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities. I spoke to one of their senior representatives, and they were annoyed that they ended up inheriting a problem of 15 condo units on the west side yard, on the north side yard, that if they hadn't met with them and accommodated those, they could have easily come forward with the city under current zoning requirements and built a 4-story building 10 feet from the property line, and they would have had that one-off again. The risk is high for it to happen again and again and again. And so don't let developers talk you into something, and don't listen to the architects exclusively. Listen and look at the examples here, and those examples can happen anywhere in the city where you have undeveloped property up against these large condo complexes where all 4 sides is somebody's front yard and only light source. It's not a one-off. Don't believe it.
Okay. Your worship, thank you for that. Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you, Councilor Fundura. If there are no other questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll look at next delegation is Shirley Martin. Welcome to City Council. You state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. My name is Shirley Martin, and I'm representing myself. My concerns relate to proposed changes to the bylaw regarding detached accessory buildings. I'm going to call them garden sheds, 10 square meters or less. I have submitted a presentation. I'm not going to read it to you. I know you can all read. I'm just going to summarize my concerns here today. The major concern is that there are no rear or side yard setback requirements for these small garden sheds. This allows numerous sheds being permitted, and where people don't have to get a permit, so they can just put up these small sheds. The property owner is not required to manage drainage or snowpack. Placement right up to the property line without overhanging the property line does little to prevent the runoff impacting neighboring property. And that statement is in the proposed bylaw, where they can have it up to the property line as long as it doesn't overhang. It's not going to stop runoff in some cases. It's not going to stop snow from sliding off the shed into the neighboring property. When located near a neighbor's foundation, damage can occur, and if you have to make an insurance claim, it goes up for everybody. I'm sure nobody's happy with all the insurance rate increases of the last few years. In addition, snowpack on the roof can slide off into the property, neighboring property, filling window wells, obstructing the walkways. It can also impact your egress from your property. And this is a safety issue. Also, having numerous sheds along your property line can affect your property value. In addition, activity or materials in the shed can be a fire hazard, where fire resistance ratings are not required in close proximity to neighboring buildings. And it's unclear to me if electrification is permitted in these small garden sheds. I did just started actually an environmental scan to see what's happened in other areas, and in Saskatoon, they permit 1 garden shed per property to a maximum of 10 square meters. They require that the roof must drain onto their own property as per their drainage bylaw that the city has. They recommend 0.6 meters from the rear, from the side or rear property line due to the National Building Code that requires fire resistance ratings and possibly additional measures if closer than 0.6 meters. I'm requesting that council consider strengthening the current bylaw regarding these small garden sheds on residential property by maintaining and strengthening drainage requirements to ensure the runoff and snowpack is not directed to neighboring property, limiting garden sheds to 1 per property, requiring setback of 600 millimeters, which is actually in the proposed bylaw for larger buildings, accessory buildings, from the rear side property line, and also addressing electrification. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from council. You're very clear in your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Clinda Kimry. Kimry, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions of council afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Council. I am here to propose a new Regina zone that specifically recognizes those properties that have an operational history that may have resulted in contaminated conditions. It would be similar to the environmental site assessment process, in the manner that how it works regarding the Phase 1 and Phase 2 assessments. Phase 1 involves research of the site's history to determine if the type of activity might have resulted in contamination. If so, the process moves to the Phase 2, which involves soil sampling taken by an engineering group in order to profile any contamination on that site that requires remediation. When a particular site requires Phase 2, that would be the determinator to assign a zoning code that effectively classifies the property as a caution property. It seems fitting to call such properties caution properties because they may or may not be contaminated and are simply flagged as likely candidates for contamination. The assignment of the zoning code would only occur when the type of activity on that site that may have created the contamination has now ceased. So regardless of whether or not the property is contaminated, those types of properties in compliance with the environmental site assessment scheme would require to do a Phase 2 due to the site's history. Therefore, all Phase 2 type properties would be caution properties until the site has been tested and rendered clean. Only then will the property revert back to the area's basic zoning code. For example, an auto body shop which handles various solvents and paints would naturally be required to do a Phase 2 because the site's operation history may have resulted in contamination. In this example, the property would be given a special zoning code and labeled a caution property until a Phase 2 has determined the property is clear of any contamination. However, if contamination is present, the property will be subject to remediation and will remain a flagged property until the remediation is complete. It is important to know which properties are zoned caution properties when it comes to moving into an area or investing in an area. People want to know that where these caution properties are located. They do not want to find out later that they have invested in a property beside a former gas station site that is a source of contaminants that have migrated into the adjacent properties. There may be a possible lawsuit by one or two of these adjacent properties which would against the caution property for contamination damages. This threat is a situation that would definitely motivate the owners of caution properties to remediate their properties sooner than later. This is a good thing in respect to improving the city's environment. There are properties in the city already contaminated, such as the 3 examples contained in the written material. The 15 former gas stations, the Federal Pioneer PCB spill, and the former site of the 1916 Imperial Oil Refinery. Certainly, if you were planning to develop a property close to where the Federal Pioneer's 1977 transformer PCB spill occurred, you would want to know how this may affect your business investment.
Mr. Kimmy, you have a minute to go in your presentation.
Exhibit A points out that the PCB spill was simply covered over with a layer of asphalt. The PCBs were not removed nor incinerated, and they are still there. Of course, we in Regina are all too familiar with asphalt potholes and deterioration, which will allow moisture to cause the PCBs to migrate into adjacent properties and down through the cracks in the clay to the two underlying aquifers that will discharge the PCBs into the Wascana system, Wascana water system. The Federal Pioneer property at 1600 First Avenue is now occupied by Sask Power. Certainly those workers on that property would be interested in knowing the zoning had classified that site as a caution property. This interest in work environment holds true for the city workers at the city's bus transit center.
I'm sorry, your time is up. We have read your submission. We're all aware, very well aware of what's in your submission, but your 5 minutes are up.
Okay.
We do have a question, though, I think. Councilor Massinelli?
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out today. Just a question. Your system, as you described it, is it implemented anywhere else in our country? Is it something that you've read about, or is this something that you've just analyzed yourself?
I can't say that it has. It sort of was something that came to me when I was trying to develop this argument. And it's kind of, maybe it could be very novel, and it's something that, you know, I'm not sure that there's any municipality that has clearly identified contaminated sites within the city, within its borders. And I think it's important because people want to know where these sites are, you know, in respect to, you know, what they are doing there in terms of their investment or where they live and so on and so forth. Right? Okay. And so.
Thank you. Thank you for your coming.
Thank you, Councilor Massinelli. Thank you for your presentation. You could return to
Okay,
the gallery.
I was wondering, Your Honor, is there a possibility? I have brought copies, like 11 copies that I would, of what I was trying to present. Can I give them to the
You can give them to the clerk.
clerk and have him give them to you,
Yes.
and then you could maybe read the last few pages of what I was trying to get across.
Thank you very much. We'll do that. Thank you. On to our next delegation, Wilma staff. Welcome back to City Council, Ms. Staff. You can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You know the rules of the 5-minute presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I brought some pictures that I would like to have the clerks circulate, if you would. These relate to my presentation tonight, so I wanted members of council.
We'll have someone grab those and send us around.
Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council. I am Wilma Staff, and I am here on my own behalf to offer my assessment of the updated zoning bylaw and to question whether it provides the type of bylaw support required to realize Design Regina's goals and objectives. Community priorities developed through significant public engagement and intertwined with City Council's vision of a vibrant, inclusive, attractive, and sustainable community led to 8 Design Regina priorities. Those priorities are complete communities, heritage, housing options, travel, conservation and sustainability, financial viability, economic prosperity, and regional development. Most of these have been addressed in some manner by City Council over the past 6 years. However, the matter of complete communities has not. As stated in the official community plan, the OCP Design Regina, Goal 1, land use and built environment, complete communities have a distinct character, identity, and sense of place that offer a mix of housing options, amenities, and services. Regina's distinctive character is underscored as a city of small, distinctive neighborhoods, welcoming and open people with a proud history of city planning and building. Past city plans have shaped Regina's present form and character, and as stated, Design Regina intends to ensure that these key characteristics are preserved, extended, and strengthened as the city grows, intensifies, and redevelops. Of particular interest, Design Regina stresses that the city's character is essential to Regina's current and future built form civic identity, and culture. If Regina's character, as expressed in its distinctive neighborhoods, is critical to its present and built form, as well as its civic identity and culture, it's imperative that intensification be sensitive to and complement the physical appearance of our neighborhoods. That said, in its present form, this updated zoning bylaw is a vehicle to get rid of Regina's older homes. Goals related to the intensification of neighborhoods within the intensification area of the North and East Ring Road, Louvain Drive, number 1 highway bypass that are consistent with Design Regina's policy statements are: Goal 3, intensification. Enhancement of the city's urban form requires intensification in built-up areas be compatible with existing built form, assurance that the impact on existing built community are minimal, and that the proposed developments conform to the plan policies. Goal 2, existing housing stock. Ensure that the existing housing stock is maintained and regenerated and adopt measures to retain and improve it. Sanctioning the elimination of legally built housing units by providing grants and multi-year tax exemptions for massive sun-blocking infill housing units that diminish the character of our heritage neighborhoods, places and spaces, will not make Regina a more vibrant, inclusive, attractive, or sustainable city, nor will it create harmony. Zoning bylaws are authorized by the Planning and Development Act 2007. Their legally enforceable provisions are binding on the city. It is therefore incumbent on City Council to ensure any zoning bylaw it adopts will guarantee all developments comply with Design Regina's policies, goals, and objectives.
You have 1 minute left in your time frame.
Thank you. Otherwise, the city will be in violation of Section 40 of the Act, which states no development shall be carried out that is contrary to the official community plan. With that in mind, I recommend City Council pass a motion asking the administration to amend the zoning bylaw provisions to ensure the updated zoning bylaw will respect and fulfill Design Regina's intensification and housing goals. I have also included, and I did email all members of council an addendum, and this was an assessment, my written assessment of how the Planning and Development Act, how the OCP, and how zoning bylaws are all interconnected, and how they align with each other to provide a nice way of getting a city that of your vision. And the question becomes, what is your vision for the future? I passed around some pictures.
Thank you. Your time is up, Ms. Dow.
Yeah.
Sorry, just
That's fine.
But there are
I'm
questions.
prepared to answer any questions.
There are
if
questions.
council-
Councilor Bryce has a question for you.
Sure. I have one of your pictures.
Yes.
So, and I know you were just about to explain it, and I was just going to ask you about it. So tell me about this picture and what it is with the new zoning stuff that you agree with or don't agree with.
That particular picture is at 2701 Wallace Street. That's one block from the Science Center. We advertise in this city as being a city where come and see our Science Center, come and see our beautiful city, come and see our Wascana Park. That's where that is located. That replaces a little house that was built in the late 40s on that particular property. It was purchased by an individual who wanted to redevelop the property. He was able very quickly to get a severance. At one time, severances they are considered to be a subdivision, okay? You had to go through a certain process to subdivide. Part of that was advertising. But now, it's all a matter of coming to City Hall, you get the severance, you cut the property, one lot here, one lot there. If you notice, there's a little house right beside that. That's not a house, that's a training center. That's Help Home's last building that they just put up in the city. Then somebody bought that other property, and there was another man that wanted to buy it, but they wouldn't sell it to him, and that's what arrived on the property. That is not compatible with my neighborhood. It's not compatible with anything in that area, none of it. And those kinds of things should not be happening in our residential neighborhoods. Because people, I have for sale signs all over my neighborhood. People just are running scared. They're afraid.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Thank you very much.
All right.
We can return to the gallery and we'll move on to our next delegation, Lisa Gibbons. Ms. Gibbons, you've been here before. You know the process to identify yourself, who you represent. And you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Next time I'm bringing pictures, that's what I've learned tonight. My name is Lisa Gibbons, and I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. For those that don't know, our boundaries run from Albert Street to Winnipeg, from the tracks to 4th Avenue. We currently have 26 fitness facilities in our warehouse district, of which I've heard from about 80% over the past month. Some of these fitness facilities are actually planning on expansions and going from leaseholders to property owners. They're concerned that although they're grandfathered at this time, that may be a challenge when they go to either do a major expansion or to actually purchase their building. We are happy to see the amendment. However, we're concerned with the word discretionary use. As a small business owner, that term means it might be easier to locate somewhere else. Permitted use is a very clear welcome sign that allows them to proceed with mortgaging their house or getting whatever sort of financing they need to purchase their property and open their business in our neighborhood. Fitness facilities are a great part of our neighborhood. They provide programming for the community. That includes at-risk youth in our neighboring Friends North Central, easy access for 1 bus ride for most folks to get to the warehouse district. They also provide programming for residents. We're convenient for our downtown neighbors. And they also provide active eyes on the street at unusual hours. So a 5:30 workout class is about 30 people who are seeing the things that are happening at 5:30 a.m. when most of us are asleep or not yet at work. So they're excellent eyes on the street and a great resource for RPS. In a perfect world, warehouse would have its own zoning along with the neighborhood plan. And we want to be clear that while that's our dream, we know that's going to take some time. Tonight, we want to speak in support of the fitness, sport, and recreation as a permitted use in the warehouse district. That's it.
Thank you very much. We'll see if there's any questions. Members of council? Councillor Murray.
Lisa, that was quick. Thanks. Thanks for all the work you do representing the businesses and folks in our neighborhood. So the request for permitted use, was that kind of across the board from all of the members that you spoke with?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Thanks. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Pretty clear in your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is to Chad Jedlick and Blair Forster. Identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent, and your 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Chad Jedlick. I'm the Vice President of Development with Forrester Harvard Development Corp. Forrester Harvard has been involved in all phases of Zone Forward. From the outset, our goal has been for the city to adopt a zoning bylaw that permits efficient development that aligns with the principles of the official community plan. Forrester Harvard supports the proposed residential zones. The zones allow builders to construct the types of homes that residents want, including homes with front attached garages. The zones also provide flexibility for home builders to adapt and innovate. Forrester Harvard supports the new mixed-use zones that replace the previous retail zones. The zones are progressive as they allow businesses and commercial land developers to adapt to the emergence of online retail commerce, ride-sharing, and autonomous vehicles. They also allow residential buildings on retail sites so that residents can live adjacent to amenities and alongside transportation corridors. The new bylaw includes a proposal to delegate authority administration to approve non-controversial discretionary use applications. The report states that up to 60 days can be eliminated from the development schedule. That is a meaningful amount of time. This concept merits consideration because of our short construction season and the additional costs that we incur during winter construction. We encourage city administration and council to consider any policy or practice that reduces the time required for municipal approvals. The rewriting of the zoning bylaw has been a major undertaking. We have been fully engaged, but we expect issues to arise throughout implementation. We encourage city administration and council to remain open to amendments once the bylaw is passed. We thank administration for their collaborative approach to the creation of this zoning bylaw. I'm available if there are any questions.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. There may be questions. Pretty clear in your direction. There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Next delegation is Mr. Stu Niebergall. Niebergall, if you could identify yourself and who you represent for the record. You have 5 minutes for presentation as well.
Great. My name is Stu Niebergall, the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. We appreciate City Council for the opportunity to share our perspective with you and thank Zone Forward for working diligently with the RHABA Zoning Working Group, which represented our association's perspective. We believe the proposed zoning bylaw has many positive attributes and many areas aligned with the official community plan. When you consider the size and scope of updating the entire zoning bylaw, the vast majority of the proposed zoning bylaw we are anticipating will be a positive step forward. We did run into some road bumps in the consultations between the first draft of the zoning bylaw that was released in September 2018 until the feedback period was closed by Zone Forward on March 15th. We often heard we could not get any insight from Zoning Forward until the proposed bylaw goes public on May 8th. In retrospect, and due to the sheer extent of the changes, we have missed the odd regulation that mattered. In addition, there were some items that did not appear in the initial September 2018 proposed zoning bylaw that did appear in the May 8th release. We found ourselves in the difficult position to only be able to provide feedback at today's hearing. Once we saw the proposed bylaw of May 8th, there remained items we did find problematic and we believe would be detrimental to attracting investment, add unnecessary cost, and would not provide a better outcome for our industry, new home buyers, who are also citizens, and a better outcome for the City of Regina. We were very pleased once Diana Hulrich became aware of those items. Under her leadership, the City of Regina worked effectively through the remaining items of concerns that are addressed in this supplementary report. These items consisted of including semi-detached in RL zones, lot frontage for front access in RL zones, removal of the 100% security requirements, and we're hopeful the city works with the RHABA in future to develop a new framework and the side yard setbacks in RH zones that allow for a better outcome in stacked building requirements, which I actually think, just from Mr. Labatt's concerns earlier, actually begins to address some of his concern. These adjustments introduced in the City Administration Supplementary Report are tweaks but tip the balance to ensure any of the remaining detrimental impacts on the zoning bylaw on new homes are mitigated. And although in the supplementary report it is pulled on the question of delegated authority to the administration on discretionary zoning to accommodate the majority of the mundane and non-controversial applications, we strongly support any process that makes better use of people's times, shortens time frames, reduces unnecessary and de-risks projects, is attractive for investment, and a sign of a progressive municipality. We appreciate and agree that controversial applications should always be dealt with by City Council. We support the adoption of the proposed zoning bylaw with the adjustments made in the City Administration's supplementary report. I do hope City Council can have peace of mind that the residential component of the new zoning bylaw aligns with the City of Regina's OCP and the industry that executes and brings to reality the aspirations incorporated in the OCP. We hope you find our comments informative and helpful as you strive to provide the city with a new zoning bylaw that works exceptionally well, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall, for your questions, for your presentation. There's a question. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Niebergall. I have one question.
Sure. How
How do you distinguish between a controversial and a non-controversial use application for discretionary use purposes?
You know, our understanding through the discussions through the zoning forward consultations, and you know, you'd have to go back to the administration to quote the actual numbers. But if I remember right, it's like 80 or 90% of the applications go through the process with really no questions by the public, no questions by really anybody in terms of that process. And so for those items to happen in a timely and efficient manner, you know, again, anything that can provide some certainty and speed up the process would be a healthy thing for both the industry and the city. So I think the administration, and through your experiences over the many years of doing this, I think you can probably find a safe place of those particular items.
And just for clarification, you would use as a measure of a safe place whether or not there have been questions from any stakeholder of the public?
Yeah, if nobody has responded in any negative manner to something that you have continuously done numerous of times before, I think that seems like a reasonable outcome. I think obviously there's technicalities to all of that, and I'm sure the administration and council could figure that out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for coming out. I was just wondering if there's any industry feedback or a feeling from the industry about holding out the delegate authority portion to handle later on the zone forward. Did anyone have reaction to that?
Well, again, I think I mean, in many ways it's a similar question, I guess, to what we just answered to Councillor Hawkins. Again, what our association or industry is always looking for is two things: certainty and timeliness, right? And so, you know, anything that the municipality can do through its regulatory abilities to provide certainty for the industry and improve timeliness has an important impact back to our industry. Yeah.
Recently, administration implemented a couple changes with software and such, trying to streamline the process as far as they could so far. Has that had any effect on the industry? Has there been any mention of better times or any influence on the discretionary permit process?
Yeah, our understanding, I couldn't actually speak to that. I haven't heard comment on that, and my understanding that much of the software will be implemented this fall. Okay. So I'm not sure that, so it's a great question. It just might be a little early in the process.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Next delegation is Jason Croston. Good afternoon, Mr. Carlston. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. I'm Jason Carlston. I'm with Dream Development, and we do neighborhoods and also build housing in Regina and other communities in Western Canada. And want to thank City Council for the opportunity to provide some input on this major undertaking, a new zoning bylaw. Also want to thank the administration for a very well-run engagement process. I participated with the RRHBA, and we had a collaboration. We had a working group that worked directly with the administration. We had quite a number of meetings, and I think it was a very good form of engagement, so we're pleased with that. In short, DREAM just wants to provide support for the proposed new zoning bylaw with the supplemental recommendations that are within the supplemental report. So many of those were in discussion with the home builders and the administration, so some of those are addressed in supplemental report, and we support those. I'm going to summarize my presentation that was written form and note, I think, what are some of the positive changes with the new zoning bylaw. One relates to the residential zones. I think Forrester Harvard identified that as well. I think the new standards are contemporary, going to provide for wider diversity or accommodate a wider diversity of housing types. The regulations are a little more clear on parking regulations, and I think the standards will lead to better streetscapes. Second positive change relates to mixed-use zones. In general, the intent is consistent with the OCP in attempting to accommodate a greater mix of zones within a site or within an area. And the new regulations have bolstered what could have been done before by providing some incentive to allow for higher density when developing or including residential development with commercial. Third positive is parking regulations. Throughout most zones, they've become more simplified in terms of how they're calculated. And I think that it's a leading practice for the commercial regulations in how the new zoning bylaw has made them a lot more straightforward. And another positive is infill development. So clearly, as we've heard tonight from others, that infill development is a focus of the OCP. This zoning bylaw incorporates context-sensitive design or development regulations, which will likely be better received within existing neighborhoods. DREAM utilizes design guidelines within our communities, so we appreciate the attention to aesthetic. I think it's also important to note, it's been emphasized that this is a major undertaking, an entire rewrite of a land use bylaw, and just like the entire rewrite of the official community plan, the zoning bylaw is a living document. So it's unlikely that every scenario or circumstance was captured within this draft, and that's okay. Much like the OCP, the zoning bylaw is living and can be amended when warranted if the regulations are not achieved or are not achieving the desired outcomes. In addition, circumstances change over time, and policy must adapt to meet changing circumstances. And the administration's been clear that this will be the case, as sometimes only through the actual application of policy can we determine if it achieves the desired outcomes. Just briefly summarizing, DREAM supports the bylaws proposed with the supplemental, or changes identified in the supplemental report. We appreciate the form of the collaboration that was undertaken with the RRHBA, and think that could be a model for industry collaboration going forward. And we look forward to implementing these new zones within our new communities. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. No more questions? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. My question involves your number one under positive changes, contemporary residential zones. You say consolidation of zones and modifications to standards should result in a wider diversity of housing types. How do you see that change affecting density in established residential neighborhoods?
I think the density, it's important to remember that through your worship, that the zoning bylaw isn't the only tool to implement the OCP. So the zoning bylaw works hand in hand with the concept plan, a neighborhood concept plan. So the densities will be outset through a neighborhood concept plan. So this doesn't necessarily mean things get more dense or less dense. I think it's just we have more options to achieve the densities that are set out in the concept plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. That's all the questions you have, so thank you very much. I'm going to turn to the gallery. We'll move on to Larry Wilson. Welcome to City Council, Mr. Wilson. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Larry Wilson. I guess I'm simply a concerned citizen that resides in an area currently zoned R1, Walsh Acres, and I like it that way. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity. My whole concern comes from the May 8th letter I received from the citywide, as part of the citywide notice, which in my case advised my Walsh Acres home was about to be rezoned under a proposed bylaw change. It would change from currently permitting only detached single-family dwellings to also allowing for duplexes and detached and semi-detached dwellings in my very same neighborhood. Now, I understand this decision is part of a citywide grand development strategy focusing on neighborhood intensification. And the strategy applies to all built or approved Regina neighborhoods currently zoned R1. I also note that Section 2.8 of the Design Regina Community Plan which I read, requires such intensification be compatible with the existing built form and servicing capacity. I need clear explanation as to what that means, particularly if the word compatible means able to exist or occur together without conflict. Because I think whenever we get multiple and growth in people in a confined area, the parking issue always becomes a concern. And I've seen parking conflicts occur in intensified areas. I support the concept of neighborhood intensification in principle. I'm not opposed to the idea in principle, but I believe the concept only makes sense if the intensified neighborhood is one that is planned, announced, and developed to be that way from the onset. I do not agree with the concept of intensification being just laid on an existing, established, single-family dwelling neighborhood. I believe it's unfair for homeowners who purchased and invested heavily in a detached single-family neighborhood, deliberately seeking the lifestyle that such a neighborhood provides, to now have it open to becoming a more crowded, higher traffic, transitory, and often less desirable neighborhood, I believe comes with intensification. If my wife and I, and I'm sure many others, wanted to live in a high-intensity neighborhood, allowing for duplexes and semi-detached dwellings, that would have been the choice at the time of purchase. We did not make that choice and do not want that change forced upon us now. I do not want my neighbor to be able to add a two-story semi-detached dwelling onto his lot to make room for an additional family with their 2 cars. I do not want a developer to be able to take down my next-door neighbor's single-family home and pop in a revenue duplex. I ask the city not proceed with the blank rezoning of all property currently zoned R1 to be rezoned to RN. At the very least, all homeowners in neighborhoods set for rezoning should be provided opportunity to vote on whether they favor or oppose such rezoning in their respective neighborhood. Passing a simple zoning bylaw to do with how close a deck can be built to the property line is one thing. However, making a bylaw change as significant as rezoning every single neighborhood in the city currently zoned for detached single-family dwelling into being zoned to allow for duplexes and semi-detached dwelling is quite another. It's a very significant change, and I'm surprised we don't must have a Tokyo March on the street here. But
Mr. Wilson, you have about a minute to go.
I got lots of time. To do so without careful, shared study on the full impact of such a move, and without the explicit approval of the neighborhoods involved, I think it's authoritarian, undemocratic, and simply wrong. That's the end of my presentation. But I just noted earlier, the comment was that RN, which is what my area may get rezoned to, one of the concerns is the allowance of building row and building stacked as an option. I can't imagine that wanting to occur next to my home. I'm looking forward to a reply also from Sharon, as she is my counselor. So.
Thank you very much. See, there's questions.
Any questions?
There are questions, yes. Councillor Hawkins, you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Your comments come directly on the comments made by Mr. Carlson. I raised this issue with him. He replied that neighborhood concept plans will determine density. Does that
I'm not
allay
sure
your
what that
concern?
really means, but I'm not sure what concept plans really mean. Like where we live, every home is a single detached home. I've lived on that same block and same house for 38 years. It's not a high traffic area, it's not a dense area in terms of accommodation, so people take care of their properties. I don't want to be pounded by duplexes and semi-detached and neighbors that would add granny shacks on the back and bring in other families. I don't want that. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
If I'd have wanted that, I'd have
Councillor
bought
Bashani.
there.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward, through Your Worship. Many of my residents have voiced the same thing as well. I guess the question I ask you is, did you find there was enough consultation with residents in your area? Would have you liked more?
Well, most of the time I talked in the coffee group with our folks. Being retired, I have coffee time. And hardly anybody knew about it. They frankly didn't become aware. It sort of appears as a small part of a large package, and it's almost like an omnibus bill where a lot of things are thrown in together, and this one item is in there. And I think it's the single most important item in the city. I mean, fitness centers apply to a certain group, and signage applies to a certain function, but this applies to every single detached home in the city. Every home in the city that enjoys living in a single detached area is now subject to change. I find that amazing.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. So you met with your coffee group, and I'm sure you've met with your neighbors because you live in a cul-de-sac type.
Close neighborhood, yeah.
Yes. So tell me what your neighbors are saying as well.
Well, they're all behind me, but they're chicken to be up here, frankly. You know, they support the idea. They said, I didn't know about that, and I'm golfing, and I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Go for it. But, you know, nobody is lined up behind me, but they all believe this is not right. I mean, nobody has said they wouldn't mind if a duplex suddenly moves in next door, or the guy beside me builds a big building in his backyard and moves in another family, which would become that. Or as I see the option of a building row or building stacked housing could happen right on our block. I mean, nobody wants that. If I'd have wanted that, I'd have bought there. So.
Thank you, and don't worry, they're not chicken enough. They've sent us information.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. Welcome, and I got to ask, how many of these duplex, fourplex places have been built in Walsh Acres in the last
There's
10?
one on Cooper Crescent, and it's half. It's one half is kind of destroyed, and the other half is sitting there. The half that was destroyed was a drug house, got burnt down and fired, but hasn't been repaired, and that's the only one that's sitting on Cooper Crescent.
Right.
And it's a mess. I wouldn't want to have it next door to me. I can't imagine how that affects property values.
The rest of my question was, how many have been built in the last 10 years?
I don't know, none as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I've lived there since '81, and that's it, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
But it doesn't mean it can't happen now.
So would you also be opposed to laneway suites? Because we've got a pilot project out, and
Well, I mean, if it adds to another family being placed on that yard, I guess I would be opposed to it. In my particular case, I don't have a lane, but I would be opposed to another family, two families living on the same lot in two separate structures and such.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you. Rick Oslin and Brian Black. Both come forward and identify yourselves, who you represent. For the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from council afterwards.
Good evening. I'm Brian Black, and this is my colleague Brian Wanick, lives in Hillsdale and is here representing Hillsdale Community Association. Your Worship, Mayor Fougere and City Councilors, our community in South Central Regina next to the University and the Polytech is very concerned with some of the suggested changes to the city's zoning bylaw. The Hillsdale and Whitmore Park Community Associations and local concerned citizens have voiced their opinion that the proposed zoning bylaw changes will erode and in some cases permanently alter some of the important elements of our community. First of all, we question the necessity of the Zone Forward Committee to eliminate the R1 single-family detached dwelling zone and replace it with the RN residential neighborhood zone. The RN zone is designed to consist of the current R1, R2, and R8 so that residential properties in that zone can have multiple or multi-tenant housing. I did some internet research, and this has not been done in any other prairie city that I could find. In other words, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, and Winnipeg all have R1 single-family detached dwelling zones. As we all know, they have larger populations than Regina. So what is the justification for this radical change? No one from the committee ever supplied a reasonable answer for this. And where's the required research that this is actually necessary for the modest population growth in Regina? No neighborhood plans were developed prior to drafting of the zoning bylaw for our two communities to identify characteristics and amenities that our residents wanted to preserve and protect. I had asked to have this done over 2 years ago. The logical and accepted practice is to have this done prior to bringing in the big changes proposed by the Zone Forward Committee. We are unsure of what changes can be made to benefit us in the neighborhood plan. Will it give our citizens and taxpayers any opportunity to override the proposed zone regulations? Can we prevent lot splitting, or will we be at the mercy of the commercial developers that want to make profit? With a smaller minimum frontage for lots proposed in the new zoning bylaw, residential lots that are large enough will be allowed to be split into 2 lots and duplex buildings built on the smaller lots, essentially turning the former single-family detached dwelling into a fourplex. There are no limits on how many sequential lots this could be done. We believe that the city should instead be putting restrictions on lot splitting and restrict developers from eliminating vast areas of detached dwellings to capitalize on their investments. A residential community has narrow streets, and many of them either have one or no sidewalks. If you park vehicles on both sides of the street, only one vehicle can safely pass between the vehicles, somewhat more difficult in wintertime with snow and ice. In our neighborhood, we do not have back lanes or garages at the back of the lots. So where are all the extra vehicles going to park when the lots are split and there will not be enough space for more than one vehicle? On the street, of course. There's the added safety concern for pedestrians and child safety on the streets with additional parked vehicles on both sides of the street, forcing them to walk between the vehicles or up in people's front yards. We're also concerned that enforcement of the zoning and the community standards bylaws may not be adequate, as we've witnessed with the past zoning bylaw. A prime example is the proliferation of illegal rental suites instead of legal secondary suites that the city has allowed to exist. With additional duplexes, there is likelihood that there will be more rental properties, resulting in more poorly maintained landscaping and buildings, creating a less desirable community. This will certainly affect the property values of nearby homes. Also check out the many Airbnb rentals that are non-licensed, non-tax remitting accommodation businesses. The city does not have any registry or secondary suites or the Airbnbs. The committee has suggested that we need more businesses to operate in our residential zones.
Mr. Black, you have about a minute to go.
Is this also in our official community plan to bring more traffic and parking issues into our residential areas? What is the point of zoning if you allow this to increase? We want to compliment the city listening to some of our complaints and coming up with a residential development overlay zone that establishes a limited area of the city for homes built up to the 60s. It will have requirements for new building construction on lots, for example, side yard and front yard setback, building height, and first floor height limits. We would prefer that it has some further limits included that would benefit the residential character of Hillsdale and Whitmore Park. It is our preference that we work with the city to ensure that our community not just preserves important features, but also improves it for all of our friends and neighbors. Can we work together to ensure that happens? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming. You have mentioned that the city has an overlay zone for those older neighborhoods built up to 1960. Do you think there are enough things in that overlay to prevent some things from happening, or do you have some ideas for other things you'd like to see in that overlay?
Well, I guess what we'd like to see is some limitation on lot splitting. I've mentioned that in my brief here today, that we feel that we've seen examples of that already happen in our neighborhood and other neighborhoods in the city where that's being allowed, and we feel that it just doesn't really improve the character, and it creates more problems than it does supply the necessary accommodation for people that we know is going to be needed in the future, but we think there's better ways of doing that. And we're certainly open to meeting with the city officials to work on neighborhood plans. We feel that it's been thoroughly done in other areas and probably helpful for them with planning their future.
So the neighborhood plans are going to go forward, but we won't have all of those in place for perhaps another 5 to 8 years. So that's why I asked you the question, would there be any other things you'd like to see in this overlay zone? So would you be able to think about that and perhaps bring some things forward?
Right. Yeah, there's a group of us that have some ideas that we'd like to bring forward, but there's limited time here to do that.
Okay, and also, I just want to be really clear, you would like to see R1 become a separate zone in residential zoning as opposed to being part of RN so that it's clear for people, or what's your rationale for that?
Well, as a previous person up here, Mr. Wilson, talked about, there's a lot of benefits that he's recognized in his many years of living in the single-family detached zones. And obviously other municipalities throughout Western Canada still have those R1 zones. I just would like to see that continue on. I know there's a proposal that's been put forward in the supplemental items that were listed on the screen here that they're looking at possibly not allowing duplexes to be built in the RN area, and that would probably fulfill some of the wishes that we have.
Would that fulfill it so that you would be comfortable with RN, or would you still like to pursue the R1?
Well, I like the qualities of the R1, and I think if the amendments are made so that the duplex type of building development is prohibited, which is in the motion, that's would probably go a long ways in supporting our contention that the R1 characteristics should be preserved.
Okay, thank you, and I hope to hear from you about other things you'd like to see in the overlay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. There are no other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Ken Zurbin. Mr. Zurbin, if you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. My name is Ken Zurbin. Thank you to yourself and the members of City Council for allowing us to make this presentation today. I'm the chairperson for the Northeast Community Association, and our board has asked me to represent them in this. We're hearing from people in our community about some of the proposed changes, so we just want to highlight a few of those things to supplement what we've submitted in writing. We have enjoyed a partnership as a community association with the city, and I've been involved for over 15 years in our association, and we've seen some really positive things happening, and we appreciate when there's been that kind of working together. But I guess we would voice, and our residents would voice, some of the same concerns the last 2 presentations have made. People are wondering how can such a widespread change happen to, say, an R1 area, and our concerns are similar in terms of how increasing density affects our community. Having said that, our presentation is specific to an area in our community. As the 2016 Neighborhood Profile Assessment shows, the Northeast community has about 45% rental compared to 54% homeowners. And while rental properties are obviously needed, I'm sure everyone is aware of the issues that come with increasing the number of homes or properties that are not occupied by owners. Our understanding of the proposed changes is that there is a need to reduce the number of zone types and also provision for higher density living arrangements. So we get that. I myself moved into our area 18 years ago, and our property was rezoned next to an area that already allowed for duplexes. So I was able to build a duplex and together with my parents, and the purpose was to look after my aging parents. So I appreciate when that can happen in the right places. Our issue is that the proposed zoning changes, even though they're citywide, we have a primary issue that has to do with R1A zones. There aren't very many of them. We have one that's fairly large in our area. R1 zones are being moved to an RN, and as you understand, the difference between the RN and RU is that the RN says specifically it is going to respect existing property sizes and building sites and so on. The RU designation does not do that. It allows for the splitting of the properties and so on. Because we have our R1A zone, we're just wondering why that isn't classed the same as R1, so that our existing properties will not be split and increased density in those areas. In the past number of years, we've noticed this kind of development in parts of our community, and we have a growing concern being voiced by our community residents. 50-foot lots are turned to 25-foot lots. 4 up-down residences similar to 2 duplexes replace single dwellings. In one case, this multiple infill was entirely inconsistent with the area. The buildings were 7 feet closer to the street. They just stick out in the community, and the neighbors complain about the pink elephants on the block. So our appeal, besides adding voice, I guess, to some of the concerns that have been mentioned before, is that the proposed change to R1A zones be changed into RN zones. If we're going to be stuck with that, that would ensure that future changes in our neighborhood would be compatible with the surrounding lot sizes and building situations. It would also mean a less percentage of growth in rental units. We know that we speak on behalf of our community residents, as many have expressed their concerns to us in this regard. Thank you for considering our appeal. We trust the city will continue to help us make our community one that is desirable to live in and to promote the best quality of life possible, because we have a very diverse economic and ethnic population represented there. We also are open to working more closely with the city to bring more feedback before these proposed changes would be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. See if there's a question from members of council. Oh, you're very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next delegation here is Darrell Davis. The missing Darrell Davis that just showed up.
Yes, so I don't know procedure.
Right over here, you see the microphone light is on.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You have, should introduce yourself, who you represent.
And I have copies of my speech.
We have, unless you change it, we already have copies you submitted.
I've updated it, sure. I'm
Okay,
a
if you want
old
to
newspaper
circulate it.
writer, so I'm constantly updating things.
Okay. So the rules are that you have 5 minutes to state your case, make your presentation, and then there are questions of members of council afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Your Worship and the members of City Council, several of whom I know personally, thanks for the opportunity to appear before you this evening. As some of you know, Regina was gifted 4 world-class racquetball courts from the 2015 Pan Am Games in Toronto, including an all-plexiglass court that is one of only 2 in North America with 4 see-through walls. Approximate value is $650,000. I'm here because we may lose those courts if the City of Regina doesn't allow fitness facilities inside industrial areas. Even an update to the proposed bylaw, allowing discretionary use, as determined by City Council, could cost us our courts. My name is Darrell Davis. I represent Racquetball Canada, Racquetball Saskatchewan, and the Regina Racquetball Association. I was going to say that our delegation, they didn't show, I guess it's too busy tonight, but our delegation was going to be here, but I think the 800 petitions were probably scaring them off. So I also represent Dean Puffault, the longtime owner of a Regina fitness facility called FitZone, who is interested in providing a new site for our racquetball courts. Racquetball has been suffering because of the costs of maintaining the sports enclosed courts, which are 20 feet high, 20 feet wide, and 40 feet long. It's difficult to find buildings capable of accommodating racquetball courts. Private owners have bowed out of the business, leaving us basically with 1 privately owned court and 2 at the downtown YMCA, whose financial situation is precarious. While most municipalities provide its residents with soccer pitches, football fields, baseball diamonds, tennis courts, and swimming pools, indoor court sports such as racquetball, handball, squash, and volleyball have been orphaned, left to fend for ourselves. For the past decade or so, we have regularly met with City of Regina representatives to inquire about establishing a multi-use facility. We have been told we will get no help from the city. At no cost to us or the city, we submitted a successful bid to obtain the Pan Am Legacy Courts, arranged a lease with the Orr Center, and constructed the courts inside its gymnasium. Our sports were growing again. Unfortunately, the Orr Center was headed for bankruptcy. We have recently had no access to the courts except to take them down and put them into storage. We've been seeking an alternative site, meeting again with the City of Regina and discussing partnerships with the YMCA, Evraz Place, and several fitness club owners. Dean Puffold has been pursuing a new location for Fit Zone. He plans to lease and renovate the STC garage on 9th Avenue and Winnipeg Street, which got a multi-million-dollar upgrade mere months before the provincial government closed the bus company. We are partnering with him, providing our racquetball courts as part of a free lease with plans to make Fit Zone into a club that will also include squash courts, pickleball courts, a workout area, gym space, offices, fitness classes, free parking, and a restaurant and lounge. As suggested by the city, we found a suitable site for our courts with plans to provide community programs in a private facility. Other cities want our courts. Should the city prevent opportunities such as Fit Zone simply because of its location, it would mean the loss of our legacy courts, programs, community involvement, national and international events, our local business and fitness activities, things that make Regina a better place to live. Let's keep the courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there are some questions. Okay, Councillor Flegel?
Thanks, and welcome out. Hang on, you're not going anywhere yet.
Thanks, Ray.
Have you seen a rise or a slump in racquetball and squash?
Squash is hanging in, Councillor Flegel, because they have facilities. There are still 3 courts at the courts on South Pasqua. Racquetball has been having trouble, as I indicated in our speech, because of the amount of space needed to play the game, 20 by 20 by 40. That's a lot of property to heat and light. So a lot of private businesses have fallen by the wayside. We used to have 25 courts in the city of Regina. Right. Now we're down to 3, and it's mostly because of the cost. Businesses can't continue to make a living at it. So because of that, obviously our numbers are dwindling. We still have community programs. We still do have tournaments in Regina. We have junior programs, family programs. We try to keep it going to the best of our ability, but because of the limited number of courts, it's difficult to maintain our numbers.
Sure. Thanks. Through you, have you ever looked at temporary courts? Are you able to put temporary courts into effect?
Well, these are considered almost temporary. They're considered portable because they were moved from the Pan Am Games in Toronto. So we can technically move them, but if you watch them being built, it takes like 3 or 4 weeks to build them. There are really no temporary courts, and where would we put them once again too, right? You still need a 20-foot, at least a 22-foot ceiling basically to put them in that building. So it's difficult to find a spot that we could just put them. You can't really play the game outside. There is an outdoor version of it with a one wall, racquetball and handball, but to have courts, the full courts that we have, the all plexiglass courts with glass backs, you have to put those in a permanent facility.
Right. Thank you. And through you, so ultimately, what would you like to see?
We would like to be able to put these courts and have a fitness club specifically. I know there are other groups who would like to be within the industrial area because the square footage, there's a lot of room. We have a place with a ceiling that's high enough to accommodate us with a few alterations. So if we were allowed to establish fitness facilities in an industrial area, specifically the STC garage, which, as I said, has been renovated and will fit our space, will fit squash courts and a fitness facility. Those are the type of places we would love to have available for us.
So if I could, STC garage, you're talking Winnipeg and
Winnipeg and 9th, right beside Suds Car Wash,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Which to me is considered, I believe, industrial area.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Any other questions? I have a couple. I just was wondering, how big is a membership?
How big is our membership?
Yeah, generally.
At the YMCA, like I'm sorry, Your Worship, how many racquetball players are there specifically?
Yeah, in the city.
Oh, we have a league of 60. We have a junior program of 20 or 30 at the moment. There are still a few, like about 20 players at the the single court at the south. I'm talking specifically at the YMCA, the league that we run. When we have a tournament, we're getting 60, 80 people in, often from out of town. We've spoken to the City of Regina quite often about hosting major events. If we were to establish these Pan Am courts into a permanent facility, the type of events we can have, World Championships, Canadian Junior Championships. So it attracts people into the city. But right now, as I told Councillor Flegel, it's very difficult to maintain it with our dwindling number of courts.
For sure. Last question is just so I'm clear, with a suggestion from the administration that we make these facilities discretionary use or permitted use, you favor permitted use?
Permitted use constantly, yes, because I don't understand the logic behind it, and someday we should sit down and you could explain what the committee recommended, because I don't see the benefit to not allowing fitness facilities, all the fitness facilities into the industrial area of town. Those are the buildings that can accommodate our sports, and specifically the ones I'm speaking to.
Appreciate that. Good, thank you very much.
Okay.
As you return to the gallery, we'll go on to our next delegation.
Thank
Thank you
you
so much. Next delegation is Tina Katerma. You could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5
Thank
minutes
you, Your
for your
Worship.
presentation as well.
I apologize, Tina was unavailable to be here tonight, so I'm speaking on her behalf due to some work commitments. My name is Larry Kaderma. I'm one of the co-founders of the Queen City Cheerleading Gymnastics Club and the Indigenous Cheer Excellence Cheerleading Program. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'd like to touch base on 2 key items that are being impacted by the proposed zoning bylaws. First is the importance of having a diverse recreational activity set up in the city for our youth. And secondly, are the cost pressures for allowing fitness facilities access to the industrial zones. I'm certain that most people here are aware of the benefits of exercise and activity, especially as we get older. We try to educate everyone, including our youngest and most vulnerable, about the benefits, but there's a clear distinction between theory and application. Child health, especially obesity and inactivity, has been an ongoing concern for several years. There's many studies that have shown that not only is there a decline in the overall health and fitness levels of our youth, but there's also recent studies showing that fewer children who possess a basic level of physical fundamentals. 2018 BMC Public Health Study showed that after sampling 10,000 children across the country, while they were actively above average in the knowledge of fitness, they lacked the simple physical skills and coordination, such as throwing a ball, basic aerobic activity and constitution, and just simply are not active enough today to maintain a healthy lifestyle. While a person can read about how to do a backflip or watch a YouTube video on how to properly lift the barbell, without actually doing the activity, you're not going to get any benefit. In order for our children to benefit from physical activity, we need to present them with options, both competitive and recreational. Not everyone is going to be a professional soccer, hockey, or football player or participate in those traditional type of sports. But I've looked around the room and I've spoken with many of my fellow gym owners, and I know that right now we're representing dancers, gymnasts, cheerleaders, powerlifters, martial artists, rock climbers, and acrobats, and a myriad of other activities that will go and spark the interest of our youth. It will get them passion, it will get them interested, and hopefully it will get them active. While some might quit, drop out, or try different activities, as long as there's options for them, there's an opportunity for so many of them to learn to love the sports and carry this on as part of their lifestyle. And along with those activities are the owners and coaches who are providing this guidance and this instruction. Why is this important? Through my studies with the Coaching Association of Canada, we've learned there's a critical window of opportunity to ensure that our children can get introduced and maintain a healthier lifestyle at an early age. This window gets even smaller when we're talking about our at-risk and vulnerable youth. Children who aren't engaged in anything physical, especially organized activities, by the time they reach the age of 13, are very unlikely to even initiate this at a later age. They lose out on relationship building, self-confidence, the camaraderie of fellow athletes, and personal growth and goal setting that can only be obtained when you have some sort of an organized program to participate in. Physical and mental health is determined not just by their genetics and lifestyle decisions, but there's also challenges from a social and economic point of view. And that leads me to my second point. We need to be able to allow affordable access for everyone to participate in these programs. The proposed changes and accompanying administration is going to create a potential chokehold for the ability of both current and new business owners to provide these services to our respective participants. Physical accommodations play a major role in what we're doing. We need to be able to provide a proper, safe venue, but oftentimes factors like ceilings or floor space, that's regulated by the sport itself. You wouldn't expect to build just half of a hockey rink and expect to have a team be able to practice on it just because it's more affordable to do it that way, or you didn't have enough space. In the same vein, a gymnastics club needs to have high enough ceilings, and a martial arts club needs to have enough floor space to put in a ring.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Thank you very much. big concern of ours right now is the lack of clarity on what a discretionary permit actually is going to entail. We don't know the parameters. We don't know what the expectations are actually going to be, which puts a lot of potential fiscal pressure and planning pressures for any of us who are trying to either open a new organization or look at expanding an existing one. What I'm going to ask is that the council please reconsider the proposed bylaw changes and look at switching from a discretionary permit to a permitted permit. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much for your presentation and representing all the members of QCC. Do you actually notice, given your proximity to other businesses that have fitness facilities so close by, do you notice there's almost something where people are attracted to the area for multiple types of sport, that they can come as a destination, you can try all these different types of sport, relatively good parking in the area? Is that something you experience?
Parking is definitely a challenge when you're not in an industrial area. When you have a program opening and there are several different types of programs that are all available within the same facility, you have a constant inflow of parents and kids coming in and out all the time. You're operating anywhere from 70 to 100 kids potentially in the gym, and they're all enjoying themselves. It's actually fun to see. We're seeing impacts coming from parents and teachers who've been telling us that by participating in our programs, they're seeing a better focus. They're seeing a better attitude come out of it. It's a growing benefit for, basically for the future of our city.
So when you and your group, when you're looking at new facilities or you're looking to, say, expand, where do those facilities generally sit in the city?
Usually in the light industrial sections. Again, it's very difficult to find 20-foot high ceilings to accommodate acrobatics and some of the higher level gymnastic stunts, or to have the floor space available to be able to put in a 3-minute routine. And this is just for the cheerleading. For gymnastics folks, if you've ever watched the Olympics, you see the big long tumbling passes that they do, plus all the space that's required for the training equipment. There simply isn't that space available at an affordable rate anywhere else in the city other than the industrial area.
Sure. Thank you very much for coming out, and we appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Been hearing lots from the fitness lobby group, and it makes a lot of sense in a lot of instances. Going through the report, I noticed that daycare has a permitted use in a lot of instances that recreation would like to. The one anomaly I notice is an industrial heavy. In my mind, I'd kind of like to correlate the two, because I think a lot of the benefits you noted applies to daycare as well, and I see they are given permissions. But that industrial heavy use kind of does give me pause in case there's a crossover with dangerous goods or hazardous. Would that be a problem for you? How do you see that fitting?
In all honesty, I mean, the safety of our athletes and participants is always paramount. We want to make sure we're in the safest place possible, to make sure that they're not exposed to anything at risk. I don't think we would have a problem with having a restriction in the heavy industrial zones, because it only makes sense. That's a little bit more of a risk for participants, coaches, and users. However, in the light industrial areas and such, and as the bylaws proposed, if it's safe enough for daycares, it should be safe enough for athletes too.
Okay. Just freeze, I think that's the way I've been looking at it, so I'll follow through that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. There appears no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering questions. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Josh Rondell. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself and who's with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
All right. My name is Josh Roundell, and I'm representing CrossFit Regina. And this is Kim.
Kim Fleischacker, CrossFit Regina as well.
All right. CrossFit Regina opened up back in 2007, the first CrossFit affiliate in Saskatchewan. Over the past 12 years, we have occupied 3 spaces in the industrial area, all on the same street. With each move, we have grown in size from 1,800 square feet to 7,200 square feet. And the industrial area has played a major part in our success and longevity. The industrial area is ideal for CrossFit, with large open buildings and high ceilings, ample parking, outdoor space, and most importantly, affordable rent. The majority of the businesses around us operate Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. whereas our peak hours are evenings and weekends and early mornings, creating an ideal traffic flow in this neighborhood and minimal risk to our members. Furthermore, loud music and noise from dropping heavy weights is not suitable for commercial or residential areas and would surely be disruptive to any traditional neighborhoods. Throughout Canada, the US, and the world, the majority of CrossFit affiliates reside in the industrial areas of their cities due to the nature of the sport and the services we provide. CrossFit Regina serves the community as a whole. With a central location, we have members from all over the city. Our members find the location convenient, whether they are heading to or from work, or dropping their kids off at soccer or dance, and fitting a workout in between. We are definitely a family institution. We have 250 plus members, and they age from 6 years old to 70 plus. We also have national and international competitors, and we pride ourselves that we're able to house them and help them develop as athletes and provide them with funding in their sports. Community connections are made every day at CrossFit Regina. Our members consist of people from diverse occupations and from various communities throughout the city, some of which would never cross paths if not for our gym. CrossFit is a globally known organization, and often we have people new to Regina join our gym where they make friends and connections to the community. The proposed amendments to the bylaw do not work in favor of businesses like ours or in favor of Regina residents in general. Firstly, grandfathering businesses like ours and allowing us to continue to lease may seem good on the surface. However, we essentially become stuck in our space with no options to expand or move to suit our needs. This gives the landlords the power to increase rates knowing we have nowhere affordable to go. Our business will suffer being unable to afford the space needed to properly serve our members. Secondly, discretionary use can be detrimental to us as well. The hefty fee to process applications makes a huge difference to us. We are not a big business, and we don't do what we do for the money. We do it because we love what we do and how it benefits the people of our community. Also, applications can take months to process, and even then, it can be denied. Lengthy application time leaves us with uncertainty, and it makes negotiating leases and finding space that much harder. Increasing operating costs, whether it be due to higher rent or applications for discretionary use, translates to higher membership costs, and in turn this makes our services less affordable to more of the community. We ask the city amend this bylaw to permit assembly recreation in industrial areas and save the many businesses like ours who serve the people of the city of Regina.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you both for coming out and telling us about CrossFit Regina. My questions are going to be just two of them, and they'll be fairly concise. With over 250 members, I don't know if you know where they're all from around the city, but do a lot of them also work in industrial areas and sort of pop in on their way home? Is that common?
I'd say it's very mixed. We do have people who bike and walk from nearby from work, but it's generally a wide array of people spreading out throughout the city. So.
And you're, in general, from the feedback from your membership, they're happy with the location. They don't think it should be in more residential areas or closer to their place. They're fine with the idea of where it is.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we see so many parents that, there's one family in particular, the mother comes to work out, and then about half an hour later the child comes over from the soccer facility, kitty corner to us, to join mom and head home together. So we have never experienced anyone express that they wish we were anywhere else in the city. If anything, they're very happy with our location currently.
And all the businesses that surround you, you work together and share parking in the area. That's never been a concern, right?
Parking can be a challenge. We have good relationships with our neighbors, and we ensure that our members stay within the parking stalls that we have permitted. We have big competitions, and again, our peak hours tend to be more at off times in the area, so we fill up the streets with parking, fill up our spaces, and we find a way to make it work without alienating any neighbors.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. There are no other questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next delegation is Leah Moore. Welcome to City Council. If you identify yourself, who you represent, and who's with you. You as well have 5 minutes for a presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
It's a good thing we're CrossFitters. We're used to doing things for time. Hi, my name is Leah Moore, and I'm one of the co-owners and coaches at CrossFit Iron Society, and this is my partner, Claudia. She is also one of the owners. We're here representing another 3 others who weren't able to make it tonight. Have to say it's kind of nice being third of the fitness facilities, because mostly I can just stand up and say ditto. Anything that they would have said, cheers to them, number one, and it also applies to us as well. What I can provide you is a bit of an insight into what it's like to be a startup. We're about 2 years old. We have 100 members, and so that first kind of steps that people take when they want to start a business are very fresh in our minds. We took a look at all of the different options for where it is that we would like to look in the city. We had thought potentially commercial could be an option, because we know a lot of gyms are not in those areas. Turns out it's for really good reason. There were very few spaces that would work in terms of how they're set up, and also the lease rates were just astronomical. Would take forever to ever even see black if we survived. So we decided to move fairly close to the refinery. We set up our hours to work fairly well with when shifts are coming on and coming off. One of our owners actually works at the refinery. Claudia also happens to work out in the industrial area as well, so we had a pretty good idea of what people need who work out there. And we wanted to set ourselves up so people would be able to access us on their way to work, over the noon hour, and then before they head home. In terms of being a good fit in the industrial area, industry doesn't happen without people, and we're there to support people. 30% of our current membership work in that area. They've since brought their families and their partners and this and that and the other thing, but they were kind of the core start of our business. And then if you happen to look at research that kind of, what physical activity does for employees, it reduces sick leave usage, and then it also improves productivity. So we're an excellent bonus for any of the major employers who happen to work out there. Not only that, but it also helps to with recruitment and retention if there's lots of interesting and exciting recreation opportunities that are nearby. So I brought a little letter from one of our clients who wanted to talk about this. So it wasn't in one of our submissions. The decision to move back to Saskatchewan and Regina wasn't the easiest. To be honest, I wasn't looking forward to living in Regina. However, joining this gym was one of the best decisions I have ever made. The people I have met and the people I see day in and out at the gym have confirmed that I am meant to be here in Regina doing what I'm doing. He works at the refinery. So I think that's probably about the only piece that I can add that other folks haven't really touched on as well. Our request here today is similar to what everybody else's is. We would like to be treated very similarly to daycares, which would align with what current zoning looks like right now, which would be making us an approved use or an allowable use in light industrial and in industrial prestige. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Any questions from members of council? You're pretty clear in your comments. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I still had 1:30, so I think that's a PR.
We got a bonus for next time. Okay, Jordan McKay is the next delegation. Mr. McKay, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well. Welcome to City Council.
Need the glasses. I'm an old rock climber. Yeah, I can't really add a whole bunch to what the group is saying, other than maybe to give you some perspective on rock climbing and in starting a rock climbing gym in Regina. Imagine the tumbling mat, except going straight up 50 feet. The Olympics is coming for rock climbing in 2020 and 2024, and they're going to be going 50 feet in 5 seconds. So we want to send some athletes into potentially that, and we're pretty excited to be a part of sport and recreation in Regina. I think we started with 6 rock climbers in the city, so it was a real leap of faith. I find it interesting that Dream and Harvard are here and are supportive of commercial mixed use. I found very receptive audience with both Dream and Harvard. However, the spaces that they had available wouldn't fit what it was that we needed to do, and our business plan would not work in those mixed-use commercial spaces. So we were unable to put our rock wall in a mixed-use commercial space. And upon, some contemplation, I'm glad it is where it is, because we don't have this monstrosity of a box in a neighborhood. We don't have our people coming to our gym and requiring the parking that we need, and they're not parking around people's houses. I think of some of the great cities in Canada. These gyms are in commercial areas, and some of them. Calgary, Stronghold, is in a mixed-use commercial area. They have 7 spots to park in, and they probably put 500-600 people through there in a day. And I don't think that they're very good neighbors with the neighborhood that's there. Hangar in Calgary is in an industrial zone. Great gym, don't seem to have any problems. And the new Rocky Mountain in Calgary is way out in the boonies, and is fairly successful. The Hive in Vancouver is in industrial, and then Winnipeg industrial, Edmonton industrial, or university. Canmore is actually the city purchased the climbing gym. So if anybody wants to invest in a climbing gym, I think we could probably put a great one up. I would like to see the city bylaws enable businesses. I'd like you to think of the small business person when you are creating these bylaws and say, are we helping these people to start businesses, or are we creating a bunch of obstacles and impediments to their starting their business? I think that this city is going to be built by people like me and my wife who started a business. We mortgaged our house. We convinced a landlord that we would get more than 6 people to come to this place. And we have, our membership is growing. We have kids as members. We have senior citizens as members. We have family memberships. We're developing a youth competitive program.
Okay, you have 1 minute to go on your presentation.
We have a group of people that started climbing at our gym that are going on a Himalayan trek that'll take them up a 6,000 meter peak. They'd never climbed before they met us. And the nearest rock climbing to Regina is 8 hours away. So I want them to be a little better at rock climbing before they get there. So I'd also like to thank you for grandfathering our facility through this, but we are not in favor of any restrictions to the use of our industrial lands for things like our rock wall or any of the other activities that are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray?
Thanks. Jordan, thanks for coming out. I'd like to start off by saying I like your shirt a lot. I'm seeing a lot more people wearing North Face, Patagonia. They've got chalk stains on their pants. Is rock climbing as a sport growing as fast as it seems like it is?
Absolutely. It's an extremely safe sport. Our injury rates at our gym are less than 0.14 per 1,000 climbers. It's safer than badminton. I know, right? It's something that you can do. Our oldest climber is 80. Our youngest has been 2. It's a very popular sport, and it also sends people outdoors. Like, it gets people going outside. And there's a ton of people in Regina that are super passionate about being outdoors.
So is it fair to say in the future you may need to expand or want to expand? The market would be there?
Yes, I think that climbing should expand in Regina. I don't know whether I'm going to be the guy.
So, I mean, through facility specifically,
Yes,
sorry.
yeah, no, absolutely. I think that rock climbing is going to be a very explosive thing. I think that there's a number of different opportunities in the city to do stuff like this. We do have a fairly small population in comparison to a Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, and the facility may be what we need. We'll see. But I don't want to be limited. And I think if I could, I guess, summarize why I'm here is when I heard about this, I really felt like the city was against me, right? Like I didn't want, I put up this big investment, and to have city come out and say that you don't want me where I'm at, it just kind of said to me that I didn't have your support, right? And that was a real kick in the teeth. So, let's get behind us. We're trying to build this place. We're trying to make cool stuff happen so that companies will look at Regina and say, hey, I want to put a business here. They got rock climbing. We've had members that graduated from University of Regina that said, I'm staying because you have a rock gym. We've had people that move here that thank heavens, like I moved back and thank goodness we got rock climbing because I'll stay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward and speaking tonight.
Thank you.
So we do appreciate your business and every business that does come to this city. It's very important. Recreation is important. You indicated in here crime rates. Do you want to elaborate in the discussion? What do you mean by reducing the crime rates? If you can elaborate on that for us, please, through you.
My members are there from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 10 and 11 at night. We have people watching these industrial yards, not by, sitting there with their cameras watching them. We're just there. We're your neighborhood watch. I think if you took a look, and I haven't because I don't really know how to do this, but if you took a look at the police reports from this area around where we are, crime has to be down. I was talking with Kirby at up the road. He's the landlord for Get Air, and he said that my front street used to be used for prostitution, and the trucks would come in, park on the street, and the Cadillacs would roll up and service the trucks. They don't do that anymore. Like, we're there. I don't know where they went, but they're not there. I think if you took a look at the crime rates of thefts from yards, it's not there. We're there on weekends to watch these places.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. Jordan, welcome back. I think you've been here once before.
No, you motivated an old guy to get off his butt.
I guess. That's good. That's what we need. So if you went into another area, like you talked about some residential areas or some other areas that would accommodate you, I won't even say an area, but let's say somewhere where it's a newer facility, newer buildings, etc., that was not industrial. What would the rent be?
Well, I think the rent would be, the rent is one thing, but I think the type of building I would have to build would also be a very restricting type of building. So if you are going to put this in a mixed-use area, such as Canmore, if you've been through Canmore, their rec facility is right in the heart of Canmore. Beautiful, beautiful building. It's architecturally just an amazing place, but it has to be because people look at it. My rent is about,
You don't
I should
have to
have looked
say.
this
You
up.
don't have to say. but-
There you go. But if I were to put this in one of the newer developments, I'd be looking at 30, 40 bucks a square foot, which would be triple if not
Yeah.
more for me.
Virtually put you out of business.
Well, it wouldn't have put me into business.
Yes, exactly.
It'd still be selling
Exactly.
insurance, which would be
So that's
a
good.
challenge.
So I know that I'm going to give you a little bit of a commercial plug. Where are you located? So we have a better idea.
606B Solomon. No.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm right by your dog park.
Okay.
Get Air's just around the corner, right up by the refinery. Yeah.
So I heard a word over supper, and it was the word synergy. And Councilor Murray made reference to it, but I gave him the opportunity to say it, and he just wouldn't use it. So do you feel, besides the crime, that you're creating a synergy of a business park for fitness in that 606 Solomon?
Yeah, you know what, I've had a few different careers, and some of them have led me to some pretty amazing business parks around North America. And I think back to this one in Scottsdale, where one of the laser manufacturers that I represented built their laser cutting equipment. And there were bike paths, and there was gyms, and there was restaurants and coffee shops. This is where people go and they spend a heck of a lot of time during their day. And I think if Regina created some of these industrial areas that, you know, one of the things that I've heard is if we do this, our taxes are going to go up. And I kind of really struggle with that because if we don't do this, how are we going to attract the businesses to Regina that would build these amazing businesses? Did you know Google has a climbing gym in their facility?
Nice. Okay, thank you. One other thing, we're just having a conversation, is what about outdoors? Do you have a wall on the outside of your building?
I'm kind of scared to put in for a permit.
But are you allowed in your, do you know about that?
I would love to put in a tower outside. I got it okayed with my landlord. I'd like to put in ice. Climb 50 feet on ice in Regina. We get enough of it.
Yeah, we certainly do.
So ice climbing is a huge passion of mine.
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture of my 11-year-old.
All right. Well, I was
nice.
going to ask
Next
you
time
about
I see ya.
your others, but I'll leave it for now. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks for coming out today.
Thank you.
Quick question. I've asked it already, but I'll repeat to you. So I've noticed that the daycares have allowances in industrial lands with the exclusion of industrial heavy, just due, I'd imagine, to some of the dangerous conditions that could overlie. Would that be adequate to make you feel welcome back in our community? Would that be something that you would see helpful and relieve your apprehension?
Well, I think absolutely daycare should be a part of industrial areas. That's where people work. Take your kids to daycare. I think that we should also be in there with that. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, kind of correlating the two together, I guess, was more to my point. If it was fine, a lot of the circumstances correlate together. So just wondering if that would be adequate with the heavy still being a discretionary permit.
As long as we're permitted.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. There are no more questions. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. You can return to the gallery now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next delegation is Kim Delasoy. Ms. Delasoy, if you identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Kim Delasoy, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to express the concerns of our industry. My name is Kim Delasoy, as I said. I'm one of the co-owners and head instructors at Spirit of the Dragon Martial Arts School. We've been operating now for 24 years, and without exaggeration, we have been worked with thousands upon thousands of children, adults as well, but children are our main focus. And had this bylaw come in even 15 years ago, there's no possible way that we would be at the size we are, worked with the children we've worked with, or even have survived. We would not have been able to grow. We've looked all over the city over the years, And the industrial area was the only area that was able to house our building at a rate that we could afford. And we've searched. We would have loved a nice fancy building, but the one reason was finances. The other reason is that where we are located, when we were looking to move, a lot of our families were very concerned. We have a lot from North Central. We have a lot of families that drive, and they can drive wherever they want. They have the means. But we have families from North Central that don't have vehicles. They walk their children to class. They're riding their bikes or taking a cab. If we were to move out of that area, it would make it impossible for them to get to our classes. And through the discussions that we've had over the last little while, one of the terms that keeps coming up is that the city's working on creating complete communities, and that in order to be in an area, we should be able to justify how we're servicing that area or our community. So one of my missions was to get a list of all the businesses and the ways in which our business could service our community, the coffee shops, and how we were helping to support our community. And one of the things I was having trouble wrapping my head around was that I'd never considered ourselves to be just a part of the warehouse district. That was not our sole community. We had always considered our community to be Regina. We have children from all over Regina. We have adults as well, but again, children are our main focus. We have kids from North Central. We have kids from Harbour Landing. We have kids from hours outside of the city. And it made us realize that without that central location, not only would we not be able to work with the vast number of students that we have, so being able to service the entire city, but we wouldn't be able to survive as a business either. And one of the stories that I would like to share, because it just kind of hits home to the benefit of our central location, is two of our girls that have been with us for years. One, Leah, has been with us for 8 years now, started when she was 3 years old. Her mom walked her every single day from North Central. Minus 30 weather, bundled the kid up, brought her to class every day. Hannah, another one of our amazing young ladies, lives in the Greens, very affluent family. They're in every activity. They can get them wherever they want. These girls train together, the most opposite ends of the spectrum as far as economic lifestyles and where they live. And they've been training together for 8 years. They come to our school. They're on completely equal terms. They wear the same uniform. It doesn't matter how much their parents make. They're there. We're centrally located. And they've been able to develop this bond, friendship over their training, regardless of their economic background, which would have never had a chance to occur had they not been located where we are, because Leah would not have been able to make it to our classes. And Hannah, had we been located somewhere in North Central or one of the other residential areas, they most likely would not have made the drive into another community. So basically, the way I see us as businesses, if we're getting pushed out, instead of bringing our city together, we're pretty much building up further barriers and cliques within the city rather than bringing everybody together. So the one thing I would like to point out that, you know, our group, as well as all the other businesses and many that aren't here, we don't do this for the money. We're not going to retire early because of our huge bank accounts. We do it because of the passion, and we love kids. And just the thought that the city is throwing up these obstacles for us, and we've been able to survive 24 years, which for us is a great accomplishment.
So you have 1 minute to go in your
Okay, thank you.
presentation time.
And to think that this would be the thing that would bring us down. We've gone through all types of different economic issues, and we would hope that the city wouldn't throw a blockade at us now. And then hearing the younger businesses that are just starting up, knowing the differences they're going to make in our community, and we're not going to be able to afford the buildings that we need, and we're not going to be able to offer the affordable programming to the people who need it most. And I really hope the councillors understand the importance of the accessible buildings and the accessible locations, and allow us to continue to support the whole community of Regina rather than just the complete communities or certain cliques in the city. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Murray?
Kim, thanks. We talked on the phone a while back.
Yes.
And I didn't get a chance to ask you, how many kids would you think in the 24 years you've been running, how many kids do you think have come through the doors?
I couldn't even begin to calculate. Our regular students, we run 300 to 400 regular students every year. So we would be literally thousands of regular attending students that will attend for a couple of years. That's not including the classrooms that come from the core groups that we offer free programming for. It doesn't include the sports teams that come in for team bonding or the birthday parties that come in. I couldn't even be able to calculate how many thousands, literally, without exaggerating.
It's like an elementary school.
Bigger than a lot.
Bigger. Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Great. No other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank
can
you.
return to the gallery. Caitlin Preston is the next delegation. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
My name is Caitlin Preston, and I'm here to represent the Prairie Gale School of Irish Dance. I won't drone on with all of the things that have already been said by all of the other organizations that have come here this evening, other than to say that we absolutely second that. Presently, we have over 85 students who train to compete at provincial and national competitions across Canada. And we're now currently training dancers to compete at the international level, representing Regina at the North American Championships next summer. We're also preparing to welcome a world-class and world champion sessional instructor to help train our students for these events in the fall. It is because we have had access to affordable and suitable rental spaces in industrial zones that we have been able to develop the caliber of talent that we're so proud to have as part of our school today. In reviewing the Design Regina Official Community Plan, on page 6 under the Community Priorities section, it states to enhance the quality of life, community identity, and pride by supporting heritage preservation, arts, culture, and four-season sport and recreation activities, which will foster community vibrancy and cohesiveness. Our facility, as well as all of the other facilities that have joined us today, are in operation and have thrived because of that stated priority and our ability to find affordable spaces to operate in. Prairie Gale is not only providing four-season recreational services to our community, but we have been able to promote the Irish culture within the city of Regina, create a diverse, vibrant, and close-knit community within our own organization due to our central location, and provide a small sense of home for some of the Irish immigrants that have moved here. This is something that we may not be able to continue to do if we are ever in the position of having to move to an area where the costs are higher, traffic is more of a concern, and there's a potential of causing interference with the residents in those areas. So we do ask that recreational facilities remain as permitted in industrial zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Thank you very much. We can return to the gallery. Marilyn Brown-Poland had to leave for a personal family emergency, so she is not here now, so I get a receive and file. Thank you. Councilor Bryce, a seconder, please. Councilor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Gordon Vindenvogel, if you want to come forward. State your name for the record, sir, if you don't mind, and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thanks. I'm Gordon Vindenvogel with Road Communities. Road Communities is 32 years in business from Calgary, Edmonton, Fort McMurray, and now Regina. So when I hear a lot of people saying, let's attract the business to Regina, here we are. We're an IT-based company, home builder, capital lender, land developer, and commercial developer, kind of all-encompassing. So with that said, I would like to personally thank and take this opportunity to say thank you to Fred, Shauna, Rohan, the entire administration team, and the Zone Forward team for doing a fabulous job. It's been quite painstaking throughout the process, but I think we've got it nailed down now. And as well, Shauna Bizdell, she helped a lot with this process as well too. So with that said, I would like to withdraw my opposition to the zoning and say I completely approve it on everything that's been put forward within the addendum. It appears that it meets all of our requirements in order to maintain and grow the city the where it needs to be. Attainability is quite important, and I completely agree with the ability to make livable streets, to make a beautiful community. We are in West Era, the towns, and potentially and hopefully Rosewood coming soon. And our streetscapes are definitely walkable. We have all different walks of life within it, from first-time home buyers to downsizers from Wascana View, moving into duplexes and triplexes, front, back, attached, everything you can possibly think of. So once again, thank you very much to the Zone Forward team for putting everything forward to you guys in the addendum, which definitely helps us meet and want to maintain doing business within this fine city. So.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any questions? Good. I have one big question.
All right.
you could explain what turned for you to be concerned in your delegation presentation to say you now support it? You just give us summary as to why that happened?
A lot of hard work with Diana and Fred is in regards to doing proposals on what's attainable to the customer nowadays, right? And as Chad said, one of them said, this is a living document, it can be changed, so as economic times change, things can change. But we all went around as a round table, a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails back and forth, and just said, you guys, this is what we need to do in order to build this city. And they were supportive and receptive to the change, and as well I was. And there was some back and forth, as I said. I had some ideas that I thought would be great, and they opposed them, and that's part of doing business, right? That's a way of coming up with a good idea and making them better. So, okay.
Thank you for that. That's good. If there are no other questions, you can return the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Tody DePlace. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Sure. Good evening, Your Worship, members of the Council. I am Tody DePlace. I represent Canwest Commercial and Land Development. I'm here today in response to a May letter that we received, basically on a particular rezoning of one of our property in East Victoria Avenue, which is currently zoned as MAC. Although when we did a review on the current development standards and permitted and discretionary uses of the proposed rezoning to an MH, it does affect one of our particular ongoing project in this particular lot. On the current zoning, MAC limits 100 square meters on all permitted use, and one of these uses basically are clinics and medical laboratory, which is currently we're working on this site. On the proposed rezoning, the gross floor area has been reduced to 500 square meters on permitted use and discretionary on gross floor area from 500 to 1,000 square meters. So basically, what we are here today is just to get a clear understanding on the rationale that brought about to the reduction of the gross floor area limit to 500 square meters per unit. And secondly, we would like to request Council basically to uphold the permitted gross floor area to 1,000 square meters as permitted to the old zoning of MAC. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Questions of the delegation? Right, none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Next delegation is Hugh Dooley. Welcome to Council.
Pardon me?
Welcome to Council. If you identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Chris Bailey. I'm here representing Queen City United Soccer. I'm the president, volunteer president of the board. And we operate a facility at 9th and McDonald, 15 block McDonald Street. We are the soccer facility kitty corner to CrossFit that he mentioned. And I would just primarily echo a lot of what's been said already by many of the other primarily fitness operators and so forth in that neighborhood. We support everything they said, so for the record, in terms of parking, availability, the location, all of these things, the rent, all of the things that make it possible for us to be successful. QC has been around for over 30 years. We're a nonprofit corporation. We have currently 450 youth members and about 100 adult members. We had a purpose-built indoor soccer facility of 17,000 square feet built 5 years ago, working with our developer. And between the developer and ourselves, there's about $325,000 of improvements inside that building in terms of the turf and the locker rooms and the clubhouse and offices and things like that. We strongly believe that leaving recreational use as discretionary versus permitted is short-sighted and possibly even regressive in some ways, and that I can't imagine even, I'm a business owner myself, so I know you got to watch every dollar, and the business owners that have come before you and talked about how difficult it is to get a business going, I can speak from the nonprofit organization, to ask us to spend thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of dollars to develop plans for expansion or to build a new facility and risk that. We don't have that time and money, especially when you consider the risk might be, it's up to council's discretion whether we can do it or not. I bring that up because we are literally bursting at the seams where we are. We love where we are, and we've been in informal discussions this spring with our developer, our current landlord, about combinations of expanding or moving to a secondary site, keeping our original one, or even building a half field, which is admittedly ways off because it's millions of dollars. But we put the brakes on that immediately when we heard this, because it was a cloud over, well, what if we can't do it? So we can't spend money on plans, designs, any of that kind of stuff until we have some sort of certainty. So that's sort of our perspective on it. Again, I would agree with Lisa, who spoke for the Warehouse District, Larry from QC, cheerleading, Daryl Davis, and many others since then. They all said many of the same things that we believe. And I guess I was just asking, it's not really a rhetorical question. I don't know what council or the city is trying to fix by doing this. What was the instigation for it? What is the problem trying to be solved? I've been going to and from that facility for 5 years now on a pretty regular basis. As well, we have 2,000 to 3,000 people a week going through our facility. Probably 1,200 to 1,400 are unique visitors, as they would say. I don't know what industrial is being done in that neighborhood. I think that the sort of invisible hand of the market has already made the move, as you can tell from all the business owners that have come here. They've moved into that neighborhood because of the market, and they want to stay there, and they're trying to thrive there, as are we. And we are, grateful for being grandfathered, but our position right now happens to be that we need to do something based on our size.
You have about a minute to go in your presentation.
Thank you, sir. So, and we don't want to move to the perimeter of the city. That doesn't make any sense for our membership, doesn't make any sense for our budget, doesn't make any sense, period. We're right in the middle of the city where we are. And I would just ask the question, I guess, why doesn't the city almost promote that and make that an area that is welcoming to community organizations, fitness organizations, businesses, and so forth. Again, I would just echo what everybody else said about building size and parking and all of those issues that they brought up so well. So, yeah, that's it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. There are questions. Councillor Murray, you're up first.
Hugh, thanks for waiting until the very end here. Appreciate it, and I think we share the same concerns. So just to get an understanding of some of the difficulties that you guys have faced, what's your operational financing model? How do you guys make money? How do you keep the doors open?
Primarily membership fees, like member for training, camps and special occasion things, and we rent a facility out. Our facility goes pretty much nonstop from 4 in the afternoon till midnight. So most of the kids I always joke that if we get rid of the darn kids, we could actually make some real money. But we rent it out we have probably 20 plus user groups outside of our club that rent our facility, whether it's Ultimate Frisbee or the Rams or Regina Riot and all kinds of people.
Great, thanks. Yeah. So do you think soccer is more dangerous than rock climbing?
It was for me. I'm telling you.
Thanks, Hugh.
Actually, it was a city sidewalk.
Hold on, you're not done. You got other people asking.
Oh, you got to leave them laughing. you got to go.
Councillor Fundero's got some questions for you.
No, to your worship, I would say it's a clumsy tackle from Hugh. Took his studs out. Could you have built a facility like this anywhere else, or could you find a space that you are? Because you're looking, you want to expand and you want to do things.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. The land costs are prohibitive, and even in that area, there is some land available. and it's just much more affordable than anywhere else. But it's still expensive, but no, it'd be tough.
And I know there was few mentions of a parking. I know you don't have, through your worship, you don't have a problem with parking.
No.
I mean, that's a well-designed area, so.
Yeah.
And it's essential. And
We love it.
Traffic flows well through there.
Yeah, and again, I echo the issues of, I don't know what the stats are, but the lowering of crime. There's just people around all the time.
Okay. So my question to you, I would ask is, the previous delegation asked about, you have CrossFit, you have soccer, you have other exercises, you need the restaurants in the area. Would something like this, because Tuxedo is growing, you said it yourself, would you welcome other businesses, like yours, but something that would add to your...
Yeah. I'd welcome another soccer facility. I mean, that's good for everybody. I'd welcome, I think it would be great if that area had retail and restaurants, and retail's dedicated to a lot of the activities that occur in that neighborhood.
Okay.
I think it'd be great.
Well, thank you for building the place, keep it going. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vandura. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks and welcome. In your talk, you said you have a situation or an issue right now that you would need, are you looking to expand, or what was the
That's what we've been facing that for probably 18 months to 2 years in terms of what do we do next. And so for the short term, we decided to put resources into staff and programming and so forth rather than getting bigger. We're not interested in being gigantic, but we literally have waiting lists at multiple age levels, and nowhere to put them. So we're at capacity is what I'm saying. Yeah. We're at capacity.
So through you, if are you talking about building a bigger facility, or are you talking about expanding?
We've looked at two options. There's one where we would have a second, very nearby secondary training facility that we would have to renovate and probably put another $200,000 to $300,000 into, and or build new.
Right. Yeah. Which in turn then would, if this thing all goes through, would make you move somewhere else to a bigger facility.
Well, we'd like to do it where we are. We have a couple of, we have people that have acres of land in that area that are in our club.
So if I could say that
you're hampered. We've had informal discussions, let me put it that way.
If I could say you're hampered by success, that would...
I guess so, sure. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
And we try to be as cautious as we can with it. We don't want to...
Perfect. But, Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Thank you very much for answering questions. Appreciate it. You can return to the gallery. For members of the adjustment to the council agenda, we had another presentation for Murray Froese. He's here. Okay. Maybe not then. Okay, well, Donna Lynn Morley is with the same company, Nutri-Sun Foods.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Welcome to City Council. If you can identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Donna Lynn Morley. I'm a lawyer for presenting today Nutri-Sun Foods. And I really didn't think you'd get around to calling me, so I had just kind of packed up and was ready to go home. But it's been interesting to see democracy at work again. Nutri-Sun Foods is a flour mill just outside the city, and it had only recently discovered that it should contact its council and maybe get a voice heard about some changes. They may want to expand in the future, but they would be prevented from doing so if the changes to the bylaw happen. They're in an urban holding zone, and an important part of the bylaw, specifically paragraphs 13B.1 to section 1.1 sub 2 and 13C1 to 1.2 do not appear in the new bylaw, and that would prevent them from certain extensions of existing non-conforming uses would be not permitted any longer, so they wouldn't be able to expand in their own building where they are now, and they were thinking of doing that. And so then when they discovered that there were going to be changes to the bylaw that wouldn't allow this, They were a little alarmed, and I found a lawyer in Regina who'd come out to City Council on Monday night and bend your ear just to let you know that there are some businesses that this would affect negatively, that they were outside of the city of Regina, and then in the last few years they've been annexed and come in, and so they're a little worried about being able to expand their business in the future. So there was a letter sent, and that had been given to the administration, so it can be part of your record, but just to have a voice to say this change to the bylaw will not allow them to do what they want to do with their business, and so they wanted their comments heard by yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if there's any questions from members of council. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. This is the first I've heard on this. I understood that they are out in the light industrial. Are they not in the Chuka Creek?
Right around there, yeah. Kind of where the new bypass has gone through. They're on the other side, so then I was, thinking to myself, probably nobody wants to live right beside the bypass, but, it's urban holding, and so anything could happen with it, really.
So I thought it was rezoned into light industrial, but I will connect with administration and maybe have them reach out to NutriSun.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks for being here. I'm just seeking some clarity, some specifics. I have not seen the letter either, so could you be a little bit more specific? Obviously, we'll ask the administration when we debate.
Yeah, those were the specifics I was given.
Okay.
Again, it was on a Friday afternoon. They were just looking for a lawyer in Regina who could come in and speak on their behalf briefly, that they don't fill up their whole building as it is. I'm told they're in urban holding zone, NutriSun, so it's just like going out on the highway there. They were annexed into the city in 2013, as I understand, and they've been looking to potentially expand even within their own building. Apparently that wouldn't be allowed under the changes to the bylaw, so that was their concern, and they want to talk more to the administration now that their council is aware of what's happening and that this could be very potentially detrimental to their business. They're just kind of woken up to it, so you'll probably be hearing some more.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Thank you very much. You can return
Okay,
the gavel.
thank
We'll
you.
raise those issues with the administration. We have two more delegations that signed in after they arrived. In no order, particular order here, Harry Jedlick. I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said. You have, maybe come to the microphone if you don't mind.
Harry Jedlick is my name. I had an issue with 4010 Paspa Street and the new rezoning or the proposed zoning, but that's been clarified during the break.
It's been clarified in the break, so you're okay?
I'm fine, yes.
Thank you very much. Last delegation is Brian Wanick. Mr. Wanick, welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Again, my name is Brian Wanick. I'm part of the Hillsdale and Whitmore Park Association subcommittee led by Brian Black. My wife, Joan and I live at 66 Calder Crescent. I was up here with Brian before. I'm speaking to a particular aspect. Brian Black's presentation referred to a crucially missing process, that is neighborhood plans. The zoning bylaws are primarily shaped with economic issues in mind. What's lacking and urgently needed is a solid, vigorous discussion on the heart and soul of the community, which is ideally handled through neighborhood planning. All community residents need to be given the time to reimagine their surroundings, taking into account the new realities and the opportunities they face. The word planning is used to indicate that this must be an ongoing process. As mentioned above, Joan and I live at 66 Calder in Hillsdale, which was built around 1957. This community has a rich heritage and vibrant culture which needs to be respected as Regina moves forward. We need to build Regina on this foundation and the foundation of every Regina community. Do not let zoning bylaws inadvertently be the cause of the community's degradation. And we've heard from Brian Black, we've also heard from Mr. Wilson, and my comments, I would align with those. I'm just going to quote from an item called the residential infill development overlay, and in it there's a zone, the residential infill development overlay zone is an implementation tool that prescribes site-specific standards, and I'm quoting from this document. A neighborhood plan, on the other hand, is a secondary plan providing more detailed land use, urban design, and infrastructure policies than those found in the city's official community plan. Neighborhood plans are developed through community engagement and may address matters like density, crime prevention through environmental design, architectural controls, as well as a direction for growth and change at a neighborhood scale. Once City Council adopts a neighborhood plan, its policies can be implemented through zoning. Administration plans to start updating 12 existing neighborhood plans and developing 19 neighborhood plans in Q2 2019. And Councillor Young has already commented on it. I just want to leave some comments and thoughts with you as we go through that process, and the process being neighborhood planning. Together, I want to emphasize, the city and community associations need to set a comprehensive agenda looking at all factors that shape community. Take the time to build community awareness and steadily encourage homeowner participation. As an aside, I contacted and knocked on about 42 doors on Calder Crescent. Talked to about half the people that answered it, weren't afraid to, I presume, and most of them, or none of them, knew of the implications that lay in the zoning. None of them knew it. How come? I'll leave you to think about that. The communication aspect is sadly lacking, but it's so interesting when you talk to people one-on-one in 5 or 10 minutes, you can give them the basis of what the issue is, and they catch it immediately. They see the impact. So, carrying on.
You have about 1 minute to go in your presentation.
Thank you very much. Provide ongoing communication updates to the community, and provide community associations with an improved communication plan for their regular operations, as I've just mentioned. Discuss and agree on outcomes. For example, how will recommended changes be implemented, and be clear on that. Provide an ongoing ability for the community associations to provide input. Again, this is a journey, just not a single event. Communities change, and we need to provide for that input. How does the city plan to keep neighborhood planning ongoing? Are we going to meet every 3 years? Do we have annual updates? What opportunity does the city provide for community associations to share best practices? We can learn from each other, but I don't know who the other people are. Who's going to help bring that about? Perhaps in your bailiwick. Increase resources and support for the community's associations. And what studies need to be done? By whom? Will they only influence policy, or how might they be adopted?
Mr. Wanick, I have to stop you. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done on that. Thank you very much.
If you have a document like that you want to send us, we can see the rest of that, but that's...
Yes, our Councillor Young has an e-copy of this.
That's good. Thank you so much. I do apologize. I have to stop at 5 minutes.
That's fine.
Any questions? There are. Okay. Councillor Young.
You are talking about a different role for community associations than many of them play right now. Many of them do recreation for their area, but they don't get involved in things like this. You happen to belong to one that does. So do you see community associations taking on a much broader role in the future so that we can have these conversations? at the neighborhood level?
Well, I think it's crucial that we do, but I can see it taking quite some time for people to understand and to see what it looks like moving into the future. But I think it's crucial because it really speaks to the heart of democracy. And I think this is, yes, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Bersiani?
Thank you. To the chair. So thank you. I want to just go back. You talked about the neighborhood plans and then it talked about zoning. And did you have anything else that you wanted to add there? You didn't finish it all. Was there anything that you wanted to add that you didn't get to say?
Well, I didn't want to necessarily repeat because Brian Black covered where our thinking is. In other words, retain the single dwelling feature of R1 zoning, as Mr. Wilson spoke to very, very well. So that's where my thinking is, or a lot of people in our Crescent thinking is.
So, through the chair, you talked about just the plan there, and you talked about, the zoning and then the neighborhood plan. Do you think that that it would be worth it, though, to actually do the neighborhood plan discussions first and then come through with these zoning changes?
Absolutely. We put the cart before the horse. And it would work so much better because you're now going to discover as you get into the planning process with each of the community associations, new areas that you're going to have to address and probably go back and change some of the things that you've brought about. My hope is that you'll be flexible to a change, to listen to and adopt those changes, because you'll now hear the people speaking. There's an old saying, when the people lead, then the leaders will follow. But you need to engage the people. That's the challenge, yes.
So the other question, though, is if the neighborhood plans would have been done first, do you think there would have been a better understanding of the undertaking?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
So as we have before us, the RN, the option could be to leave it as is in the R1. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are that we need to have a zoning bylaw that provides for, in the area that we're talking about, but in the single dwelling and not allow lot splitting, yes. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bersiani. There are no other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions.
Thank you for your interest.
Thank you very much.
Order. Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for attending. We are now continuing on with our discussion on the zoning bylaw. We finished our public hearing yesterday, and we're now back on to the motions that are before us. We have a motion for the zoning bylaw itself, the sign bylaw, and a supplementary report that we'll move forward on in just a few moments. So just a couple other housekeeping issues. If council does approve any amendment, we go for public advertisement for 4 weeks once again. So the bylaw will come back as amended after the public sees it for 4 weeks. This is a substantial document, probably one of the larger ones physically we've ever looked at as council, and we'll do so for some time. So I'm going to recommend for council that after we have dealt with all motions and had our debate, and before I put the question on the bylaws themselves, I'm going to allow each member to have 3 minutes to speak at the end of the discussion. So if you're okay with that, then I would proceed in that manner. Yep.
Thank you. I'd sent an email out to everyone today regarding a potential, because this is such a live document and a huge document, that if in our normal procedures we have 5 minutes to present and talk and ask questions. Once we sit down, we have no more no other vehicle to stand and ask questions other than a slate. What I'd like to do is, what I'm getting at is that if the council is, if it's allowed, the procedural to this room is that you can't speak again. What I'd like to do is if we could change that and allow us, because if I speak first and then there's 9 other speakers, there may be issues that come up or conversations that come up through the next 9 that I may want to weigh in on, and we don't have the opportunity to do that. So I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity for this to change for this particular item or these particular items, and I'm just asking for clarification. Thanks.
Well, my thought as chair is that I would rather proceed in the normal fashion, but allow people to speak at the end to close debate, 3 minutes to speak about issues that you have. Keep in mind, I'm absolutely certain we will have amendment that is made and passed, and then we come back again in 4 weeks for another discussion, and this bylaw becomes wide open again for discussion. So this will not be the last time we get our hands on the document. So I leave it to the view of council, but I do want to extend, given that we do have a large document and there's lots of layers to it, we speak at the closing of the debate, which is different than what we usually do. So if we're okay with that, then we'll proceed. I'd like to proceed with asking for a receive and file on both CM 19-7, the zoning bylaw, and the CM 19-3, which is the proposed zoning bylaw itself, and one is the supplementary report, just to get them on the table. Councillor O'Donnell moves to receive and file. Seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So keep in mind that we began this process with the first reading of the bylaw, and we tabled it. That was on May 12th. So if we can have a second reading, I'd ask the Deputy Mayor to read the second reading, and I'll pause before we vote on the second reading, and the floor becomes open for debate at that time. Councillor Murray.
You. So these are the public notice bylaws 2019-19 and 2019-20. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2019-19 and 2019-20 be introduced and read a second time.
Okay. Okay. We will not be voting on that, since he's not here. He's virtually here. He's the hologram. Yes. Okay, so no vote on that. We'll just leave it open. We vote at the end of this after we have all our debates. So at this point, open for members of council to begin debate and discussion on the bylaw. So again, just for clarity, and those, I'm sure you know that, but those in the audience and those watching, we have the 2 bylaws that are open for discussion, the zoning bylaw and the sign bylaw, as well as the supplementary report that was tabled by the administration last week. Those are all at play. Those are all on the table. Those have been received and filed. So whoever would like to speak, I'm looking for speakers. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to speak to the proposed zoning bylaw, and I have placed on everybody's desk 2 pages from the consultant report that was done in 2017 for the City of Regina, and both of those give you some idea of how the overlay could be improved. The first page says developing guidelines to increase the degree of compatibility that infill development has on existing neighborhoods, and the rationale and implementation page talks about height and massing that doesn't overwhelm the character of homes, and giving consideration to access to sunlight, privacy, and views. And so to that end, I have a motion to put forward on the screen that I can speak to.
Okay.
You're not timing me, are you?
No, this is, I've stopped the clock.
Okay. 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Okay, there's 3 separate things up there. The last one should be labeled 3, remove. Okay.
Okay. So we'll give everyone a chance to see that and read that.
I sent it to everybody, and so you've had a chance to see it ahead of time if you got my email. Okay, I'm ready to move forward.
Now, I'd like to have a seconder for the motion, please.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins seconds that motion. Okay.
Okay. So each of our neighborhoods has its own character depending on the years when it was built, and some of our neighborhoods are not just R1, they have other areas, residential areas that would fall under RN. Some infill in residential neighborhoods fulfills the guidelines in the zoning bylaws being developed, and the City of Regina infill housing guidelines from that September 2017 consultant report. Some developers, owners respected the neighborhood and the architecture, and their building fits the streetscape. So there's some really good intensification that's been going on within the city. It's evidence of good planning and respect for the neighborhood and keeping the costs down. Other recent infills have violated many of the guidelines for infill and intensification in the zoning report and the consultant's report. The intensification map that was given to us by the administration, and I'm calling your attention to it, has a map on the back, and it's an overlay that tries to mitigate some of those things. And the OCP itself talks about intensification in built or approved neighborhoods is to be compatible with existing built form, and it calls for an intensification strategy. So the time between this meeting and the implementation of the new bylaws and the neighborhood plans that could further develop and define guidelines could be up to 8 years. And I'm thinking of the many lots that could be divided and how many buildings that could violate the streetscape and the character of the neighborhood during that time frame. The current bylaw is allowing some of this poor development to happen, and it has to be changed. So how do we protect neighborhood development while neighborhoods wait for their plans to be approved and still have intensification go forward? And that's what these three parts to the motion are about. The first one would be to withdraw R1 from RN so that it would be clear to people and not confusing, and leave the things that are in there, which is secondary suite, bed and breakfast, and the proposed laneway suite, garden suite that's being piloted. The second would increase the overlay recommendations to add things like orientation toward street height and massing that doesn't overwhelm the character of homes and the consolidation of neighboring homes' access to sunlight, privacy, and views. So I'm suggesting that more could be added to that overlay. And the third would be to remove the intensification boundaries except for the downtown area until we get the neighborhood plans done, and that would go with the zoning bylaw that we're going to approve eventually.
Thank you, Councillor Young, for that. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thanks. I'm not opposed to intensification. The problem I have with it is that if I look at what we've done so far in the city today, in the past 5-10 years, if you look at Ward 2, 4, 5, 9, and 10, we've gone with the intensification. And in Ward 2, 4, 5, 9, and 10, we've intensified the parking issues. We've intensified nowhere for anybody to park. The difference being a 25-foot lot in Ward, I'll just go Ward 6 and Ward 3, is the fact that those houses don't have driveways. They have a straight street where maybe the odd driveway is in there. But you've got 500 meters or 500 feet of front park street, and they also have back alley, garage, driveways there. Here's the problem with intensification. This is why we're looking at these zonings, and whether it's new or whether it's old, we put 25-foot lots, 30-foot lots in Garden Ridge, in Lake Ridge Addition, in all these areas. They've also got a 20-foot driveway, which kills all the on-street parking. You go to 22 block Robinson Street, there's one whole full side available for parking. Eastview, you go into Eastview, there's one or both sides of full parking available for residents, visitors, anybody that wants to go in there. This is the problem with intensification. The other problem I have with intensification is the fact that you knock down a one-story bungalow that is dilapidated and had its life, and we allow homes that are god-awful looking. They're terrible looking in neighborhoods. You can go into Angus Crescent, you can go into Leopold. You've got these beautiful character homes, and then you've got this stick of a house right beside it intruding on the neighborhood. I don't think I like that idea. I'm not disopposed to intensifying and bringing things up, but some areas just don't work. And if we continue to go down the new development roads with these new places, we're going to run into, I mean, I can go to Lake Ridge Addition right now, and every street is short probably a parking stall and a half per house, because as families get older, we end up having teenagers. We have teenagers that then get vehicles. So now you got a family of 4, used to have 1 vehicle, now they have 4 or 3. And that's going to continue on for 7 years, because if they go to university from 16 to 20 whatever, it's going to be another vehicle on the road, and that's where we're having a problem today. So cyclical, it's going to continue to go, and that's the one thing I warn you about that, and you see it if you're in the older and established areas. The on-street parking is a totally different animal on a 25 or 30-foot lot than it is on any new subdivision. And the councillors in Ward 2, 4, 5, 9, and 10 would hopefully see that as well. And we need to watch what we do in intensification. I don't have a different solution. All I'm suggesting is that is one of the main reasons why I have an issue with some intensification. And do you pick one area over the other? I think in some cases you have to, because you're going to kill everything that works to have families move out to the other areas because they want a bigger house, but then they lose their parking spots. And that's huge in the residential area, because I'm fighting it right now in about 3 different spots, and it's not fun. So just a comment. I don't have anything. I don't have a solution. I'm just bringing it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to ask the mover a question. In speaking to your presentation or your motion here, you mentioned the out-of-sync neighborhood plans in comparison to the bylaw. You mentioned up to 8 years to get the neighborhood plans. If the neighborhood plans were quicker to be implemented or devised, do you think that would take some of the apprehension and make the motion unnecessary? Do you think the neighborhood plans are an answer?
Councillor Young.
I think that there's some people who spoke the other night about we should have the neighborhood plans first and then the zoning plan. I don't think that's correct. I think that it would be good to have the zoning plan in place with the big overarching goals, and then have neighborhood plans happen in a quicker way. The overlay I'm suggesting in number 2 would further define that overlay that would be used until we had the neighborhood plans, because each neighborhood's different, and so there may be more restrictions put on the overlay in the neighborhood plan, but I think the one we're going to put forward now should have more in it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask administration their take on the neighborhood plans and the timelines and devising them and where they stand.
Charlotte.
Your Worship, Council has approved the timelines for that. We are moving forward with 2 this year, and then we would be moving forward with 4 each year after that. I'm just trying to find the actual timeline, but that is the plan, because we would be doing it in-house so that we wouldn't be incurring any major consultation or consultant charges. And so from a staff perspective, that was the timeline in order to complete the neighborhood plans.
Okay. Do you think the neighborhood plans would fill in some of the problems we're seeing causing the motion to happen?
Ms. Harwick?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, the way the bylaw was put in place was to set the overall guidelines, as Councillor Young had indicated, and the infill overlay zone was trying to mitigate the main concerns that we were hearing from residents with regards to infill. So the overlay has the height and then the setbacks in order to try and mitigate that. When we go into each neighborhood, as Councillor Flagel had indicated, there's unique things in each neighborhood, and we would have those discussions because not every block or that whole neighborhood would want to see architectural guidelines throughout the whole area because the areas might be different. So we would go through that process to try and identify those characteristics in those blocks or multiple blocks that want to be preserved with certain aspects or those sorts of things. So that's why each plan needs to have that fulsome conversation with the community to get community buy-in for what they would like to see preserved within their neighborhood.
One more question. When putting forth the suggestions for the zoning bylaw, did you leave it open-ended with terms of the duplexes or some of the comments mentioned by some of the delegations, in particular the one from Welsh Acres, allowing duplexes where they previously had not, and would that be something that would be somewhat curtailed with the neighborhood plan then?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that is something that could be completed through the neighborhood plans if that was what the neighborhood would want. What the current proposal before you is currently each lot is permitted through all the R1 zones 2 units. So the proposal before you for duplexes and stacks was to give additional opportunities for different forms. Currently it's a secondary suites allowed. That's how you get the 2 units per lot. There is some suggested wording that is suggested with respect to Councillor Young's number 1 to reestablish the R1 neighborhood as it is currently within the zoning bylaw, and then to keep the RN zone because in order to preserve those R1 from what we heard, and then we would go forward with the neighborhood plans from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise in praise of single-family home residential neighborhoods. They've taken a bit of a knock lately. They've taken a knock because they're said to offend the idea, very much in vogue, of densification. Densification has a time and a place. The time and the place is in downtown. The time and the place is not in single-family home residential neighborhoods where they risk threatening the character of those neighborhoods. Why do I rise in praise of them? For one very simple reason, a reason that Regina offers that many communities like Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto can't offer, and that reason is space. It's a tremendous asset. A single-family home neighborhood gives you a place for your family to grow, gives you a place for your kids to play, gives you a place where you can build a patio and relax and have a beer, gives you a place where, in my yard today, we're watching a robin build a nest, gives you a place where you can plant a garden, gives you a place where you can park a car, gives you a place where you can keep the place neat and tidy and show your family pride and your civic pride in that way. Those are valuable things that people, as we heard yesterday, that people throughout this city value highly, and this council needs to hear what they say. So, because we have space, and because our single-family home neighborhoods mean so much to the people of this city, I support this motion. I'm happy to second it. I appreciate the fact that Councillor Young has taken the time to craft a motion which is not only in principle a strong motion, but offers a technically strong way for building those single-family home neighborhoods in Regina in the future and for preserving the establishment neighborhoods that have been given to us. I'd ask for your support for her motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Thank you to the mover for bringing this amendment forward. I'm going to be interpreting the entire bylaw instead of changes through the lens of the OCP and the role of infill and underutilized lands in meeting our growth plan. So for administration, perhaps for starters, you could explain the purpose of this change. So what brings this amendment forward, but what is changing with this new designation for the neighborhoods that have resisted the proposals in the zoning bylaw? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock.
The Oh, sorry. Hear me now? Yeah, the RN zone was looked at with respect to what other zones in the existing bylaw made sense with respect to, we had a number of zones that were very similar to R1 currently. And so looking at the OCP and the need for sensitive infill and those things, we looked at the fact that secondary suites are a permitted use, and they have been a permitted use for the last 25 years. And so each lot would be allowed to have 2 units currently, as per the bylaw, per property. So when we looked at that and looked at the OCP policies and the housing strategy for allowing different forms of housing and opportunities for different housing forms, our recommendation is that the difference would be to add these 2 different housing forms within these areas. So that was the rationale, because at the end it would still only be 2 units. It wouldn't be any more than that.
Terrific, thank you. So if the proposal brought forward by administration actually advances and aligns the zoning bylaw with the official community plan, where does this amendment sit? Does this actually have us, through our land regulation, deviate from what was aspired to in the OCP that this council approved in, I think, 2013?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mayor Fougere, I think that within a zoning bylaw you can have many different zones, and I think with the motion, the way it's written, keeping the RN zone, it allows those uses to go forward in other areas. And then when we move into neighborhood plans, we'll have to see if there's opportunities for areas within neighborhoods where, if neighborhoods are apt and open to seeing different intensifications or densifications, we would work through that with those neighborhoods at this point in time.
Terrific, thank you. So I live in what was a single-family unit in 1913, and I can do all the things that Councillor Hawkins suggested that is only possible in these other areas. Why is downtown somehow kind of open up to a melee of different zoning types and housing types? From the planning perspective, what's sacred about the 1965 bungalow that we need to preserve with this split?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mayor Fougere, I'm sorry, I just want to be clear, from a planning perspective of the RN, is that what you're...
So the amendment before us, what does this preserve? What kind of communities are we talking about that don't want to be incorporated into the zoning changes that you're proposing here?
I would have to ask the councillors what in the areas that we heard last night with respect to some of the R1 neighborhoods that want to preserve those characters and not... my understanding is not seeing those other uses as permitted, is what my understanding was. Within the the downtown core and around the downtown core, it is typical, and we've had it currently in the transition area, to allow mixed developments, and that's what the zoning bylaw has currently. The new proposed allows for more mixed-use developments within those areas.
Great, thank you. So Councillor Flegel had mentioned parking. Somewhat related to that concern, where is the zoning bylaw in terms of parking minimums?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, the bylaw is the same. With respect to single families homes, it's 1 parking stall per unit, and that is the same for the new bylaw, or the proposed bylaw has that throughout. That's the biggest change, is that we've always only required 1 parking stall per unit, and so that's what's being proposed now throughout the whole bylaw, whether it be apartments or single-family dwellings or stacked housing or row housing.
Okay, thank you. So if we're tackling the parking question, does administration have data on how many vehicles there are per resident? What I'm hearing is that it's cars that are the problem, not the densification of people and housing types. How can we weigh the fact that there are too many vehicles versus this idea that we need to preserve the streetscape?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, we did do a parking analysis using the data from SGI when we did our evaluation. It varies from different area to area, but I believe I'd ask Mr. Swaby to go through what the average household in Regina is seeing in terms of cars.
Mr. Swaby?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. what we found is that the majority of the lower density residential areas had two cars per household. The higher density areas like the R6 would have 1 car per household on average.
Okay, thank you. Plus these areas have driveways and garages, et cetera. So, okay, I'll mull that one over. Is there a way of addressing that particular concern as it links to densification by adjusting relevant parking and traffic bylaws, for instance, allowing more parking on both sides of the streets?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship. So currently the bylaw does now allow tandem parking on the site. So if a unit is coming in, it is the requirement. So whether it be a secondary suite or a different form of housing, the proponents must show and have on-site parking for each of the units. So as I said, if you have the one dwelling, it's one, and if you have a secondary suite, they have to show 2 parking spots on the site and show how they're going to accommodate that. Definitely as we look at streetscapes and street designs, there's opportunities to allow for those types of considerations to be taken into account when we're designing streets. I think as we move forward with that, the one thing that's always been a challenge is there isn't a city that dedicates how much on-street parking. Everybody regulates on your property how much on-site parking you need. So that's always been some of the challenges that we've had.
Great, thank you. If we're waiting for neighborhood plans through the chair to come to fruition before we open this debate up again, how long would those neighborhood plans take from start to finish before we come back to this discussion around infill in those areas? Through the chair.
Charlotte?
Through the chair, based on the plan that was approved by council and the methodology upon which we would take those, it would be approximately 8 years. The majority of areas that don't currently have plans are the ones that we would be doing first.
Thank you. My last question, in terms of land use, so the zoning bylaw, as I understand it, is about how we regulate the use of land in our city. What do we know about the efficiency of land use in older established neighborhoods, downtown, Heritage, Cathedral, even parts of Lakeview, versus the suburban sprawl in terms of tax revenue per hectare, cost of servicing? Where I'm getting at is if we keep allowing low density to be low density, does that not pose some financial challenges in the short and long term about how we service roads with actually a more dispersed tax base?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship. There is evidence, obviously, that when we have existing infrastructure, you can maximize it by intensifying or densifying to allow that tax base to grow in that respect and to maximize our infrastructure. With our official community plan and our new neighborhoods, we have a threshold of 50 persons per hectare to ensure that we are meeting those targets to lower the amount of costs that we have with expanding infrastructure, because the more infrastructure that we build, the more we have to take care of and maintain. So that's why near cores you see higher densities and things like that for commute, for transportation, for transit, all of those sorts of things.
Terrific, thank you. I would just say as a final comment that rationale, I assume, is actually bolted in and infused in the recommendations you've brought forward with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I have heard from residents loud and clear in my area, and one of the things with this zoning bylaw was the concern going from the R1 to RN. And we heard it last night through our delegations as well. And I think the one big thing is we know that each neighborhood has a different characteristic. And when these homeowners bought into that neighborhood, they knew what they were getting into. And the developer designed that neighborhood in that certain way. And I think tonight in this bylaw, we need to strike a balance between the traditional, the single-family home, into the intensification, but also into the infill development that we need, obviously, in our city. But I think we also need to remember that we have to listen to the residents of Regina that have said to us that I spent my dollar in this community, and this is where I want to remain. These changes actually, I think, scare a few people because of the fact that they don't know what could come, but also how would it change the neighborhood? They want more of a discussion. So I would appreciate the fact that in this motion that the R1 would be removed, then the discussions happen with the community and the neighborhood, and then we move forward. To me, I think we're meeting the balance between opening it up with discussions with the neighborhoods to have that the discussion to what they want to see in their neighborhood, but also what does it mean? And I think that is another big piece of it. So I would support the motion as it's written, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brashani. Councilor Bryce?
The amendment. The amendment, yeah.
Thank you. The biggest purchase that we make is our home. We choose our home for the neighborhood, for the house, what's allowed to be built around us, and people depend on us as a city to know what's actually planned for a neighborhood and for the next door neighbor and for that vacant piece of property down the road. The problem that we've had in the past, I think, sometimes it's subjective what fits into a neighborhood and what doesn't fit into a neighborhood. I think people are depending on us to say, I chose this neighborhood because it was single-family dwellings. I chose this neighborhood because it was densely populated and I wanted to live in a condo that has 6 other people in a row house or whatever. So they choose it based on a number of different things, including affordability, security, space for their family. So I think that we need to be mindful of that, and I think having the R1 back is a way to have that. I just think that sometimes a lot of times, decisions that we make are life-changing for some people. So I think we need to be mindful of that and make sure that we're thoughtful. And I think we've all read through, we've listened to the delegations last night, we've listened to the people who have emailed us, phoned us. I think that it's important that we are listening, and I think that this is a good compromise to have the R1 back, but it also allows for us to plan for the future as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other speakers to the motion? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I am glad we're having this debate. I think this is one of those things that's been festering for a while as we hear any new development come forward. I just want to note that the first speaker happened to be Councilor Flegel, and he brought up the key word, parking. So we start with really what we're talking about is how to handle parking in large part. And Jerry, no offense, but I'm going to correct, there's been intensification in Ward 8. I'll speak about that a little bit. And it's been successful. So within the motion, there are a number of topics. One of them is parking. I may mention that word again. Intensification, infill. And what's not mentioned is affordability, and what's not mentioned is a future city. So from an infill point of view, at least from where I am, we've had a very small number of developers mess it up by building some houses that are awful, don't fit, and are now the ones that everybody points to and have become the norm. So I want to at least acknowledge first and foremost that there's many, many, many infill houses that are actually really nice and really fit really well and serve a real purpose. That's the first thing. I also note that there was a gentleman last night that spoke, and I absolutely happen to know people who have done the same thing. He built a duplex so that he could look after his parents. There's nothing wrong with a duplex. If you come to my neighborhood, I'll take you for a walk, and when in the 1970s the Italians were moving in, they built absolutely beautiful houses with an upstairs and a downstairs so that they could look after their parents or be together as a family. So I'm not against intensification. In fact, in the area that I represent, and I'll specifically mention when Old St. Patrick's School was redeveloped, the 78 units were put in there, the people from the neighborhood could move into those, including the parish priest, and they lived very happily ever after. My concern is about affordability. If we don't let neighborhoods evolve a little bit and bring in some, whether it is a stacked or a suite or whatever, that we are not being honest with people by saying, you can live in your single-family home, 50-foot frontages or more, but then you should also be paying more in your taxes because it takes much more to look after that. That's my concern with affordability. Ultimately, my concern is that what is before us and what we're deciding isn't about what is and what was, it's what's our city to be. I hope that what we're looking for is, so are we always going to have 6 vehicles? Are we always going to have all of these things parked? Or do we in fact look at what could be in the future? I think that Councillor Young has put forward something that in the end I'm going to support. But my caution is, let's not be too narrow, that this is a living document, and I hope that in the near future, we can look after making some revisions.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Murray.
Through your worship. So I'm going to address each of these separately. My understanding is we would be voting on each of these items separately.
We don't have to unless someone wants to, but that's...
Okay. I would request that from the mover, or I can make that. Okay?
Yeah.
Great. So for number one, I'm looking for some clarity on a timeline for how long it would take to clarify those recommendations from administration. I understand there'd be a conversation back and forth with council, but is there any idea on how long that would take?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, with respect to number one, my recommendation is we did provide you wording about how to reestablish the R1 zone. Currently, the R1 zone, it's the RN zone. You would need to reestablish the R1 zone and the regulations that are currently in 9250 to be able to be put into this bylaw. So the motion that's actually on Council's table would be how to reestablish the R1 zone as it is today in 9250. So that's the motion on page 2 of the document on your desks.
Okay.
So I would recommend, because that's the intent of one, and that's the wording that the solicitor has provided in order for us to do that.
So that would be able to be established before the neighborhood plans, without the neighborhood plans?
That's through you, Your Worship.
Yes.
That's correct. Tonight, if council was to give us that direction, we would prepare a new section of the bylaw called R1, residential, and what it would do is we would just replicate in the same format as the new bylaw those provisions that we currently see in 9250, so that your intent is that those would be in place. The RN would remain, because that's a different zone for different land uses and properties. And then what would happen is that would be advertised and then brought back to council for the public hearing. But what that would do is all properties that are currently zoned R1 would remain R1. That's how it would work.
Okay. Now, my next question is specific to laneway suites, which are mentioned. That pilot project was implemented, is it 3 years ago, 4 years ago now?
Yeah.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So there was 2 different projects, and so the bylaw currently already has those provisions. We have all of that in there. So again, we wouldn't need that in the motion. It would be there. And then all of the regulations that are currently 9250 for the R1 zone would just transfer over, and we would just put it as a new chapter in this document.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
If that makes sense?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So for number 2, I absolutely understand that there are significant issues that we've seen all over the city with specific developments where it's causing issues. Number 3 is where I'm currently struggling. When I grew up in North Central, I saw every block had 3 to 4 vacant lots on it. And I contribute, the only reason that it had ever been filled, when you take a walk through North Central now, very, very few vacant lots. Eastview 2. That was only achieved through incentives for infill. That's my belief. And from the data that we've seen, that's the only way. So by only exempting downtown from that, that's where I struggle to support that. So I need a clarification on what downtown means in your motion. Are you speaking to the downtown bid, for instance, or is it, okay.
Councillor Young, do you want to?
I would like the administration to talk about the incentives for downtown, which we've had in place for quite some time, what those boundaries are.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, so we have 3 zones for our housing incentive programs, and then we have heritage incentives that are outlined in our housing incentive program with respect to how we would give incentives. Currently, we don't have the incentives like we used to have with respect to infill in like the majority of the city. They are localized to just certain areas of the city right now.
Which the OCP refers to. What's the boundaries for that?
I'm going to ask Mr. Searle because he might have the housing incentive maps available.
Mr. Searle?
No, you don't.
Sorry. Recognize Mr. Searle is ready. Mr. Searle?
Yeah. Oh, do you not have? Okay, through you, Your Worship, I don't have the exact boundary. With respect to our incentives, it is for affordable housing units that we're asking, those are what our incentives are for, is for affordable housing. And
Well, let's keep the debate to one person.
Sorry.
To Councillor Murray. He is the person speaking. He has the floor.
So it's only specific to affordable housing?
Well, we have, yes, for the affordable housing and all of those grant programs that are currently in place. And then we have, I apologize, I just don't have the brochure with me with the exact boundaries, but it's, I can get that for council, but that's what it is.
Just that's the clarity I was looking for, is it what it's referring to outside of downtown. Obviously, there's areas outside of downtown where affordable housing will be, and there will be incentives for it currently.
Ms. Harlock?
Yeah, through your worship, I guess that's where we'd have to get more clarity on the third motion. I guess administration just needs additional clarification because there is no intensification boundary. It's the overlay, infill development overlay map that's in the bylaw right now. So I'm not sure.
Is that the overlay that's being referenced in 2?
Through your worship, to 2, I would have to ask them, like Councillor Young, for clarification. I think there is overlay, we do have overlay recommendations within the bylaw that I think that's what number 2 is. I'm not clear on what number 3 is.
Councillor Young? Want to clarify that?
Pardon?
Do you want to clarify that?
So clarify.
The second...
Second one is about this overlay that's part of the zoning bylaw that lays out front yard setback, side yard, maximum building height, maximum first floor height, and this is suggesting we add a few other things.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. So right now, we're just going to discuss the two motions. So I look at it as this, we've listened to a lot of debate last night with the delegations and businesses and all that. I mean, all of this stuff is fine and good. I do agree with the R1. I mean, that's a good thing to start with. But what my feeling is about this whole thing is that we need to do a little bit more consultation. Because I think what I heard last night is that individuals didn't get all the gist of what's in this document. And so, my worry about this is that we're going to go ahead with all this, and then we're going to change things somewhere down the line. And there was a couple of the delegates that said that we are putting the cart in front of the horse. So my next question would be, in this one is, with all the what we're doing, what's the hurry? That's one question is, what is the hurry to get this thing going? You look at the explanation from the home builders saying that that the industry and the building it's in recession, it's slowed down. That was, I think, was stated about a couple of weeks ago. You look at the rental vacancy is really high. So I think, my point is, we need to consult, and we need to figure out what we really wanted to do, because when the business starts to go and Regina starts to grow again, we as a council need to say to the residents also that we got this right. Because I don't want to get this thing wrong. And I mean, I see there's way too many things in here, reading to the 2,700 and some pages, and so many things in here, it worries me that I'm not going to make this right. So I would like to see, I know this is going to go for another 30 days after the reading. But for me, this is not, we didn't take, well, I know we've been going in from 2016. But when you talk to residents, one delegation said that they went to about 30, 40 houses. And maybe one of them or two knew what this is all about. All this R1, RN, and infill, all this stuff here. How do you want to see the city grow? I want to see a city grow, but what kind of city do I want to see? So that's what I'm going to say about for now. I know they're going to do more debates later on. So this is what I'm going to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. So I want to speak before, I'm sure Councillor Young wants to close debate. But I understand, no, just one moment. I believe the administration, our solicitor, is looking for some clarification on the second recommendation, second amendment. So I'm going to give the floor to the solicitor to speak to what it is she's asking for clarification on.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Specifically with respect to the second proposed alteration, it's a bit ambiguous for the purposes of drafting an actual amendment to the current bylaw, and specifically with respect to what actual guidelines where it says such as proportion, orientation. Like, are you looking for specific changes to what's there now? I think we need a bit more clarity in order to draft and advertise a specific alteration based on the proposed motion.
Councillor Young, go ahead.
So what we could use for clarity would be the consultant report of 2017 and 1.3 rationale and implementation, and there's quite a few bullets that actually spell out what kind of things you could use to well, what it spells out are common concerns, and then it talks about suggestions for infill dwellings, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll give you an example. Have a height and massing that does not overwhelm the character of neighboring homes or the street, and I don't know if that is the kind of language you want in a zoning bylaw.
Just a moment.
So I would just refer you to this as the type of things that could be in there. I haven't done a comprehensive list.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Young. Councillor Donald, a point of order.
I realize I'm getting old. I can't hear. And I found that around here, a couple other people said the same thing. So could we all raise our voices a little bit or speak to the microphone or something, please? Just I'd like to hear.
Okay.
Not you, not just
Okay. So, yeah. Councillor Murray, if you could take the chair, please.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise in support of the amendments, and I just want to have some general comments to speak about what we're doing here. This is probably the most important document for planning we're going to have in our time on council. It is significant, and its impact will be felt for a number of years. I think the last one we actually did was in 1992, I believe, early 1990s. So this is important. I don't think anybody is against intensification, against infill, and that I think is something is almost beside the point here. I think it's how we stage that so that the residents who are casual observers of both what we're doing tonight and of the development in their community begin to understand what's happening around them. So I support going back using R1 because people are familiar with that. Members will remember that a letter went out to the public to talk about you're going to be rezoned from R1 to RN, and that got their anxiety up right away. This will clarify and also alleviate, but also will provide clear guidelines on infill and intensification based on the City of Regina infill guidelines of September 2017. So we're saying yes to changes, yes to alterations, but keep the character of the neighborhood. Councillor Dowell mentioned a couple of significant developments or buildings built that were really out of character, and that really does a lot of damage to when you want to talk about intensifying a neighborhood. There's some very good ones that have happened around the city, and I think every area of the city has seen that. Most of all, Harbor Landing has seen intensification from its original plan to what it is today. It's the most highly densified part of the city right now. So I think we need to walk this slowly. I think we need to bring the public with us. We need to consult with the MORT and understand exactly what it is we're doing here tonight. Yes, 15 years from now, we hope to have a different makeup of a neighborhood. Yes, perhaps less vehicles, maybe electric vehicles, maybe more public transit. We'll move in that direction. I have no doubt about that at all. So I think this is a thoughtful series of recommendations, reasonable, proportional, and provides greater sense of understanding to the public about what we're doing and why we're doing it. I would say one thing about it. Someone mentioned the word sprawl in outskirts of our city. Sprawl, by definition, is an uncontrolled growth. All the growth that we have in our city is part of our master plan for growth, and both for servicing and where we can actually grow in northwest, southeast, and southwest Regina. So the pejorative term doesn't apply in our city. We have controlled growth. It's part of our master plan to meet our population growth over time. So these changes, I think, don't go as far, obviously, as original recommendation, but they are a step in the same direction. They provide development that happens that really reflects the character of the neighborhood. And that's what I heard last night by residents who were here. Keep the character of the neighborhood. And that's absolutely really, really critical for it. And it's not always what council sees that makes the decision. It's what residents feel. And I'm not sure what members of council have heard over the last 4 weeks, but I've heard an awful lot about R1, what that means for the possibility of changes in their community. So it's lack of knowledge of a complex issue, but by framing it in the way we have, I think we are being reasonable and understand the position of our residents, our taxpayers, our voters, who are telling us very clearly to move in a certain direction. So I support this. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So before I have Councillor Young close debate, we have amended the wording of recommendation number 1 on the recommendation of the administration. So to the mover and to the seconder, do you agree with those changes? I think it's a cleaner way to you could read up here. It's
the paper you have in front of you.
It's on the second page. It's a clear way to remove R1 from RN. Good. Councillor, you agree with that? Would you like to close debate? You have 3 minutes to close debate.
Okay. First of all, none of these are against intensification. In fact, it supports intensification. And the R1 already has second suite and the garden suite and the laneway suites, that the regulations around those are beautiful, and they are going to create beautiful pieces of intensification in R1 neighborhoods. So it really just slows down duplexes and things of that nature, but it doesn't eliminate them in the long run. And I'd like to say that this has nothing to do with affordable housing. That affordable housing does not have to be ugly or out of sync with a neighborhood, and so this has nothing to do with that. The other thing I would say is that the pictures in the consultant reports, and I have the City of Saskatoon report as well as the one that was done for us, the pictures of duplexes in residential neighborhoods are beautiful. So I would say going forward to the public, we need to be using pictures of what we're talking about and not just words. And then last of all, number 2, which is causing some concern for what is it saying and what does it want. I gave my overlay paper to Councillor Murray and Councillor Andrew to look at, and you have 4 things listed, and I would suggest that 2 other things might be added, and that those 2 things might be mass, and it might be sunlight and privacy. Here it is. Yeah, so you can have that. They would just be adding. I don't know if the rest of you have that.
You have that in there, Councillor Young. The sunlight and massing is already in the motion.
Well, that's there, but some of the other stuff might come out so that we're a little clearer about what we could put in there. That's the problem. Is that the problem?
So the solicitor?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. This may well help with number 2. I still have a bit of a concern with number 3 in terms of what you're specifically we're talking about amendments to the proposed bylaw, and as far as I understand, there is actually no intensification boundary in the bylaw or incentives in the zoning bylaw. So in fact, is that a direction to amend a different bylaw, or? Because right now, the zoning amendment would not require a bylaw amendment to accomplish number 3.
So where did that come from? Where did the intensification area?
Through Your Worship, it came through the intensification servicing agreement fees, the levies that we have. So that's an approved bylaw for the boundaries, so we know where we charge the intensification rate. And just to be clear, the boundaries are the same, because intensification was in the older areas of the city, so we needed to have, or it's a similar map, let me put it that way, it's a similar map. And so that might have been the confusion with the 2.
All right, okay. So then, given that, this isn't going to be part of the zoning bylaws, so we could take 3 out. And I would be fine with that. Are you?
Councillor Hawkins, you're second. So we'll remove.
Remove 3.
We'll just stay with the 2 then. Okay. You've closed debate. We've been asked to vote on these separately. So I'm going to call the question on recommendation number 1. Motion number 1. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Second motion. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Young, you introduced your motion with about a minute left in your time on the original 5 minutes. Do you want to use that or move on?
Well, I think I would just like to add that removing R1 doesn't keep infill from happening with what's already in R1. It just slows it down for the time being, and I think once the neighborhood plans are done, I would hope that some of them would want duplexes and other kinds of infill in their neighborhoods, and that's why I suggested that we use pictures of what that might look like when we do the neighborhood plans. So I would look forward to densification, but done in a way that respects the character of the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Speakers Next speaker on the main motion. Any speakers on the main motion? Councillor Murray. You're on the bylaw on the whole, you're 5 minutes for this.
You have before you in regards to the recreation and industrial zones. I believe the clerk has a copy of it.
Okay, just give us a second to read this then.
So I can speak to it?
I'll second it.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead.
Sure. So this motion comes out of the number of delegations we had last night, overwhelmingly looking to keep having recreational facilities within our industrial zones, light industrial and there's another term I'm looking for, light industrial. Heavy industrial is being recommended to still stay as discretionary use for pretty obvious reasons around safety of occupants. So do you want me to read the motion, or do we all have it before ourselves?
We have it before us. Okay. You can continue to speak.
Yeah, so that's all I have to say for now.
Okay.
Thanks.
So let's have a conversation on the amendment. Those who want to speak to the amendment. Councillor Fundura.
Your Worship, so to the mover, Councillor Murray, are you moving this as a discretionary use? Your Worship?
It's permitted use, except for heavy industrial zones would be discretionary.
Yeah, I didn't.
Sorry, I can speak directly into the mic.
Okay, speak directly to the mic. Permitted.
Yes, permitted in all light and prestige. Heavy would be discretionary under this motion.
So to Your Worship, then I'm reading to the administrator. That means includes the tuxedo, includes the warehouse district, includes the industrial. That's all, and your motion is that's a permitted.
It does, yeah.
Okay, so to Your Worship, I am in support of this. We heard loud and clear. Why are we changing it? It works, so I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks for the motion to come forward. One, we certainly had lots of delegations last night. What impressed me was that they had a passionate view, but they also had a different view and brought forward to us some real notions as to why it should and why it's successful. I sat briefly on the warehouse district board, and I thought with great pride there was 28 establishments in there that were bringing people to the area, bringing people to the core area, and benefiting all the businesses that are around there. I was really impressed with the folks last night because they were not all talking from the same agenda. They were all talking as to the benefit for our community and for the people that were involved. I really like this motion. Happy for it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Stevens.
Wonderful, thank you. Through the chair, questions for administration. Maybe you could walk us through the rationale for the change in the zoning bylaw that brought us to this point in this conversation with recreation amenities services in the city.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. When we were looking at the OCP, there is policies that talk about preserving our industrial lands from conversion to other land uses, because once it's gone, then there's a question of whether or not we can get it back and making sure that we have compatibility. In the previous 9250, it was a permitted use, and so I think we heard that it's a use that people want to see within these areas, and for all the reasons that were noted last night, the building sizes, all of those things. So I think the motion as it is allows for that opportunity to see the development take place, but protect the heavy industrial, as Councillor Murray has indicated, would be put in as discretionary based on this motion.
Terrific, thanks a lot. I'm always worried about making exceptions. I do support the motion. But further to the point, are there other kinds of services that we currently permit and will permit in the existing bylaw reforms in the industrial area. For instance, if I wanted to start up a truck stop, there's some actual amazing diners in the industrial zone, a daycare. That's okay? Am I reading that correctly?
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship, that's right. When we looked at the uses within the industrial zone, we wanted to put service opportunities in those for daycares for the businesses. We would anticipate that a daycare would open up within a business to allow their employees to have those opportunities, but to allow for those service opportunities for the workers within those areas.
Okay, terrific. So just to push this a bit further, allowing these type of recreational services in the industrial zone would complement the recreation master plan, and it would still complement and help us advance the OCP, is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
If we have these recreation services from, the dance halls to martial arts, this still aligns with the recreation master plan, and it still aligns with the OCP, correct?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, it does.
Wonderful, thank you.
Councillor Barshiani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in regards to the industrial, this motion here, it does not include the heavy industrial. Is that what the mover wanted?
That's correct. It would be discretionary use. It wouldn't be permitted in heavy industrial.
Okay. So if I can just ask administration, would we know how many of these right now are in the heavy industrial area? Through you, Your Worship.
Ms. Howard?
Through Your Worship, I don't have the exact number. We would have to do research on it. As it's noted now, anybody that would be existing if this bylaw were to, or this motion were to come into place in the bylaw and to enforce, those uses would be grandfathered in.
Okay.
And then if they did expansions, they would just have to go through the discretionary use process.
So we have, just again, we have not even a slim idea of how many would be in this, affected by this decision?
Through you, Your Worship, we don't have all of the recreational facilities listed because previously they were permitted, so they didn't get to, we'd have to do a lot of work to find out exactly where they all are with respect to that.
I've got some other questions around the industrial lands. Should we just deal with this first and then I could ask that after? Is
Is it related in generally for industrial lands? Yeah, I would maybe say you wait for that conversation. This is strictly about recreation.
Okay.
So I'd say you do that.
All right, good, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I think Councillor Flagel was next. No, sorry. It's actually Councillor Young. They weren't blinking here, sorry. Councillor Young.
So I'm blinking, okay.
You're blinking now.
Yeah. So, Your Worship, if I'm reading this correctly, Councillor Murray, it's the first part of the amendment is for light industrial, or is it for what zone is the first one, B1, the supplemental report? What type of zone?
Sure, I'll get some clarity for administration on what the first zone encompasses.
Yeah.
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, so it's the industrial, the light industrial zones, and then the industrial prestige. So industrial prestige, you're asking for kind of general locations.
Yeah.
So industrial prestige is out in Chica Creek Business Park. There's an area there. There's an area close in Westera would be one. There's some in Harbor Landing, and then the light zone is like in the warehouse district, closer to the Dewdney area. Those sorts of areas would be the general vicinity of those zones.
So there's two zones talked about here, and it's making it discretionary in the light industrial?
No, the motion as it is actually making it as keeping it as a permitted use in IP, industrial prestige, and industrial light, and the supplemental report had recommended it be discretionary, and so it would remain discretionary in if the supplemental report is approved in the heavy industrial zones.
In the heavy industrial.
In the heavy
Okay.
industrial zones.
That's what I thought. I agree with this. I thought that the people that came to speak to us and that the amount of work they do with young people in our city is phenomenal, and I would not want to see that interrupted. So I'm in agreement, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flagel.
I guess the question I have had asked of me, are we open for business? And by going with the former recommendations, I like the amendment, but the question is, are we open for business? And this amendment is going to make us say yes. Because the other way seems to be that it's going to be too restrictive. We have businesses that continue to want to build buildings. Do I want a rock climbing, as the delegate was here the other day, or do we want rock climbing right beside our next door neighbor's house? In Walsh Acres, in Lakeview, in Normanview, because it's allowable, or we can make it work, because then they go into Harbor Landing and it's $40 a square foot, or $11 or $12 a square foot in the industrial zones. The heavy industrial, and are we classifying that as Ross Industrial Park? Or where are we talking heavy industrial?
Ms. Howlock?
Through Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Swaby to give the exact locations. We do have the maps. It might just be easier if Mr. Swaby answers exactly where they're located.
So you would like all the locations for
Just a general idea. Is it northeast industrial zones?
for the
Mr. Swaby?
so the IDs are in there mostly this one.
Can't hear.
In the northeast, yeah. So there's a lot in the northeast, but they are in different locations over the city. But there is a lot in the northeast.
Ms. Howlock, actually, I can't hear you.
We couldn't hear.
I think you're covering up your microphone.
Yeah. So there is a lot in the northeast, but there are some in other areas of the city as well. So like more in the central areas, closer to the again, like Dudney, after you get past the ILs, you'll still find some more there as well.
But northeast is a big one with
Yes.
Ross Industrial, et cetera, so.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing that we talk about, and I think this is in this particular one, is the streets where we have businesses and residential across the street. If they're zoned in as commercial, there has to be a distance between them and the houses across the street. And has that changed? Are we making that a change? Because if we look at Sass Drive as an example, we have businesses along Sass Drive, and just to the north we have housing. And we're looking at making changes in that as well. But that's probably another, I think that's on the other zoning. But let's stick with the residential or recreational. And I can talk about that distance factor later on. But with the recreational, why would we want to shut them down or change the way we're doing business with them today, if I could?
Ms. Howlock?
Your Worship, the reason why we were looking at it is the OCP has policies about protecting our industrial lands. And so it wasn't about shutting the current businesses down. They would be grandfathered in. It would be about allowing new recreational facilities to locate within those zones because of the fact that we were trying to preserve our industrial lands. And the other reason is because we have mixed use neighborhoods to try and allow those uses closer to the residential areas for the complete communities. So that was the rationale behind it.
Thanks. So a lot of this is generated by the OCP and neighborhood community plans, et cetera. Have we ever adjusted the OCP since its inception to accommodate?
Through you, Your Worship, we have done amendments to the OCP. We're actually going through a 5-year review now with respect to the policies and to look at different things that council may want to adjust.
Okay. What I was thinking of when I said that is that if we've adjusted the OCP, I'm wondering why we didn't take a look at this adjustment before we spent 2.5 years coming up with this recreation change that is, as we saw last night, affected quite a number of businesses in the expansion mode, not being able to, get into a bigger space with the one gentleman from the soccer. He wants to build another facility, and it sounded like we were stalling him if it ever came to that. So maybe the quick solution would be to put our OCP back on the table, because if I look at how things went, as an example, in the Greens on Gardner, we put the community plan in place, we put the development plan in place, and yet he came back 8 times to change it because market conditions changed, housing changed, commercial changed, the whole environment changed in Regina in 10 years, like rolling the dice. Every time you roll it, it's something different. And maybe that's what we needed to do on that particular one here, is look at the OCP, look at the industrial lands, and look at everything else, as opposed to doing a complete wholesale change and disrupting the whole environment. But for now, I'm good with this because it puts it back to where it was. The one area that we talked about was discretionary use on heavy industrial. Mm-hmm. Why are we going that instead of permitted?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, again, it's about ensuring that the lands for heavy industrial are protected and that uses are compatible. Heavy industrial are some very intense industrial uses, and so for compatibility reasons we want to ensure, because once it's permitted, then it's an as-of-right use, and so a person just needs to come in, and as long as they meet the setbacks and all of those things, or those requirements, if it's already an existing building, the city has no ability to stop it. That use would go in, and so we want to ensure that our existing heavy industrial users that are out there are not impacted. So that's why it's would be discretionary.
Okay. So the question I bring up is, are we having issues today with the gymnasiums and the rock climbing and all them in the heavy industrial zones today? Because there's office buildings out there that are day-to-day traffic. Like, if I can think of a couple of construction companies that have brand new buildings out there, and they have more public traffic going in and out of that building than the rock climbing and the trampolines and whoever else is out there. And I wonder why we're basically going to stop a corporation from building an office building out there because we're talking about too much traffic and we're talking about all the different kinds of things. So I'm not quite sure I go with the discretionary on the light heavy, because it may be something that we want to do in terms of putting it as permitted use as well, because if we're open for business, we're open for business, and people will decide if they want to go and build a building where there's semi-trailers ripping up and down the streets or not, and they're not that fast. But that would be something I would almost want to leave to the individual that wants to build a building or lease some space out there. So I will go with that for now. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I was going to ask what the rationale from not having the heavy industrial in it. Was that a discussion that the mover had with administration prior to bringing this forward?
And it was around the same reason we don't do daycares in the same facilities. It's around safety, and it's also around protecting those heavy industrial areas. When you think heavy industrial, you're thinking the refinery, you're thinking pretty, as administration said, intense areas where you probably wouldn't want to have this type of facility anyway.
Okay, so does this stop, let's say a refinery, I won't name a refinery from putting up a gym that offers gym classes to their employees? Or do they have to go through the discretionary use process if we have this in place?
Through you, Your Worship, if it's within for their own use, no, they would not. If they were bringing in other people and it was a business, then that would be a different use that we'd have to look at.
Okay. I also have a little issue. I think that it should be allowed if there's a market for that type of land to be used as a type of recreation type area, I don't think we should be the ones to stop them. So, but I think we're going a happy medium, but by allowing it as a permitted use, I would like to see it, as, or not permitted use, but discretionary use. I would like to see it as permitted use.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment?
They just talked about it.
Okay. On a point of order, you can speak, yes.
Point of order, thank you. I was wondering if the mover would look at changing that and having the the heavy industrial as permitted use as well, because if we're open for business, we're open for business.
Let's just ask the question. Okay, no debating.
Other types of business, like, would you like any business to be able to operate in heavy industrial?
Let it, you know what? We're open for business.
Okay, that's far outside of the OCP, like, pretty significantly. That's my reason.
So you stay with your, you stay with
Yeah, I would like to stay with keeping them, not that they can't, it's discretionary. So it's not that we carte blanche allow any business to operate within a heavy industrial. It would be still with discretion. Permitted would allow, but, or permitted in only in industrial and prestige industrial zones. So keep it discretionary.
Okay. You're getting into a debate, Councillor Flegel. Well, it will depend on what you say, whether it's a point of order, whether you're debating it, so.
Sorry. Well, okay, my point of order then on this particular issue would then be maybe we table this and put it back to the OCP and make the slight adjustment as we've heard administration has made adjustments before, so.
Okay. You're the last speaker, so as you take a seat, I'd like to say a few quick words.
Yeah, so I mean, oh, you're one to say it. Sorry about that. Mayor Fougere? Oh, sorry. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm not going to repeat what has been said by members of council, except to say that, talk a moment about the delegations that came here last night. Were very respectful. Had some good points to be made. Were balanced and very, very persuasive in my perspective. So from my perspective, I think we're trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. I think we're undermining a very strong culture of what people want to see to make us an attractive community. So I very much support the recommendation. But I have one question of the administration, because I'm not clear. Prior to the amendment that was put into the current bylaw, or the proposed bylaw, did we allow recreational facilities in heavy industrial?
To you, Mr. Chairman, no, we did not.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Murray to close debate.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'll just keep it short. We heard from a lot of delegations. Kim Delosy is actually here tonight. Not once did we hear a request to have permitted in heavy industrial. So I understand the concern around keeping things competitive, but that wasn't a request from any delegation we had. It's never something that we have had before. In reality, when you look at the warehouse district, Tuxedo Park, I would argue they're not what they once were. There's a lot of residential going into these areas. They're almost becoming complete neighborhoods, but they still have a lot of opportunity in the market to have facilities that you couldn't have anywhere else in the city, just based on size and on square footage value. The proximity to North Central is inherently important, as Kim had indicated last night. Having child programs that close that you can walk there, very unique to anywhere else in the city. You wouldn't be able to have that. It's becoming a bit of a destination for fitness facilities. People come there, they try out different fitness facilities, they drop their kids off on their way home from work. So it's something that we want to foster growing forward. This never would have gotten rid of any gym. They would have been all grandfathered, but allowing this to continue and actually fostering the growth is important to us as a city, I think. So I would ask that council supports the recommendation or the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a question, before I pose a question to members of council, I want to ensure the solicitor has what she needs in terms of wording for making a clear draft. To the solicitor?
Yes, Your Worship. The amendment as proposed is fine.
Good. Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Moore, you had more time left on your main motion discussion. Do you want to use that? We'll be having 3 minutes for everyone to speak.
Okay. I'm okay.
Yeah. You okay then?
Thank you.
Okay. So other speakers to the main motion? Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. So I guess the right way to do this would be to move a motion. I'd like to move a motion removing discretionary use permits from the supplementary recommendations of administration. Is that the right way to do that?
Can you repeat that, sorry?
I'd like to move a motion that we remove discretionary use permits from the supplementary recommendations, and that we discuss it tonight at council as part of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, that's good. To the administration, now we don't have a motion written. That would be up to the solicitor to provide one, perhaps, to the solicitor?
Yes, Your Worship. Actually, the most recent motion that was just adopted or just approved all of the alterations as set out in Appendix B1, except for 40 and 42, which related to the recreational facilities.
Oh, I'm no longer talking about recreational facilities.
No, I realize that. So Appendix B1, if you read the motion that was just adopted.
I don't think that was what we were thinking of doing at the moment. I think we're thinking strictly of recreation, not with this one. So we'll need a motion for that, because I don't think that was in people's minds at all.
Okay.
So if we can have a motion to reach your intent.
Okay, and my intent is, originally there was going to be a discretionary use permit process, was going to be modified. Those changes were pulled back with the supplementary report from administration, and I'd like to debate that and possibly follow the original plan.
Okay.
But your motion is to remove it from the bylaw?
To remove it from the supplementary list of recommendations, so it would be part of the bylaw and passed with the zoning forward bylaw.
Oh, you want to put it in?
Yeah.
Or leave it in? Okay, to leave it in.
Yeah, to leave it in as originally intended. I think that's correct. I'm pretty confused now.
No, that's what you want.
You won't need to do that, because it's already in the bylaw.
Oh, I thought that, okay, I guess I'm approaching this. I thought there was a supplementary list of recommendations, and we were going to debate those, and as those as part of the recommendations, I wanted to move it back towards the zone bylaw. So I'm kind of confused on process here, so I'll sit down, and you guys tell me which way to go. I think you guys
I'm going to attempt to explain this if I'm wrong. I think the clerk will do this. The supplementary report says that within the bylaw, discretionary use is removed essentially for planning purposes, unless there's a controversy that the administration would bring it back to us. The report from the administration says, let's not talk about this tonight, let's have it for future debate. But it's in the bylaw. We simply would remove it from the bylaw and table it for 6 months and bring this debate for discussion of council.
Oh, okay, I guess I wanted to make it part of the zone bylaw once again. I wanted to debate this. I guess Mr. Holden wants to speak.
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, it's important to remember that the supplemental report is a receive and file. So if council wants to follow the administration's recommendations, then you need to make those motions. So right now, the current bylaw has discretionary use being delegated to the administration. The recommendation was to not include that as a discretionary use, which means remove from the bylaw, and within 6 months, administration will bring a further conversation in that regard. So right now, it is in the proposed bylaw. The supplementary report provides some language and options to remove it and refer that back to the administration.
So I guess regardless of which way we go, I kind of wanted to bring the point to debate, so I'll just sit down now. If it's part of the bylaw, I guess the debate will start.
No, you have to speak up louder.
Okay. I guess as part of the bylaw as it's written, nothing's been brought forward so far, so I'm going to sit back down and we'll proceed with the meeting because I have nothing further to say about that right now.
Okay. Now, you have more time.
Oh, I have more time to speak?
Within your 5 minutes to speak.
I'd like to ask administration a question. One of the delegations last night spoke about garden sheds under 100 square feet. In preparing the zoning bylaw, was any consideration given to the small outbuildings, and have there been problems with numerous outbuildings on properties? Is this something we should be addressing right now?
Ms. Harlock?
The bylaw does talk about accessory buildings, and there has been no issues, as I know of to date, that need to be addressed. I'm not sure if Mr. Searle has anything else to add with the existing bylaw.
Your Worship, nothing further to add with respect to the garden sheds. The building is less than 10 square meters. It's not subject to a setback requirement, so be viewed as a smaller accessory building.
Okay. I'd like to propose a motion that we limit the amount of buildings under 100 square feet to 2 per property.
Could you repeat that, please?
I'd like to propose a motion that we limit the amount of small outbuildings under 100 square feet to 2 per property.
To the administration, you want to, can you speak to that, just explain what that means and you have any comment on that? Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe what Councillor Mancinelli is asking is that we would only be a property would only be allowed to have a maximum of 2 10 by 10 outbuildings. So that wouldn't include the garage or the house, it would be the accessory smaller buildings. Is that correct?
Buildings small enough that they don't require a permit, so we limit 2 per property. I guess I should speak to it for a second. The concern was brought up last night. I've noted a couple times that there seems to be a few people in the area who might be excessive with the amount of outbuildings they have. Doesn't seem to be a huge problem, but we are updating the bylaws, so I thought it was not a bad time to update that portion as well.
So, anybody want to speak to the bylaw? Or the amendment, I should say? Councillor Bryce?
This is a pretty major change to some of the stuff that we have in here already to people currently. Because if I had a doghouse, which is an outer building, and a shed, and a greenhouse, I'm over. So I think this doesn't give the community an opportunity to make this amendment on the floor right now to speak about it, because it can be a big change, because as I said, even a small greenhouse and a doghouse, there's 2. So I have concerns with this. I understand that what we're saying, we don't want buildings overloaded on one lot. Totally understand that. But as I said, it's a pretty major change, so I'd rather us have a community input about it, and because it is a big change. So I can't agree with it at the current time.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Others to the amendment? Councillor Murray?
Just have a question in regards to our Clean Property Act and nuisance properties. Do they address numerous outbuildings at all? Or
Ms. Harlock? I can't, whoa. Sorry, can you repeat that? I can't hear you.
Oh, I was saying I would defer to the city solicitor regarding the clean property bylaw.
Okay. To the solicitor?
Yes, Your Worship, can you just repeat the question for me, please?
Does the Clean Property Bylaw or nuisance property bylaw at all address numerous outbuildings?
I don't believe so. I'll ask Ms. Atchison if she might answer more fully.
Through you, Your Worship, without looking at it, I don't recall that it addresses buildings in particular. There's general provisions about nuisance and unsightly and untidy property, but it doesn't get into certain structures like that.
Okay, thank you. Just looking for clarity on it. Thank you very much.
That's all.
I forgot to ask for a seconder for your motion. Councillor Stevens, okay.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, they did it all. They did it as two.
Councillor Bershani?
Thank you, Your Worship. So, the delegation that spoke last night in regards to the accessory structures regarding the garden sheds was also concerned about the distance that's close to the fence, because what's happening is when you've got these sheds next to the fence, the runoff goes right in to their yard, drainage, and if there's a lot of snow, then floods their yard. So indication, do we know what Saskatoon does? I think she spoke about what they, I didn't write it down, but again, I think there may be something where Saskatoon only allows one of these sheds, as Councillor Mancinelli has recommended, or two. But, and maybe this is something that we don't debate, you know, on the floor, because maybe there's more to it, but if you have, sure. Through your worship.
Sarlach?
Setback requirements for accessory structures were carried over from the existing bylaw, and so they haven't been changed. The drainage requirements that was spoken about by the delegation was also removed because it's not regulated by the zoning bylaw. It's actually regulated by the building bylaw. So that's how we answered that. And then, of course, if we have other motions come forward with respect to drainage, that would not fall under the zoning bylaw.
Just to clarify, so then that wouldn't fit here. We could do it through other methods of drainage bylaw and for a motion for that way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bershani. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. Just a couple of things on this motion is the, I think I agree with Councillor Bryson that it should be something that we bring up because there's lots of things, and as a realtor, I go in people's backyard and you see lean-tos against the house that are attached to the house, but yet it's still a shed. You see the dog houses that they talked about in their little Taj Mahals. Talk about jungle gym play structures, and there's an enclosed little house in there that's 50 square feet. We talk about greenhouses, and there's certain areas that have a 50-foot lot, so they have room for a 10 by 20 or smaller, or 3 little ones, however they want to do them. So I mean, I know we got to look at this, and I heard what the lady said last night about the snow falling and everything like that. Maybe there's some preventative stuff that can be done for distances at this particular short juncture, but I'd love to have this come back because, you know, a lot of times you walk by some of these areas in the back where they maybe back a green space, and if you're out walking, you see all these different things, and it's something that maybe needs to be addressed. Yet I think if the distance away from the fence was 3 feet, then we probably wouldn't have the issue of what Councillor Mancinelli's talking about, so that may just be an adjustment at our level to say, well, have 14 of them if you want, but have them 3 feet away from the fence so the snow's not falling and that lady doesn't slip and fall in the ice and whatever else I can't remember what else she was talking about. So for now, I wouldn't support this only in the way it's set up and in terms of just coming back and maybe having another discussion about it in the future. But when you think of all the different things that a house could entail as under 100 square feet, there's probably half a dozen things without even thinking that hard on it. So for now, I'll have to leave it, and we'll have another discussion about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to support this because I think we are going into little nitty-gritties, little things like who's what in whose backyard and all. I mean, we've got a lot more issues to deal with than just worrying about some of the smoke shed. And again, the conversation is who's going to be the policeman going to the yard saying, okay, well, hey, listen, buddy, you got this going. And then the neighbor's going to go at the neighbor, and it's just going to be a fight. What I'm hearing from bylaw, what I'm hearing from inspections, and what I'm hearing what's going out there, there's no issues. We have big issues to deal with than this. I don't see this. It's a big deal to deal with. I mean, like I said, it's on the building permit. What's on the size of the yard. Individuals come to city for permits all the time to add to their garage, add to their put a shed on or something, whatever. So I don't see an issue with this. I understand what you're saying. I feel it's an isolated incident where I'm not hearing major complaints from or seeing stuff coming through our inbox for email saying there's a problem with this. So I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andera. Councillor Stevens.
Seems like a marginal issue that could be a serious issue for residents. For administration, through the chair, what is considered a small, or what is considered an outbuilding? Is it something that requires a permit? Maybe give me some examples as well as how it's actually framed in the bylaw, please.
Ms. Harlech?
So it's a 10 by 10 building. I'll ask Mr. Searle to go through the permitting process with respect to those uses and accessory buildings.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, the zoning bylaw requires that where an outbuilding or an accessory building is more than 10 square meters, that it is subject to setback requirements to property line. And that an accessory building could take many forms. It could be a larger shed that's above 10 square meters, or it could be a detached garage, or it could be a sunroom or something like that. So we would look at the area to make that determination. So the accessory buildings could take many, many different forms, and we would evaluate them on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
Any other speakers to the... Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Just because I'm one of the last ones to speak, just based on the conversation, I just spoke with the mover. He would be open if we did a referral, heard back in 3 months on issues around outbuildings under 100 square feet. I know myself, I've received a couple of calls before. It's been very isolated, but if we were just to hear back on current practices from other cities, issues we maybe have run into. I don't know if I can if you can capture that in a referral.
Are you moving a referral motion?
I am moving a referral motion, yeah.
On a point of order.
On a point of order, the mover was talking 100 square feet. The administration was talking square meters. Now, if my calculations are right, that makes a difference.
10 by 10 is 104 square feet.
I know, but the administration was talking square meters, which is totally different. So,
Sir, the administration, are we dealing with feet or meters here? Metric or imperial? Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, the bylaw identifies 10 square meters, so that's the regulation that we would use in applying the bylaw.
Thanks for the clarity on that. So yeah, it's just to hear back in where are we in Q3?
Okay. Great. So you're moving a referral motion. There's no debating the referral motion. Do you all understand what's being debated here, or put forward? All those in favor of the referral?
So I'm just reading it, sorry. It's not to limit the amount, but just to have a study done on, I don't want to hear just about limiting the amount. I'd like to know more than that. Issues related to multiple buildings. It's the amount of small buildings. Yeah, perfect.
To the amount, though. To the amount?
To the amount, yeah. You're open to that?
Okay. We have the referral motion. All those in favor of the referral motion? As opposed, it's carried. Councillor Massinelli, you still have some time. Time up, Don, you're up.
I guess I have nothing else to bring forth that I wanted to move motion or anything. I appreciate all the work that went into the zone forward, and I know the administration's done a fine job.
Councillor Stevens.
Terrific, thank you. Some additional questions for administration. You know, with the Transportation Master Plan, we talked a lot about multimodal forms of transportation in the city. Generally, I'm interested in how the zoning bylaw changes before us align with the TMP. For instance, what are we doing for cycling and bike infrastructure? How are we dealing with maybe reorienting a city so it maximizes the potential for public transit, et cetera?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship. So with the zoning bylaw as proposed, we do have regulations within it that talk about bike parking, all of those things, and then looking at mixed-use developments and those sorts of things to look at how we allow different forms of development to take place on our streets or in our neighborhoods to allow active transportation. I might ask Mr. Swaby to go through more of the details about specifically some of the other policies that address the TMP.
Terrific.
Mr. Swaby, you have to speak up, please.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the proposed bylaw now requires bicycle parking for all uses in all zones. For dwelling uses, once there's more than 20 dwelling units in a building, it requires long-term bicycle parking. For other uses, it's short-term bicycle parking.
Terrific. Could you elaborate a bit, please, through the chair, on what is bicycle parking? Does it ensure safety of the bikes as well, or just a bike rack? Through the chair.
Mr. Swaby?
So, true, Mr. Chair. So, with the short-term bicycle parking, it's a regular bike rack that you might see where the rider could secure it. With the long-term bicycle parking, it might be more of a covered structure where it might have some sort of security feature, either a lock, enclosed building, or a gate or something like that.
Wonderful, thank you. And just so I'm fully understanding this, if I were to build a new apartment complex anywhere, this would click in and we would then have to have a cage. If I were to build a new business somewhere in the city, I would then have to have racks of some sort facilitating short-term parking. Is that correct?
True, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Wonderful, thank you very much. One of the very interesting and I think important pieces of the changes I've seen is the performance security. I think it was section 1.3. Could administration elaborate on that purpose? And to the point, would this help prevent another Capital Point disaster? Through the chair.
Charlotte.
Through you, Your Worship. The performance security that was put in was to look at an opportunity to look at placing conditions, if warranted, on development permit applications to secure monies should the development fail to bring the property back to a safe state. Obviously, with everything around this, there's a lot of details that need to be worked out with regards to how and when that application of that condition may apply. And so as the supplemental report indicates, we did hear feedback from the development industry specifically that they'd like to work out those details in advance of this coming forward so that there's more surety around how that application would apply.
Okay, thank you. If I can get a sense of the mechanics as intended. So for instance, when we found out that Westgate's offices were being raided by the RCMP, there were allegations of fraud, and they came forward with another building permit, we could say, it's going to cost $3 million to remediate this site. This is when this protocol would kick in.
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, it wouldn't be the building permit, it would be the development permit.
Thank
the
you very
development
much.
permit process, and that may have been something that we may have considered at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. I'm still very murky, and I do apologize to my colleagues in administration about how the supplementary report and this is working together. I'm really not clear. We had a first reading. This should still be in there. The developers complained. We pull it out. Should it not still be in there? I don't recall an amendment that suggested we take it out and push it somewhere else.
That's what the supplementary report is recommending we take it out. Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Madam Solicitor to just go through the mechanics of how the supplementary report and the motions that would need to come forward.
Wonderful.
Yes, through you,
Solicitor?
Worship. So to this point, you have given the bylaw first reading. You have now moved second reading and are in the process of considering amendments to what was approved at first reading. The supplemental report proposed a number of alterations that the administration has recommended you move to accomplish certain things. You have not actually considered the proposed alterations as they're set out in full in Appendix B1 at this point. If and when you decide to move what's in Appendix B1, you would present a motion to adopt those things, subject to some of the changes to that you've already voted on. The ones that are approved as amendments will go forward for advertising and be heard again at public hearing. Based on the public hearing, if they remain as is with no further alterations, you would then vote on second reading of the bylaw, and they would be deemed to be included in the bylaw as was given at first reading.
Okay. Could you give me a simple roadmap here? I want that performance security to be in the zoning bylaw. How do I make that happen, and what should I keep my eye out for when we go to vote?
To the solicitor?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So right now, in Appendix B1, there is a proposal to amend sorry, let me go back. The bylaw that was adopted at first reading did include the potential for the development officer to require performance security on an application. Should you wish it to remain in that way, as it is right now, I don't know offhand what amendment it is in the appendix, we can find that, but when you get to approving the remainder of the things on that list in Appendix B1, it should be removed from Appendix B1 before everything else is considered. So if you want to deal with it separately from Appendix B1, it should simply be removed from B1 and left as is, which means you do nothing but remove it from the appendix before you consider it or propose some other alteration.
And now's not the time for me to propose that amendment when we come to that report, correct?
At some point during this debate for the alterations, I would anticipate you'll get to a motion, and it was actually put on the screen as part of the first motion, which was, I understand, not understood to be what was being voted on. Those are actually two separate motions that got combined into one. But that first part, at some point, you will hopefully get to moving everything that is in B1 minus anything you don't want to be in B1.
Can I make this clear? Let me make this clear.
Please.
No, let me make this clear. In the draft bylaw right now, there's a provision for bonds to be in there, up to 100%.
Yeah.
The supplemental report recommends we take that out and have guidelines drafted, consult with the industry, see what it looks like, and then bring it back within 60 days, I believe it is. The same with the information that Councilor Mastinelli wants. This is in the bylaw right now. The report suggests we take it out, have more fulsome public debate, then bring it back within 6 months. So if you leave this, if no one makes a mention of the bonding, it's in the new bylaw. It's already in there. So if you want to take it out, move a motion. If you want to leave it in and think it's proper, it's in already.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll move on that. I'm on that issue right now. So the other question I had around mixed use for administration. How does this bylaw actually enhance our capacity to have the commercial storefronts and residential properties above? So I'm thinking of the properties off Broad. What does this do to push ahead the possibility of expanding those types of developments, please?
Ms. Harlech?
Your Worship, so the commercial zones all allow for the mixed use abilities, and so that's giving all of that opportunities for those zones.
Okay, thank you very much. Some of the things we've heard is the time it takes to get some projects off the ground from the development permit stage, et cetera. Is there anything in the zoning bylaw that actually makes it quicker to get a development approved without jeopardizing the oversight? Or is that a whole separate set of rules and procedures?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship. The zoning bylaw was proposed with what we call administrative discretionary use approval processes within it. The way it's being proposed is the due diligence around discretionary uses would remain intact. So currently a discretionary use comes into the office. We are obligated through the legislation to circulate it to all property owners within 75 meters. We post the property and then we ask for feedback. We circulate it to agencies and we get all the feedback back to us to evaluate the application. That process would all remain the same with the regulations that are in the bylaw. The difference would be, though, is that there would be two veins to get approval. The way it's proposed now is that if there was no community concern or that are brought forward on the proposal, so nobody writes in, all the neighbors, nobody has any concerns, it would go down the administrative approval process. If there was concerns brought forward by the public, then that process would take the current route, which is the Regina Planning Commission and then ultimately council. So that was the proposal that's in there, and as the supplemental report indicates, that perhaps for a more fulsome discussion that be pulled out of the bylaw at this time and brought back in 6 months to have a bigger discussion about that process.
Okay, thank you. I really support that, actually, as is. In terms of how administration interprets a major complaint, so I've seen this where you might have 100 people that say this is a great project, one says there's not enough parking, because one always will. Is that enough to trigger it to go to the Planning Commission and Council, or is there actually kind of a metric of what is a serious issue?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. That's some of the work that we would need to look at with respect to that. Obviously, if there was a lot of concern that were brought forward and a number, regardless of the nature of those concerns, we would feel that it would be important that we bring it forward to the Planning Commission and to Council to make those decisions.
Terrific. Yeah. Terrific. We've been through a conversation actually from the start about infill and intensification. What else is in here to push that objective forward? I believe it's something that has been approved, a long-standing approval with the OCP. Anything else that's actually worth promoting in terms of incentivizing and really pushing forward our ability to deal with infill, underutilized lands, and intensification? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Is how we've set up the bylaw to be more user-friendly and consolidating zones to be able to allow more permitted uses, to allow different forms of development and those sorts of things. As we go into the neighborhood plans, it'll be important to work with each neighborhood to look at what underutilized lands are within those areas, what the community would like to see, and how those lands would be redeveloped as we move forward. I think the bylaw as it's proposed really looks at the complete communities model to allow those opportunities. But as the bylaw is in place, it really depends on development, and it's how the transition takes over time for neighborhoods. The neighborhoods wouldn't see immediate changes. It is a long-term document that as development takes place and occurs, and it would all be a bit dependent on markets.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Before we go to our delegations or those speaking, I want to have the administration clarify a point of some of the motions we passed earlier, because I think inadvertently we had put a motion forward that accepted many amendments, and so I'm going to ask the city manager to explain what happened, explain what's actually in the supplementary report so that we can move forward. Why won't that work? There you go.
Through you, Your Worship. So there was some confusion in terms of the supplemental report and a motion that Council passed that clearly I don't think they had any intention to pass. And that was you moved that bylaw number 2019-19 be amended to reflect all of the proposed alterations as set out in Appendix B1 of the supplemental report CM 19-7, with the exception of those identified in Appendix B1 as Amendment Number 40 and 42, and that the city solicitor prepare the necessary public notice of such changes. That decision of council basically passed all of the recommendations the administration had put forward in Appendix B1. That was not the intent. So I think it would be appropriate for council to reconsider that motion and defeat that. And then once you've done that, then I'd like to walk through the process of the supplemental report and how I think we can get through the supplemental report in terms of what was in Appendix B1, B2, and B3. And then after that, of course, any other further discussion and amendments that council would like to make, that would be obviously within their discussion and authority.
So in other words, get us back to ground zero. If we use that, is that we would, the motion, the top motion that is in yellow, that we move to defeat that. And then we start back over again with a motion to, as we would go forward. So if I had someone move a motion to defeat that motion, Councillor Murray, second by Councillor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So now we'll go back to the speakers list, and I have Councillor Hawkins, and then I believe Councillor Bresciani is after that. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to move approval of the supplemental report that the administration has recommended. And through you, Your Worship, I'm going to ask the city manager to explain exactly what's going on in the supplemental report.
Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship. So the supplemental report and the amendments in terms of just Appendix B1, there are about 60 adjustments, recommendations, changes that are different than what was approved when first reading was put in place. The majority of those are simply housekeeping items. There was some typos. Those changes, for the most part, don't change the intent of what council has already discussed at first reading. There are a number of significant items that I think council needs to discuss, and those are around performance security and whether or not that should remain in the bylaw or be removed from the proposed bylaw and referred back to the administration for further review, and our intent would be to bring a report within 6 months. The other is the delegated authority for discretionary use approvals. It's currently in the bylaw. We're recommending that that be removed, referred back to the administration, and again, within 6 months, we would bring a report for council's consideration. There are a number of other recommendations that council should discuss, and those are 2-unit buildings in the RL zone, the residential low-rise, some side yard setbacks for buildings in the R8 zone, so the residential high-rise. The recreation uses in industrial zones, you've already had the conversation, and you've passed the motion in that regard. And then there would be lot frontage for front access in the RL zone, so again, in the residential low-rise. Also need a conversation on Appendix B2, which is the changes to the sign bylaw. And then, of course, Appendix B3 is the reestablishment of the R1 zone, which, again, you've already done that through your motions tonight. So I would recommend that either you pass all of those. And obviously, if you need some further clarification, then Ms. Harlock will provide that. Or you could simply have a discussion on each of those 5 major components in Appendix B1. Once you've made a decision on that, then you would approve the remainder of Appendix B1, less obviously those 5 decisions that you would have already made.
Thank you very much. I think everybody's clear on that. So, Councillor Hawkins, you're up for discussion. Would you like to move forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sort of clear on it. What I've done is I've moved approval of the entire report. I suspect that what will happen here is that we'll now go serially down through the report and deal with each item in order. I wonder if I can ask the city manager which is the first item to be dealt with.
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, the first item that should be discussed is the performance security.
And I'll just say this on that, Your Worship. It's a question of whether the performance security stays in the bylaw as written, or whether it comes out and is referred back to the administration for further consultation, particularly with industry. And the supplementary report has it coming out and being referred, and that is consistent with the motion that I've moved. I think it's probably best that I stop there and we deal with them one at a time.
Yes, I think so. So that's your first motion. Seconder for that, by the way? Councilor Massanelli? Okay. So we'll get complicated because we're going to go through each one. Unless we all decide we want to deal with it as one motion. Or do you want to break it down? Break it down? Okay. So your motion is to remove the bonding issue out of the bylaw to be brought back in 6 months.
As per the supplementary report.
As per the supplementary report. So, are the speakers to that? Councilor Berchet, you want to speak on the amendment, or you're on for the main motion? Okay. Okay, we do have some speakers. I'm going to shut yours off because it's okay. Councilor O'Donnell, you're to the amendment.
So we're just speaking to the performance security.
Yes.
And I see some value in this, but I also see value in that we will separate this and find out really in detail what it is that we will vote on, and that to me is the value here. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So just for clarity, the motion is to remove it from the zoning bylaw.
Yes.
I just need a bit more clarification. I understand there's a backlash and there's an interest in further consultation. I guess my high-level question is why? We have a set of guidelines already in there. Is this to work out some details that would go beyond the bylaw? Maybe you can explore that for me, please, through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. That is exactly it, just providing more details about how and when this would apply. Currently, those details are not outlined in the proposed bylaw, and the development industry asked that we have more discussions about, again, how and when these clauses would be applied. They understood from the discussions, they understood the why we wanted to put it in the bylaw, but they just feel that their discussions with us is that they just need some more clarity around it. And so we agreed that we would recommend to take it out because to give them that assurance of when we would and how we would apply it.
Okay, thank you. Further to that point, that seems our intention here going forward is we're putting this in the zoning bylaw and they need an explanation. Why do we have to revoke it from the bylaw? It just seems like we would pass it and then we have a conversation about how it's going to apply and here's the explanation.
Through you, Your Worship, they would like to understand those details before it was passed, so that we may bring more amendments forward to provide more clarity within the bylaw instead of doing an amendment later on.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Any discussions on further discussion on this amendment? I'd like to speak to it just for a moment. Councilor Murray, if you could take the chair, please.
Your Worship?
A couple of points to add. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on this one. And I support the removal of this for consultation. The report speaks that there is no criteria to determine how the process would work. When it speaks to up to 100% of the value of the project, if it was written as it is and that happened, we could actually stop development from happening. I can't imagine a developer that would actually consider developing, putting a bond or a line of credit to 100% of the value of the property. It just wouldn't be realistic. So, and this is actually inserted after public consultation, not with industry, after the report came back. So I favor getting more information, having a more fulsome discussion with council. But I have a question of the administration. We have asked for an amendment to another act by the legislature to allow us to deal with Capital Point. So the fact we're doing that, first question is, what tools does that give us? And secondly, if that is the tools to prevent or help us not have a Capital Point, why is the bonding in here? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Harlock?
So it's under the UBASA Act, and it's going to be open this fall, and so we have written to the province that we would like some changes to the UBASA Act, and one of them would be to allow potentially securities within the building permit process if that's something that council wishes to move forward with. At this point in time, the act hasn't been open, but as soon as it does open, we'll be in fulsome discussions with the province. But we have indicated that we need more provisions within the act to allow us to deal with situations like Capital Point in the future.
So that act, if it's amended, would actually deal with the issue of Capital Point, not necessarily the bond issue. We have another tool in the toolbox to deal with Capital Point. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Chair?
That's right. At this point, through the UBASA Act, we haven't had any, we've been very limited on how to deal with Capital Point.
Good. I support the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. No other speakers. I'm going to call a question on this. All those in favor? Just on the bonding only. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. The next item is the delegated authority for discretionary use decisions. The administration recommendation, which I support here, is that this matter be referred back to the administration for further consultation with stakeholders.
Have a seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Flagel. Discussion on that. Again, this is meant to be for removal from the bylaw, for public discussion to come back in 6 months in a separate report. Not debating whether you like it or not, just simply giving more opportunity for discussion. Anyone want to speak to the issue? Councillor Massanelli?
Sure. So I guess my first question is this actually a recommendation or is this an option put forth by administration? Some of this was reactionary options in case we wanted to use them. Are these actually recommendations from administration or options?
Ms. Harlock? Sorry, I just can't hear you.
Lisa? Sorry, it is administration's recommendation to remove it. When the bylaw went into place on May 15th, we received feedback regarding this policy provisions, and so we felt that to have a fulsome discussion, we would do that. We would recommend that we do that at a separate time than at this point in time, because it will take, I think, more discussions about how these provisions may work.
Okay, I'm just wondering, hearing from our Home Builders Association and some of the representatives from building, they had referred to the permit process and they had approved of your discretionary recommendations already. The feedback, was it the general public speaking out? I'm trying to think who would the interested parties be.
Charlotte?
Yeah, we just had some different stakeholder groups were just indicating that they weren't exactly clear on how it was going to work. And I think at this point, we just want to make sure that council fully understands the full process that's being proposed.
And I heard a comment made by one of the delegations yesterday that there was an 80% approval rate between discretionary permit applications and approval between administration and council. Was that the correct figure?
Ms. Harlock?
Mayor Fougere, there is statistics around that we'll bring forward to council should this come at a different date.
Okay. So since we last discussed this, I've had 3 occasions to follow the discretionary permit process with interested parties wanting to do development in our city. Following this process through, I could definitely see the timeline of having to hit 2 committees to get approval for a lot of these permits. To blankly promise red tape cuts and interest in business Here again, 6 months is too long for me personally. I think this process is a money eater and a time eater in our community, and I think it's directly one of the things people speak of when they talk about the red tape in our community. So I have full confidence in my administration to delve out between a sensitive issue and a commonplace issue, and I think in terms of governance, I don't need to step beyond that. If I didn't believe in you guys, I would be speaking up and I would be looking for different administrators. So I'd like this to be part of the normal zoning bylaws, so that's my view on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Plagle.
I'm good. I think I got an answer out of Councillor Mansalini's. Thanks.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So I rise in support of administration's addition of this provision in the zoning bylaw and against the motion that's before us simply because I want to see it stay. I hate to use the Canadian Federation of Independent Business language around cutting red tape, so I'll choke on my words a little bit here. However, if there's a development proposal that otherwise aligns with the OCP and other provisions that Council has advanced or is pushing forward, let's do it. The same level of oversight and rigor, the same planning oversight, but quicker. We've actually had a report come before us. We had a fulsome discussion. All of these stats have already been presented to Council. My understanding from that time was that it was a receive and file, it went into the abyss, and it was supposed to come back to us in the form of the zoning bylaw. So I see this as what we had kind of inferred in that discussion. Perhaps administration could comment really on the high-level purpose of this addition and what it would accomplish from a city building perspective.
Ms. Harlock?
Turn it on. Through your worship. So it is to speed up permitting processes for applicants and to free up council and administrative time and committees' time for applications that are fairly straightforward but in the discretionary realm where we still have to go through the process. So that was the impetus of bringing those amendments forward, was to allow that opportunity for applicants because the process to go to committee and then council does take some time, and when there is no obvious opposition from adjacent neighbors or anything of that sort, we thought that would be an opportunity to speed up our processes.
Thank you. So something you said there really resonates, and I think it's important. So even if we went ahead with this change, residents would still have an opportunity to comment and to provide input on certain forms of development. So that consultation process doesn't end with these changes. Is that correct?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. As I indicated before, the discretionary permit process is outlined in our zoning bylaw and in the Act about how we consult on them. And so the consultation process would be exactly the same as it is today. The difference would be is once we received all those comments, the administration would make a determination of whether or not there wasn't any concerns from the public, then the administration would approve it. If there was concerns from the public, we would bring it forward to RPC and to council as per the process today. I think some of the concerns that we've heard is being more specific about that criteria upon which that decision would be made by administration. And that's what we would want to bring forward to council to let council know exactly how that decision-making process would take place.
Wonderful. Thank you. Just as a comment, I think, in my short time here, there's been a lot of deliberation about how much we have on our agendas. Happy to go through it, but I would prefer that we deal with higher level issues as a council and we put forward plans and we put forward concepts, and administration's role is to execute those higher level deliberation. I think there's a lot of weighty issues that we're going to contend with over the next few years. I'm not sure our time is the best spent dealing with these smaller applications. That's precisely what we have a planning department to do. So I support it being in the bylaw. I don't support this motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fundura?
No, it was answered.
Okay. Okay, other speakers on this?
Excuse me?
Okay. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. I get you to put my mic back on, though.
Well, I did,
There we go. Thanks very much. I'm glad we separated these things out. I want to pick up on a thought that I heard from one of my colleagues. I'll just change the word. We have a professional staff. We have a professional staff that have put forward some criteria that seem to make perfect sense to me. We have a professional staff that have been doing engagement, that deal with us and so on. And I think this is a fundamental piece about how we do business. I'll also pick up on what Councillor Stevens said. I think that we have many things that we can do with our time, and minutia and small things are not one of them. So the idea that we can in fact empower the people around us, empower the people that are working for us to make sure that they accept responsibility and our community sees that, matters to me greatly. I'll be voting against this.
okay. Councillor Murray?
Thanks. I'll just be brief. So the criteria was outlined. I want to know in other communities that are similar size as us, what criteria allows for delegated authority?
Ms. Harlech?
Your worship, it depends on the city. Different cities put full criteria for all discretionary uses because in Alberta the legislation's a little bit different than here. In Saskatoon, they have a certain set of discretionary use applications that administration has been delegated the authority to deal with. So again, there's no set rules around this. Everywhere has unique circumstances upon which they would delegate their authority.
Okay. Are there any applications currently that administration has delegated authority for building?
Well, discretionary uses all go through the discretionary,
All
the
have to?
process.
Okay.
Permitted is as of right, so we would just issue the permit because it's a permitted use.
Right. And then if under this proposed bylaw, to bring it back in 6 months, is there an appeal process for someone who is not awarded a permit?
So
Ms.
the way
Harlan?
the proposal is put into the bylaw is that should it go through the administrative approval process, and we would put conditions on the permit, and if the applicant didn't agree with those, they can appeal that decision directly to council. So that's what's in there.
Okay.
The general public, if they have an issue, if a permit was issued under a discretionary, would go through the appeals board.
So to clarify, the general public would be able to appeal if there was a
If they had a concern about the permit that was issued, they would have, if they have issues with that, there is the appeal board mechanism. If it's the same as if the applicant goes through the process, they have appeal processes too.
the zoning appeal board?
Yeah.
Ms. Harlech?
The development appeal board.
The development appeal. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to vote for this because it doesn't say that we're not going to allow discretionary decisions to be made by officers in the administration. It says we should take a look at this down the road once the zoning bylaw is in place. There may be some we want to keep for ourselves and many that we're willing to give up, and we don't know that until we've taken a look at it. So I need more information.
Okay. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. Just a couple of things. The tipping point is the thing that kind of gets me, because if you have one or two residents that complain, does that mean that it will now come back to planning or back to council? Or does it have to be 5 residents that complain, or 10 or 2? Where do we put that tipping point? And then the other part, you can answer that in a second, but the other point I have is that there are all of a sudden things that show up in a neighborhood that went through, nobody knew, nobody cared at the point, but then all of a sudden it's up there and it's like this god-awful looking thing that we just don't want in a neighborhood, and now it's too late. So, and we didn't have a chance, and at the end of the day, the 11 of us are eating it. That's all I'm saying. Not that they don't do a great job, they do, but at the end of the day, the 11 of us eat that, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And I go back to some of the things on the builds in the Cathedral and Leopold Crescent and that, and it's sort of that, maybe nobody complained about it because they just thought it was going to be a knockdown and another one, and all of a sudden, here's this ugly stick house in the middle of a beautiful neighborhood, and councilor of the day has to eat it. So that's the only part I have. And I just think that I want to hear what goes on in the next 3 to 6 months and then go from there. So I'm on the side of Councilor Young for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Bersiani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree wholeheartedly that administration can absolutely do the job, take it forward. It does take off the weight off of council. But there's only a little piece that I would like to know, and that may come in these next few months, is that, what kinds of things are we talking about that would be going for discussion to allow administration to look after and pass on. And so like Councillor Flagel said, so things don't show up in our community we want. So I think I would be fully in support of this once I get more information as to what we would be authorizing for administration to take on and carry forward. So I'll leave it there for now, but absolutely I know that you can absolutely do it, but let's wait for the next few months. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor, you take the chair, please.
Your Worship.
I support the recommendation for a couple of reasons. When we discussed this several months ago, we had a receive and file motion. In that motion, through Executive Committee, we expressly said we wanted to have this discussion after the bylaw was in place because of its significance. So it should not have been in the bylaw to begin with at this point. So I want to have that discussion away from this larger discussion, but I want to make a couple other points. I have not changed my position since we talked about this. It's nothing to do with whether our staff are professional. They certainly are. Do a very good job of shepherding a lot of material to us, framing our reports that come on planning, and all the work is excellent work. I have no issue with that whatsoever. What I do say, though, is that it is the job of members of council, most fundamentally, to represent their residents, to give what I will call the political overlay of a technical review of whether something is or is not in compliance with the Planning Development Act or our bylaws. It's a separate function, and I don't expect and don't have persons not trained to have the political antenna who's doing, as a development officer, the review of an application. This is fundamentally the role of a member of council, is to bring to bear that information. So we can talk about 90+% of applications that are discretionary use are approved. That shows the administration is doing a very good job. I don't want to lose that voice, to see two high-rises so close together that they can almost touch each other as a permitted use. There's many examples around the city where technically it meets that bylaw. What does it take to say, well, we need to pull this back and have it go to City Council? We'll have that discussion, find out what that is, but I just want to be very clear here. In a democracy, residents expect their member of council to speak to those issues. Delegating this authority, I think, is fundamentally wrong. We're just going to be passing a bylaw now, a very big bylaw, a very complex bylaw. I think we have a larger role to play as council to oversee that as well. Discretionary use is our tool, one of the tools in the toolbox, to see how that works day by day by day. So I certainly favor pulling it out of the bylaw for review, but when it comes time for discussion publicly back at council, I'd urge members to think about this, their role as councilors to oversee. Secondly, and most importantly, this new bylaw will be complex enough as it is. If you want to find out how to save more time, let's look at the length of time it takes for building permits and inspections. That's a way to review, to speed up the process as well, fundamentally, before we get to this point.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a motion to refer this matter back to the administration for a report in 6 months. I suppose in a procedural sense, the vigorous debate that we've just had here suggests there are different viewpoints that would be well informed by information that the administration might gather for us over the 6-month referral period. That aside, let me say I agree entirely with the mayor's position. The council has a role to play here that's unique. The administration is very professional and brings a professional expertise in planning to the debate. What council brings is a political set of eyes in deciding these issues. I want to make one last point. It's not always obvious that when the announcements are sent out to the neighborhood that there is a discretionary use application, it's not always obvious that that will catch all of the concerns in the community around the issue. The fact that it then now goes before Planning Commission and City Council gives the public an additional chance to be consulted, and I'd be very slow to jettison that additional opportunity. That said, this is just a motion to refer a complex matter back to the administration to provide further input to us. I'd ask that it be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. You closed debate, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You have time still on your main motion.
Your Worship, with your leave, I'll just go down through these and put them on the floor to see if they're debated, or I can proceed in any way you like.
Okay, right ahead.
Okay, so the next item is two-unit building in residential low-rise zone. The recommendation from the administration on this is that that the residential low-rise zone be amended to include buildings with 2 or more units. The administration supports this amendment as it provides additional housing options and flexibility in alignment with the purpose of the zone and the official city plan.
Do you have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Brasciani. Discussion on that? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
Thank you, Worship. The next item is administration recommending that a tier be added to table 3D.T3 for side yard setback for buildings higher than 15 meters and up to 17.5 meters to allow for increased flexibility in the development standards and the gradation in setback that is proportionately tied to the building height. My understanding is that that reflects the current zoning bylaw position.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Murray. Discussion on that proposal? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I am wondering if this is not the one where we're talking about new commercial buildings and having the parking lot at the back and moving so that the building is closer to the street front. Am I wrong in assuming this? Is this going to change that?
Ms. Harlock?
No.
It's not.
No, I might ask
So
this.
can you give me an example of what we're talking about here?
Yeah, so I might ask Mr. Searle to walk through what this would mean for a developer.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, this relates specifically to the side yard offsets for the building and is tied to the building height, which there would be a gradation of a setback standard depending on how tall the building was.
So currently, what is it stated that we're doing today?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, under the current bylaw, the setback would be a quarter of the height of the wall adjacent to the side lot line.
Okay. And this is going to change it to, sorry, I'm not seeing where, what's it going to change it to?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Swaby to just go through the detailed standards.
Mr. Swayze, do you have that?
So
So in the proposed bylaw, the tier now is for 15 to 20 meters. So there's a side yard setback that applies to buildings that are 15 meters high to 20 meters high. This change would be to add a new tier in there so that there would be a side yard setback that applies to buildings that are 15 to 17.5 meters high, and then another tier that would apply to buildings that are over 17.5 meters high to 20.
But would, okay, thanks. So would it still be the same formula, like a quarter of the height of the wall, or has that changed too?
So through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the formula, so now there would be a set number rather than a formula. So in this case, for the 15 to 17.5 meters, it would be 4.37 meters.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Hawkins, you have more there?
Thank you, Your Worship. Two that matters left. This one, lot frontage for front access in the RL zone. The administration has outlined two options here, and we have to pick between them. Option one, maintaining existing frontage requirement for all units at a minimum frontage of 8.5 meters. Option two, allow interior units with a minimum lot frontage of 6.1 meters and end unit with a minimum lot frontage of 7.3 meters. The administration is recommending option two for the following reason, that the minimum lot frontage for lots without rear lane access in the residential low-rise zone be changed to 6.1 meters for interior units, 7.3 for end units, because that will allow more flexibility and variation in design.
Okay, a seconder for that motion, please. Okay, Councillor O'Donnell. Discussion on the amendment?
It's option two.
Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Parshani?
Sorry. Can I just get some clarification on what that means?
Okay, we can ask the administration to give us some background.
Thank you.
Through your worship.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship. The issue came to light when we were in some developments with Rohit and their 3 townhouse developments, so they're 3 rows, where currently they allow the middle unit to be 6.1 meters and then the end units to be 7.3. The bylaw, the way it was written, would only require that units that have a minimum frontage of 8.5 meters. So that product that they're currently building would not be allowed based on the current proposal. This option 2 would allow them to continue to build those 3-unit dwellings the way they are for front access, because they have driveways and rear access. So that's what they want to maintain. So Daphne Street is an example of where they have that product.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Flagel?
Okay, then I just have a question, what you just finished saying. So it was brought to my attention that we're looking at a bylaw to change garbage can pickup, and no garbage cans will be allowed to be put on the driveways. Are we ever going to change that? Because according to what I was told, now I'm just going by what I was told, is that when you build a property like this, the 2 outside units have a spot to put the garbage can off the driveway. The middle unit has nowhere to put it except inside the garage because it's not allowed on the driveway anymore. Or did we get rid of that one?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, we did address the storage of garages, and I might ask Mr. Swaby to go through what we had changed.
Okay,
And it's in B1 as technical amendments.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we aren't restricting where they can place their garbage cans. There was a clarification on that issue, and it's in the amendment. So they can place their garbage cans in front of their driveway, which is consistent with the existing bylaw.
Outside?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unless the city manager indicates otherwise, I think we're done Appendix B1, and now we have Appendix B2.
City
Have I got
Manager?
that right, sir?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, what you've done is approve the 5 items that were just put in front of you as motions. As I said, you'd already made the decision on the recreation uses. What you need to do now is pass the remainder of those changes that proposed in Appendix B1, less those 6 that you've already made previous motions in that regard.
Your Worship, with your permission, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Did he?
Just move the remaining amendments. These are housekeeping ones. These are effectively housekeeping ones that were very, very detailed. Okay. Seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. Do we all know what we're voting on?
It's on the screen.
It's at the top.
It's at the top.
It's at the top.
They're all the housekeeping issues.
The motion is at the top.
So we'll see what's put on the screen, and we'll vote from there. So Councillor Hawkins moves, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell. Can you find it? What is that? Just City Manager, what part of the supplement report are you referring to?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just Appendix B1 of the supplemental report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's the original motion. It's the original motion you rescinded.
I just moved the motion.
It's the original motion they rescinded with the, okay.
Yes, it is.
Floor is yours, Mr. City Manager.
So what needs to be on the screen for consideration is the motion that we rescinded earlier, which is that the bylaw number 29 be amended to reflect all the proposed alterations as set out in Appendix B1 of the supplemental report, with the exception of those identified as amendments 40 and 42, which are the motions that you've just made the adjustments to.
Okay. So do you have that already up there?
The recreation.
It's on top of the recreation stuff.
Moved by Councillor O'Donnell. So, that's the motion?
Yes.
We're all clear on the motion? I'm going to call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, everyone, for that. That's good. So the first opportunity for Council to look at the amended bylaw will be Tuesday, August 6th. This is currently a hold on members' calendar, but the date was flexible on our direction. Okay, you have some time left on your speaking. About 2
Your
minutes
Worship,
left.
Appendix B2, correct, Mr. City Manager, through the chair? Yes, so this should be easier. There's just one matter here. Appendix B2, administration proposed changes to the proposed sign bylaw. Here, administration is recommending that the changes be made to clarify the wording so that it is consistent with the intent. And Your Worship, through you, I might ask the administration if they want to explain that further.
Ms. Harlack.
Ask Mr. Searle to go through the amendments with regards to the sign bylaw.
Mr. Searle.
But these changes are just clarification. Just worse than being a computer.
My apologies, Your Worship.
Do you want to wait and finish the zoning bylaw and then do the sign bylaw afterwards? Let's separate them then. Okay, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
So before you still have...
I have nothing further.
You have nothing further?
Except for the zoning bylaw, or sign bylaw.
Okay, that's good. So we'll move forward. The next speaker then on the main motion is Councilor Bresciani. No, you did not. I was giving the floor to, within his 5 minutes, so.
Okay, thank you.
All good.
So last night we heard a delegation from the Nutrisun in regards to the industrial lands. So they had a concern in regards to what this meant for them. And they indicated, the lawyer that came forward indicating that there was, they're zoned under urban holding. So what does this mean for Nutrisun? If I could have administration just...
Through you, Your Worship. So when the city did the boundary alterations a few years ago, when lands were brought into the city limits, they're all rezoned to urban holding. And so nothing is changing. They're currently zoned urban holding, and the new bylaw just transferred it over to urban holding. Yesterday was the first time administration had heard that they had concerns remaining as urban holding. Typically what happens as development takes place on urban holding lands, that's when we rezone the lands to the proper zoning to what they want. They are identified in the Chuka Creek Business Park for industrial, but they need to come in and talk to us about the official rezoning and the zoning that they're asking for to be consistent with that. Because as I said, we didn't hear from them before. So obviously with the Chuka Creek, we do support them going to the industrial. We just need to have a conversation about what makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So could I ask administration to reach out to the employer, to the business, to get that done? Thank you.
Ms. Horlock, an undertaking to reach out to them?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, we can undertake that, and then we would bring an amendment forward at another time once we've had those discussions with Nutrisun.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. I have one more that came up, and it's through you, Your Worship, in regards to the light industrial use. And I'm glad it was brought forward because I would have never known that this was impacted this way. The light industrial has right now, the way it reads, and I'd like some clarification from administration. Does the light industrial, looking at restaurants, business in general that are non-conforming because they have to be further than the 100 square meters, can I ask, what does this mean for business such as restaurants and other retail?
Ms. Horlock?
Worship, I'll ask Mr. Swaby to go through those.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi?
Before you do that. Through you, Mr. Chair. So existing businesses, as Ms. Harlock has explained before, will be grandfathered in. So these regulations wouldn't affect any existing business.
Okay, they'd be grandfathered in, but what does this mean for the food industry, so the food and beverage? So say a new business wanted to move into the light industrial, which is warehouse as well. And I understand through this, I'll throw some examples out here which businesses could be affected, which would be the Tim Hortons in Ross Avenue and Winnipeg Street, Tim Hortons at Park Street and Dubney, Ross Food Center and Diner on McDonald Street, Casa Decor on 7th Avenue, Cowtown Western Wear, audio warehouse, and the list goes on. Why would we, I guess, if I can just get some clarification as to the 100 meters, please, or 100 square meters? Or is it 10? No, it's 100, isn't it?
Mr. Swaby?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so it is 100 square meters. So the regulations permit those businesses. What it's saying is, again, it's similar to what we've explained before. It's about trying to achieve that policy around the industrial zones, to protect the industrial zones. So the use is allowed. It's saying that they need to be 100 square meters away from a lot zoned residential. Once that happens, it's a permitted use. So if you're 101 meters away, all of these uses are permitted uses within industrial zones.
Okay. So I guess the question I'm going to ask is, we are a business-friendly city, and why wouldn't we want more of these kind of restaurants within the 100 meters? Like, why wouldn't we?
Sarlacc, you want to try that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I might ask Mr. Swaby to go through the issues. One of the challenges that we have with retail and industrial, I might start, is with respect to our servicing agreement fees, because our servicing agreement fees are 1/3 the cost of in commercial areas. So we want to ensure that we're not losing all of our people moving out to these areas to get lower rates and then eating up all of the industrial. So that's one of the balances that we're trying to make within the bylaw. I might ask do you have anything else to add? So right now, council has passed a motion that within greenfield areas, they pay a higher rate, like they pay their SAF rate. In industrial areas, they pay 1/3 the cost. So that there's an incentive to move up to the industrial areas and then use up the industrial lands.
So just on that, through your worship, again though, if we're seeing a rash of businesses moving out there, we could take a look at the service agreement fees for industrial lands and revisit that. Through your worship. Through your worship, that is definitely something that we could do. The rationale for the industrial uses to be 1/3 was because of the impacts to our system is a lot less than a retail business. So a larger industrial area, unless it's a large water user, typically they're not, the impacts that they have to our systems are significantly less, and that's why we recommended the 1/3 rate versus a retail, especially like a restaurant where you have dishwashers and all of those things, so the impact is different. So that's one of the concerns, and that was one of the concerns we heard from industry when we were talking about this, was having those retail uses moving into the industrial areas and not into mixed use areas and things like that to save those costs. But it's definitely something as we move forward we can monitor and bring forward to council if we see more of a trend. So through your worship, I'm a little bit worried that these businesses here are going to be very similar to the recreation facilities in the industrial lands, that they're going to look at this almost, not like they're not wanted or should be there, but there could be a concern with the fact that in the industrial area there is, if business is warranted there for a restaurant, even though it may not fit the zone, I mean, they want services out there too. This could deter that, could it not, through your worship?
Ms. Harlock?
We do allow it, as Mr. Swaby said, it's the distance. So that was kind of that balance of, in the industrial areas, we want the services, but we want to ensure that we're not getting the proliferation close to residential for those residential needs to find that balance. That's why we put that distance in, to still provide those services for the industrial areas, but try and protect the industrial lands. Yeah. So that was kind of the compromise that we tried to find between the policies. Okay. So, Your Worship, I'd like to make a motion that these be permitted as they were. So we take out the 100 or the 10 square meters,
to take
Just
out
get this up on
that.
the screen.
Take out the distance, I guess, that they're putting in there. And that's for food and beverage and a retail trade shop, which fits under the wholesale trade indoor. Retail, T23 and T22, food and beverage and lounge and restaurant. T22 and, and T2.3. Yeah. Is that what?
We're going to ask for the solicitor to
Sure.
weigh in as to the wording that would help amend the bylaw.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Some clarification on the proposed alteration. We need to know what these would be. So the motion should be that the bylaw be amended. If the use that you're wanting to be permitted is food and beverage uses, it should be that the food and beverage uses, or whatever the actual uses are that you're talking about, be permitted in the zone that you want them permitted in, and then the remainder where it says that the distance be removed, the separation distance be removed is fine.
Well, it's in the industrial light zone, land use. And it's food and beverage lounge, food and beverage restaurant, T2.2.
Ms. Harlech, do you want to add to this?
Through your worship, so the light industrial zone is the IL zone, the industrial light zone.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Is food and beverage the right land use?
I'll ask if Mr. Swaby could verify if the right terminology is food and beverage.
Swabby?
If I can clarify, so in T2.2 there are a number of uses, so from what I'm hearing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what you're asking is that the land use specific regulations in 5B T2.2 and T2.3 be removed. Cheryl?
Should be removed.
Yeah, the land use specific regulations. So there is a column with land use specific
Yes,
regulations.
that's right, yes.
Concept, I don't get that's
Thank you.
the administration working on it, because we'll be here all night doing this. This is ridiculous.
So just to be clear, we're just removing where it says in under land use specific regulations, it says no land use within this group shall be developed within the 100 meters of any lot zoned residential or mixed use, except in this regulation it will not apply to any lot located within the 100 and 200 blocks of north of Winnipeg Street. We're removing that.
So I'm going to ask the administration to provide us with the wording
Yes.
now. What if it's light industrial, say it's light industrial, say what we're amending, so we can move on.
It's light industrial. Well, can we still talk about it while we're waiting?
Just going to wait for the give the wording to. We'll wait for the wording.
This is for female. Yeah, I just want to check with her about that. Joel. This would affect Joel's.
Joel,
This would affect Joel. This would affect Joel. Okay. Jeez, look at the middle.
I know.
Well, can't we still talk about it while we're getting going? See, but this is why, you see the problem is, that we're going with what residents have seen, and we're trying to make it work so then we don't have companies out there that are so upset that they're in an area. This shouldn't fall like this does. But there's so many people out there that are upset. Service trade clinic.
So you clinics, you can't have a doctor.
Well, I didn't include that. I
know, but I'm just saying, you look at the rest of
yeah,
this
personal.
That one down there.
Service trade personal, something.
For those who are waiting, we're actually looking for the legal description of the amendment that Councilor Bresciani is putting forward. So it's more of a technical document or statement versus a generalized motion.
Strip mall, not strip
Oh,
joints.
oh,
No, strip malls. Jeez.
So here's the amendment. We still have four here. That the bylaw be amended by changing Part 5B, Table 5B to T2 to remove the land use specific regulations in sections T2.2 and T2.3. And that removes the separation that you're speaking of, Councilor Bresciani, is that correct?
Right.
That
Yes.
eliminates the separation
That's
you're
right.
looking for. Okay. So we have quorum. Are there any speakers to this? Councilor Murray, you want to speak to it?
To this one?
Yeah, I'm inclined to support this. My question to the mover is the intent to sort of condense restaurants, pubs, and make sure it's a walkable section between businesses. I just want to ask administration, as it's written, does administration believe that it impedes the ability for instance, Dudney Avenue to be completely filled with bars and restaurants for the whole distance? I'm just trying to get an understanding of those distances. I understand the goal is to preserve industrial lands, but given the nature of, for instance, Dudney Avenue getting developed, under the current recommendations, will that impede? I know it's kind of an open-ended question, but
Yeah.
I understand like what the goal of Councilor Bresciani is to try and increase the amount we could have in those areas.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. So, well, Dudney Avenue is a different zoning, so this is industrial, so they're not the same.
Okay.
So what this does is it would take away those separation distances, so it wouldn't group them together per se. They could go anywhere, and they would be, I believe, are they permitted? Well, they would be permitted, or they'd be permitted, so but as of right, they could go anywhere within that zone.
And just, I'll be quick, can I just get a clarity of what the reasoning to have those distances in was for?
Yeah, so part of it was not to create retail nodes and to protect our industrial areas for the number of reasons. So we do allow this type of use within the industrial areas for services, but the idea was to try and prevent retail nodes to be located super close to the residential areas because of the reduction in fees and all of those things, so that we're preserving our mixed use and retail areas for that, and that it's really about servicing an area, if that makes.
It does. And then, and I see that the size differences between permitted and discretionary allow that. They keep it from becoming a large node
Yeah.
by having them smaller and loud. Okay, great. That makes sense. Thank you.
So we have the motion before I say, I need a seconder for the motion. Someone to second the motion? Councillor Flagel? Okay. You want to speak to it? Floor is yours.
To the motion. So you just said Dudney Avenue is not, or it's not part of this, what Councillor Murray was just talking about. So on Broad Street and 7th Avenue is a Thai food restaurant, and 2 doors down they want to open up a barbecue house, and there's brownstone across the street, residential. Are they allowed to? Clarify that for me. 7th Avenue and Broad, there's a Vietnamese restaurant there, and 2 doors down from that, we're going to open up a barbecue house. Now, are you saying under this new, under what you've proposed, or is proposed, not the amendment, but the original proposal, is that you can't put it there because there's residential across the street in the brownstone building?
Ms. Harlock, we're speaking of industrial, are we not? Industrial lands?
It's through your worship, that is my understanding, is if we're talking about the industrial lands and that it
Strictly
would be.
industrial, not.
Yeah, no,
Dudney
it's not,
Avenue
that's what I
area.
was saying, it's not, the Dudney Avenue zone, something completely different, it's WH. So, but in your scenario, yes, there would be the setback distances as proposed, and then it would be permitted, so.
So, it would be permitted?
Well, there'd be the provisions to allow
Okay.
those.
So now on this motion, on this zoning, as an example, everything you say is going to be grandfathered, but in a couple of years or next year, the old GM building on Winnipeg Street is at it's on its last legs. So it gets blown out, and we put a strip mall in there. So you're saying we can't put a restaurant anywhere on Winnipeg Street where the old GM building is? Or is that not industrial land?
Ms. Harlock?
Winnipeg and 6th Avenue.
And 6th Avenue.
Ms. Harlock?
Try to get a
Through
clarification.
your worship, I just need to know what the zoning is for the GM, the proposed zoning for the GM to determine whether, what is.
Warehouse.
So if it is zoned light industrial, then we would have to look at what the permitted uses are in the IL zone to determine whether or not that would.
Industrial light.
Yeah, industrial light, to be able to determine whether or not that, like a strip mall would be permitted or a restaurant. The issue is its distance to residential.
Yeah, right across the street, Winnipeg Street. So we're inside the 100. Now, there was a reference made, somebody made a reference from behind saying 100 square meters. Was that a mistake? It should just be 100 meters, not square meters?
It's less than 100 square meters per lot.
Okay. Okay. So
Square meters.
I want to bring this up because I know that, I mean, I travel around the city quite a bit, and in the industrial area, even on today's standards, there's 2 restaurants in the whole industrial area. One of them's been there for 40 years. It used to be called Henderson Cafe, and the other one is now the, can't remember the name of it, kind of at Ross and McDonald Street. It's not like we've had a flurry of restaurants go in there. There's a Subway out there, but that's, you know, a quick thing. Used to be Buddy's Steak Ranch out there, but they're gone years ago. So why the change? And the other part of this is, now that we've got all of these gymnasiums, climbing clubs, everything out in the industrial area, wouldn't it be prudent of us maybe to allow a restaurant to be put out there as a truck stop, a quick bite after or before a workout? Are we missing an opportunity? And it's not just that, but it's also on the, hang on, the other issue is the it'd be medical clinics as well? Would they be excluded from this type of an area? So if a doctor wanted to set up on Henderson Drive as an example, we're telling him he can't? Is that what I'm gathering from this?
Sarlach?
Through your worship, I might answer the first question and ask Mr. Swaby to answer just checking if that use, the medical office is allowed in the light industrial. But, pardon me?
Does the amendment allow what Councillor Flego is speaking of?
The medical?
The amendment allow for restaurants or medical?
It will allow for the restaurant. Pardon? Yeah, so if this is approved, yes, it would allow those, it would allow the restaurants, it would allow the food and beverages, restaurants, those. But to the question about medical, I'm not, is it what you, it is? Yes, it would.
You would allow it as well? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
clinics.
I just needed to clarify that. And you were gonna, no, did you have an answer for me on the first part?
Sarlach?
So the reason for the change, as it was because we were looking to preserve our industrial lands and making sure that we do allow the service, those service types, but not in competition and creating other retail areas.
Right.
That was the main thing, is because that's why it's to residential and mixed use, because mixed use has also the commercial. So in order to create those nodes where we want them by the residences, not to have them outside. So that was the rationale behind it.
Okay, real quick, if a restaurant was looking at putting something in the warehouse district at the regular rates of charges that we do, or they go out to the industrial area at a third of the price, if they're going to bring the same business to the warehouse or make money out in the industrial, we should be able to accordingly charge, instead of a third, say, look, you want to go out here, things are different, you're going to get it, and we should have the purview to say, we're charging you 80% of the, instead of 33%. Is that not something that this horseshoe can do?
So definitely we can look at all the regulations. I guess that we do have the intensification for existing, that those rates would come into play, and we would look at that. And if there is as Councillor Brinciani said, that if there was something that we came forward where we had concerns about just what you're saying about the extra commercial, then we would be able to bring a report forward.
Okay. Councillor Flake, your time's up.
Yep, that was all I had.
Councillor Fundura.
Your Worship, thank you. Is Saskatchewan Drive, there's one comment here made about the from Albert Street to Elphinstone on Saskatchewan Drive, the south side of it, the way the bylaw reads, not the amendment, but the bylaw reads now, would that prohibit the business there to expand or add or have something else in it? Does that include part of the 100 square meters on Saskatchewan Drive?
Where?
100 meters square?
Through you, Your Worship, where on Saskatchewan Drive?
Well, just pick any business on from Albert Street to Elphinstone on the south side, because residential is right behind it, so the alley.
Yeah, I mean, if it's owned in light industrial and it's within that, then yes, the way it would be worded now, that uses wouldn't be able to. The way the amendment is, it would be allowed.
The original will not allow it. But
would not allow new development. Existing would be grandfathered in. It wouldn't allow new within 100 meters of residential or mixed use.
Okay, so through Your Worship, what about if a business that's there, you grandfathering, if they want to expand or add or do something else with their business, is that going to be in the original zone, is that going to be not allowed?
So there is provisions through the Planning and Development Act with regards to like changes, substantial changes would not be allowed for additions.
Okay, so then supporting the amendment, because otherwise this puts quite of a significant restriction and stress on the businesses there. What would they want to, if they can't survive the way they are right now, they're going to have to do something to change or update or upgrade or whatever, so. What's that? Or close, yeah. So, that's a significant changes to what those businesses are dealing with. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers? to the amendment? Councilor Bertrand, do you want to close debate? You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So I just want to, we heard from many delegations last night within the business community, within the recreation. I think that we have not heard from these businesses because they're not even aware of this. And I think that we're going to have many businesses that are going to be very upset with the fact that now they have to be, yes, they're grandfathered, but anything they will now not be, I don't want to say allowed, but this will be the area that if they want to make any change to their business, any major change, they'll have to move out. And we heard last night that for affordability, that some of these restaurants need to be in the areas they're in. The other thing I think that's very, very important is that we want to protect our industrial lands. We also want to ensure that we do have some services out there for the people who are living out there, working out there. So I'll leave it there. I hope you can support the motion. Thank you.
So you've closed debate. Councilor Bertrand, I'm going to call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Let's do this again. Okay. Those in favor?
Can I get a recorded vote?
You can.
Councilor Young?
Councilor Young?
We're doing a recorded vote.
No.
Yes.
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 Councilor Stevens?
No.
Councilor Murray?
Yes.
Councilor Mancinelli?
No.
Councilor O'Donnell?
No.
Councilor Hawkins?
No.
Mayor Fougere?
No.
The count is 4 in favor, 6 against. The motion's lost.
Motion's lost. Okay. Councilor Bertrand, you have about a minute and a quarter left on your time on the main motion. Okay. Other speakers to the main motion? Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. I guess the first thing that I think we've made some significant changes, and in some ways we are saying we're open for business and business as usual, so that's a good thing. What I want to talk a little bit about is lots and intensification and everything, and what I'd like to know from the administration is that years ago, and I think this is going to be years, I'm not sure of the answer, but when is the last time we did a subdivision that had 50-foot lots in it? That was approved.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Searle in a moment.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, their recent subdivisions would include the creeks. Some areas within Harbor Landing come to mind as well, and cases in other subdivisions as well.
Thanks. Most of those are $700 to $1 million homes, walkouts, huge areas, 200-foot long, et cetera, et cetera. The norm, if you go into the Greens and the Creek and the Lake Ridge Addition, Skyview, you go into different areas like that, it's probably 38 to 40-foot lots. So without even thinking about intensification, we've already done it in our zoning and our planning. And that's one step. And that's one thing that we've looked at doing. The infill, and I will say this as a realtor, if we didn't have the boom in 2007, we'd probably still have 1,000 vacant lots in the infill area. The only reason, the vast majority of the reason why those lots got filled was because the owner of that land, who owned it for like 30 years, would have sold it for $1,000. Come 2007, that same lot was worth 50 grand. I would sell it too and build a house. I would do all of that. And there was guys that made millions of dollars selling $5,000 homes knocking them down or whatever they did with them. And so whether we talk about intensification, infill, if it wasn't for the boom in 2007, we wouldn't be having that conversation about, we'd still have a ton of empty lots available. And you can drive around the whole city and you can see, and there's still vacant lots, but they just have chosen not to build yet. So we're hoping, and I was wondering if there's any way that administration, i.e. a small variance of Capital Point, is there anything we can do to enforce a vacant lot to be a house built? Maybe there was a house there 40 years ago that just got knocked down. Is there any way for us to go as a city and say, hey, on 31 block whatever, it's time you built within the next 5 years? Ms. Harlock.
Your Worship, no, the city does not and cannot force people to develop their property. Our roles are to make sure that it is safe, so if there's safety issues, then we can enforce safety or untidy, unsightly properties. We are doing our ULIS strategy, though, the underutilized land initiative that's coming to council, I believe this month, and that's where we'll be looking at underutilized lands and what types of programs we can put in place to encourage people to redevelop underutilized lands.
Okay. Thanks for that. The thing about the infill as well is that it's gone to a snail's pace, because in 2016, 17, 18, and 19, the housing market just crashed. Say it how you like, but that is the biggest thing. If we don't have a boom, we're going to continue to slowly grow, and we've seen it through housing, new developments, new areas. We've got a couple of new subdivisions that they're not going to put $40 million into the ground for servicing, and I've been told by one of them that it's going to be close to 5 years before they even look at it again. So that's a big thing. But I'm not quite sure throughout this whole process. It's been a ton of 2,796 pages of stuff, and I don't believe we're doing due justice by speaking to it in 8 hours of time, when we should be looking at this throughout the whole year. Some of it's going to go back and hopefully come back in 6 months. But I guess what I wanted to do is I want to go back to Councillor Murray's motion where he had the number 1 and number 2. And heavy industrial was not part of that conversation, although it got into it. But I'm wondering, I'd like to bring a motion forward that we include the heavy industrial as a permitted use, which was not on the original motion of Councillor Murray, and bring it forward and just basically open the door for business and let people in. And we're in an economic downturn, and the more things we can open doors to for the citizens of Regina, for the business community, for the businesses in Western Canada and across the world, actually, if we're not showing that we're open for business and we're putting restrictions on anything, i.e. just the conversation about building close to houses. I mean, we've been building houses and businesses, integrating them. So I'm just going to go with the motion first.
In terms of process, before you begin to speak to the motion, which I'll give you 3 minutes to speak on that one. I want it up on here so we can see it, so just pause for a moment, we'll put it up.
Perfect. Okay.
You need a seconder as well, of course. Heavy industrial, is it? It's heavy industrial. It's heavy industrial. Okay. I'm not sure if the administration, if that's helpful to you to talk to the solicitor. Is that helpful? Or do you need clarification?
Jim's got it in his hand.
Let's speak up. I want to other councils to speak on this. We expressly said no to doing this in heavy industrial. So this would be re-entering a debate we just had and voted on. So that's how the clerk is telling me this, and I want to see if other members of council feel the same way.
Does, if I could, in Councilor Murray's motion, it never mentioned heavy industrial.
We expressly spoke of not having it in there. Charlotte, or Mr. City Manager?
Okay.
Through your worship. So when you were debating Appendix B1 and some of the more contentious issues associated with that, you made the decision for light industrial and to move those and make those permitted uses, the industrial prestige as well. The main proposed bylaw maintained the heavy industrial as discretionary. So that's the decision that that council has made. So
we can't revisit.
You can't revisit.
Okay.
But it wasn't on the motion.
It's implied in the motion. So I'm going to rule it out of order unless you want to have a vote to see if majority wants to reconsider it again. But I'm ruling it out of order. So do members of council want to reconsider the motion? All those in favor of reconsidering the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2,
4.
3, 4.
There were 6.
Pardon me?
There were 6 for it.
All those in favor, put your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll reconsider it.
Okay, thank you.
So
I think it's, can I speak to it, or shall we?
you've already spoken to it quite a bit, so maybe you should just have other people.
Okay, I will sit for now.
Okay, I need a seconder for it, though. Okay, Councilor Berciani. Discussion on the amendment.
I think we know what it is.
Just
Councilor Findura.
hammer it on,
Your worship.
hammer it on open for business.
To the administration, that does, I'm hearing it's really discretionary. It's discretion in that heavy industrial, right? So,
Charlotte?
Through you, your worship, in the current bylaw 9250, this use is not permitted or discretionary. It's not allowed in heavy industrial. The motion that was passed with the passing B1 put it into the new bylaw as a discretionary use in heavy industrial.
so that's what I was asking about. Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to make sure that it's already in the bylaw. We passed this already is as a discretion in heavy. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Berciani.
Thank you. I just want to, I think about the two women that came and spoke last night in regards to them complimenting that they got compliments from workers at the refinery that come and work or work out at their business. So I think there is a benefit, and I think we want to send a message, as we heard, we want to be open for business. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Do you want to close debate?
So the other part of this is, we're talking about the recreational uses, et cetera. I think daycares fall into this as well. They don't? They don't at all? Okay, I thought they did as well, to tag into. So if a recreational facility has a daycare unit, is it permitted? Is it allowed? Because that seems to be the trend.
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship, so daycares are discretionary in the heavy industrial areas. That's why we were recommending to be similar to that use. Sorry if I misunderstood your question.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, now I think that might even open to want to talk about even bringing daycares into permitted use, because, I mean, the city of Regina is starving for daycare centers. They're absolutely, and we're not gonna maybe allow it because it might be in a heavy industrial, but we're gonna discretion. I'll leave this as this for now, and we can always revisit the daycares if the demand gets worse. Thanks.
Okay. You close debate, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Okay. You have 57 seconds left on your time.
57 seconds, okay, I'm pretty much done with this, and it's just a matter of, I just want to say that I know the administration's done a ton of work, but this has been, I mean, unbelievable for the amount of paperwork that we have to go through, and I'm sure glad some of this stuff got sent forward 6 months from now, because it's just way too much. And it's something that we've had to deal with, and we're going to be continuing to deal with. And the part I just like about it is that it is a living document, it's a working document, so I guess from here on in, let the games begin, because it's going to be a nice ride for the next couple of years, or year and a half anyway. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flagel, other speakers to the main motion? Surely there are others who want to speak on the main motion. Well, you can't, you've already spoken though, so someone's going to have to deal with the issue of signs. Someone else has to deal with signs. Councillor O'Donnell. Floor is yours.
So I'm going to deal with Appendix B2. I'll look for some help from, I don't know, anybody across the way. So billboard standards, the sign industry has provided feedback. Administration has recommended this change be made to clarify the wording. And I think that's coming up, am I correct?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes. Higher limits or no limits on size of billboards. Any type of sign, freestanding roof, wall, can be a billboard. A billboard means that the advertisement on the sign is not related to the use on the lot which the sign is placed. The current zoning bylaw includes maximum size regulations. The proposed sign bylaw limits for maximum sign and height, maximum height and maximum sign face area for billboards to the same as the standards for freestanding signs in the same zone. This was an error, as the intent was to allow billboards to be permitted up to the maximum size as the sign type, i.e. wall signs, freestanding signs, roof signs, and so on. Administration recommended this change be made to clarify the wording so that it is consistent with what was intended. This would ensure a consistent approach to the regulation of the maximum size of the sign type, regardless of the content of the advertisement on the sign. Should council agree that the recommended change be set out in Appendix B2, the following motion would be needed. It is before you that the sign bylaw 2019-20 be amended to reflect the changes set out in Appendix B2, and that the city solicitor prepare the necessary public notices. Would you like to comment on the specifics of this, please?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Searle to go through the background on this.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, the intent would be for billboard signs, billboards are signs that advertise for something that's provided off-premise. That billboard signs would be restricted to the maximum size of any given size type in any particular zone. So for example, if a freestanding sign had a maximum area of 10 square meters, that would be the maximum size of a billboard that you could have at that location. So the intent is to tie it to what's permissible per sign type in any given zone.
Seconder for that motion, please. Councillor Mastinelli. So, do you want to speak to it, Councillor Dowell? Okay, yeah. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I'd just like to ask, because then I'd like to make an amendment to, we've seen last night the picture that circulated from a sign being in front of a condo window. So I'm not sure if that would be time that I make that amendment on the floor here to make some kind of some kind of distance related to how far from the building of such. That means is there, because right now the way that sign stands, to Your Worship, it's permitted. It's not breaking any law. So do I need to make the amendment now? And what's the distance right now?
Sarlak?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to ask Mr. Searle to go through the regulations and specifically that issue that was brought up by Mr. Labatt.
Okay.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, the zoning bylaw doesn't establish a regulation for the setback of portable signs from a residential property. What it does do is it sets forth the conditions for how many portable signs you can have on a property. So under the current regulations, you're allowed one portable sign as a secondary sign for every 90 meters of frontage on a block or on a property. So how the sign is placed on that property, it could be placed within any portion of that 90 meters. There's no applied setback at this stage.
Okay. So, to Your Worship, then it means so then the signs, portable signs especially, a site-specific or specific location. So this bylaw is not going to help anything here to regulate it, because on a small lot on the business side, I'd say on Victoria Avenue, if a small business would like to advertise itself, open for business or whatever, and Patterson sign is right there, they either go up to the Patterson for $1,000 or they stay on the ground with the portable sign for $90. So I'm just trying to see if, so asking for the sign to be moved from the window, because that property it's probably a city block. So how does that, how do we, through Your Worship, how do we regulate some of the smaller areas like on Victoria Avenue or some other places to a large, like a half a block or a block property, which this one particularly stands there. So how do we do that, Your Worship?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, so the question is how would we regulate that?
Right.
Yeah. There would need to be a specific standard that would be applied in the bylaw that would establish a setback from a property line abutting a residential property.
Okay. So would this be a recommendation to, because I don't know if we can work on this on the floor here, to Your Worship, to administration? Can we work on this here at the floor to say, okay, I want it 70 meters from the window or whatever it is before you can put a sign? But then it disrupts the movement of the signs on the smaller properties for a smaller business or even for a non-profit trying to advertise some things, because the cost then goes high. I would like this, but then the other side is going to, this doesn't seem like it's going to work. Because again, for the site-specific or the area-specific or property-specific, for specific use, especially for the portables, the billboards, the large billboards, it's a different story. If you have a big business, you got lots of cash, you can go up with $1,000. But if a small business or a non-profit would like to advertise, they can reach that. So how do we? I'm asking for help. How do you manage that? What can we put into a bylaw to have everyone happy on both sides, on this large one block empty lot to a small frontage in the store?
Before I recognize the administration, I want to make a suggestion. If you ask for a referral motion, that the administration develops some criteria to address some of the issues that Mr. Labatt raised, and come back at a future time to look at that criteria.
We can do that.
I'm just suggesting that way this will be very hard to get it back and forth on this. So just a referral motion to bring back criteria that will address the issues of the delegation from Mr. Labatt.
Okay, I would entertain that if that's possible.
We have a point of order here, though. Councillor O'Donnell?
I would suggest that there are two separate issues here. There's what is before us that we have been debating,
Yep.
and the issue that
I agree.
he's identifying. I would prefer that we vote on this as well, and if he wishes to refer as part of his time for them to do work, I see that as separate.
There are separate issues, but we could deal with this right now, though. Let's deal with the referral motion. Does the administration understand the referral?
Through your worship, is that so that the whole bylaw would be deferred, or that we would just bring
The
this
issue
item, come back later?
Yes, come back,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Murray. Any debate on the, well, it's no debate on referral motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now you're dealing with the amendment before us, that's here now.
Right, so just, on this one, I'm just going to continue, Your Worship, on the, I mentioned a few things about the signs and portable signs and how they're located and large billboards. We're looking at, that's why I put that motion, and the administrator will come back with some, basis or backgrounds that we can be, everybody, we have a winners on here. Again, about the big business could afford some of the big billboards, small business and nonprofits cannot afford that. So we need to look at that specifically, how these signs, and you hear from the delegation saying that we try to push these guys out, and I don't see that. So if we can figure something out in the way of regulating or even helping. So another comment I had from the sign guys is that we don't have enough inspectors, to your worship, to inspect some of the regulations that we have, because there are some illegal signs that are being done, some other things. So even if you can, I've heard from another sign guy, even raise the price to an extra $5 for a permit, or $10, will serve much better by having stronger regulations, meaning it helps the industry. So that's my thing. So this is a tough thing, and I don't want to hear from them saying that we want to push them out. So that's not the way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Ventura. Other speakers to the amendment, the motion put forward, by Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel on the amendment?
Yeah, I have a little point of order. I thought I heard you say about an hour ago that Councillor Hawkins is going to have a chance to talk about the sign bylaw.
No, I said he couldn't speak because he already used his time up.
So the sign bylaw is not a separate issue completely? Nope. We've decided to put it all into one? Okay.
He doesn't separate them. If you wanted to separate it, no one said separate them.
Okay, my mistake. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the intent of this amendment. Reflect the changes as set out in Appendix B2 and City Solicitor. What is it about B2 that is so great that we need to do an amendment? Why would we want to change it?
I think it's a clarification, I believe. Ms. Harlech, do you want to go through?
Through you.
And so there's another part to that. So we're going to change in reflection to B2. Why do we need to make those changes is what I'm trying to get at.
Ms. Harlech.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So as outlined in the supplemental report regarding billboards, it was the administration is recommending that to be consistent with what was intended with respect to the regulations, and that had to do with so the proposed sign bylaw limits maximum height, maximum sign face area for billboards to the same standards as freestanding signs in the same zone. That was an error, as the intent was to allow billboards to be permitted up to maximum size as the sign type, i.e. wall signs, freestanding signs, and roof signs in the zone. So it was our error, like the intent was to do X, and just the way it was written, it was brought to our attention that it didn't do that. So that's what in the supplemental report, B2, gives the wording to accomplish that amendment.
Okay. So the distance factor of 30 meters, 90 meters, 45 meters, 90 meters on portable signs to be either the distance between each of them, the distance from the sign to the electronic billboard that has a pole that's probably 2 feet in diameter. Why is that concerning us today in the new rules?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to ask Mr. Searle to go through the new regulations and how they would apply and the reasons why we have recommended they be put in place the way they are.
Perfect. Mr. Searle?
Hey, Your Worship, so under the existing zoning bylaw, portable signs can be classified as one of two things. They could either be a secondary sign, which is a sign that's a smaller sign that's advertising for services provided on that property, or they could be classified as a billboard sign, which is a portable sign that advertises for goods and services provided off-premise. Under the current bylaw, for every 90 meters of frontage, you could have one portable sign as a secondary sign. If you exceed the 90 meters of frontage, then you could have a second portable sign. So it's every 90 meters or portion thereof, you can have a portable sign as a secondary sign. In addition to that, you could have a portable billboard sign on the property. The billboard sign would have to be separated a distance of 30 meters from any permanent billboard sign and 45 meters from another portable sign that is used as a billboard. So those separation distances only apply to portable signs that are classified as billboards. Under the proposed sign bylaw, there's no distinction between billboard portable signs and secondary portable signs, but the 90 meters of frontage still applies. So, under the current bylaw, if you have that 91 meters of frontage, you could have two portable signs, but under the current bylaw, or under the proposed bylaw, because we're drawing no distinction between portable billboards and portable secondary signs, you could not have that third sign.
Still within the 90 meters though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to clarify one other thing. So if you have two businesses side by side, separate businesses, and they each put a portable sign up on a 30-foot front lot, are they in violation of this new bylaw coming forward, if it goes through?
Mr. Searle?
My apologies, Your Worship. Can I just have that repeated one more time?
If there's two businesses side by side, roughly each of them have a 30-foot front lot, and they each put a portable sign up, are they in violation of what we're talking about proposing right now?
No, Your Worship. Each lot would be allowed to have one portable sign.
Okay.
But they'd be limited to one because they wouldn't have the sufficient frontage to have two.
One each?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks. The other thing that caught my attention, I'm assuming everybody got it, was the photo, and it was of Prairie Land Rentals. So they've been in business for 20-some years on Albert and right across from Chris Street Chrysler. They've been there. The sign that they have in their front yard is portable. And 3 years ago, behind them now is a 2-foot diameter, 50-foot high electronic billboard, and now Prairie Land is in violation of this new bylaw because that electronic billboard is too close. Is there grandfathering, or is there issue with that? Because if that's the case, then these guys can pop them up wherever they want, and then the portable guys are going to be in trouble. So, can I get a clarification on that?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, that would in fact be the case if a permanent billboard established itself and a portable sign was within that area. Because of the nature of the sign, it would have to be relocated to a position that was in conformance with the bylaw.
So the Prairie Land, who's had their sign up there for 20-some years, is out of luck, and they've got to move it because the new kid in town brought a big post, stuck a 50-foot high billboard up, and now Prairie Land has to remove their portable sign that they've had there for 20-some years. Is that correct?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, that would be correct in that case. And one of the, I think one of the reasons under the new zoning bylaw to not draw the distinction was to avoid those situations. But that, in that case, that would be the case, Your Worship.
Yeah, that part I don't agree with for sure, especially after they've been established. But the other one thing was brought up by the delegation was our park benches or bus stops, deep bus stop things as advertisement. They are done by RFP and everybody is available to use and submit a tender for those. And whether they got a little bit bigger or not, I feel that the city has the right to do that. I don't think we're in competition with them because we've opened it up to everybody. So anybody could bid on that tender. Everybody could do the 250 bus stops that we have. The bus benches, sure, they got a little bit bigger with the kick plate underneath, but so what? The city gets the revenue, portion of it. I think it's Patterson Signs is the winner today, and they weren't before. So it's a matter of somebody puts in a proper bid, they get they're awarded. The portable sign business and the digital sign business is not going away. And my feeling on this whole thing is that it wasn't broken, and I'm not sure why we're trying to fix something that wasn't broken. I've never had a complaint. I shouldn't say that. Probably about 12 years ago, I had a complaint on First Avenue North, and that's since been cleaned up, and everybody's good with it. So that's really the last thing I've ever heard about portable signs being a problem. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this discussion about signs brings to my mind campaign time. And on some of the major corners, there's several of those postcard portable signs for a short period of time. And we're going to have both a provincial and a municipal election in 2020. And so does this mean that that will not be allowed?
Ms. Harlock?
No, that falls under the Elections Act, so it doesn't have to do with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Okay, Councillor Down, do you want to close debate on the motion? Okay. I'm going to call a question on the motion before us. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, so any other speakers to the bylaw on the main motion as amended? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So as I said, I would give everyone a few minutes to speak. Once again, at the close, we've now voted on all the bylaws. And once we do that, I'm going to need a motion to be passed that says the following. That bylaw motion number 2019-19 and 20 be tabled until such time as the approved alterations have been advertised and made available for inspection and a public with respect to the alterations is conducted in accordance with the Planning and Development Act 2007. So after we do the 4-week period, it comes back once again. But before I ask that motion, I'm going to ask anybody who wants to speak for 3 minutes each, as we talked about before. Councillor Donald.
Thanks. I did not speak because all of you covered the topic. So if I could just maybe take a moment, I'd like to put a little consensus here, at least from my mind. The document that was before us was 2,796 pages in length. There was a time over the last couple of years where there was consultations, there was public engagement, there was ward meetings, there was media advertising, there was lots of media coverage. It was oft in the media. And we drew a large crowd last night of extremely thoughtful people who were prepared and are engaged in a democratic process. And when we met tonight, in my view, we actually dealt with very few issues. We talked about a number of things, but we dealt with very few issues. And so to our administration, I would have to say, you did a really good job. That's one. This is a document that we've all referenced that is years in the making and will be affecting us for years. Administration did a very good job. We went after the community and made sure that people would understand. I'll speak just briefly to my ward meeting. I had a large crowd of people who were very engaged talking about a lot of topics. The staff that were there did a very good job. And so my point is simply this. This was a huge undertaking. We were told a long time ago, block away 3 days, it'll be intense. I'm looking at an empty hall right now. People have had their chance to speak, and the future, what does the future hold? I believe, just as the same as the last zoning bylaw, there will be changes made. In my view, staff did a very good job.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Okay, I'll take the chair. Oh, we do have, very last second, Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm going to say that as a new councillor, I was not involved in the official community plan and the development of that, and I think that would have helped me a lot as we're coming into changing and looking at these different zones. So I did find it actually a bit confusing. I know my residents also asked many questions, which is, I think, a good thing, though. I think we're all learning together. I would have, I think that hearing from delegations, we heard that they probably would have liked more information, but I know as a councillor, and as a city, we engage residents by the website, by sending out information, by doing open houses. So we have done a lot. City administration, I can't imagine the work that this took. I mean, I don't know how many hours, but the report was close to 3,000 pages. So for us as a councillor to go through everything of that, that's why it's important that the residents do come and speak, so then we can know when there are some things in there that need to be changed. So, and I think that I heard this is a living document. This will be ongoing, and if there's more things that do come up, that they could be then brought to council and will be changed as we move forward. So I want to say thank you to administration again as well, and learning for myself as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Again, there we go. Just a couple of things. Today we were talking about some of the things that, aren't broke. Why are we trying to fix it? The sign bylaw thing got changed over. We never really heard any complaints from anybody, but it just went through with you guys, with everyone voting for it. But the question's been asked of me, and I'm going to ask it of the administration, is what did this actually cost the city of Regina to administer this whole zone forward process? And yet we've been hearing time and time again, it's not broke, don't fix it. It's not broke, don't fix it. But what did this cost the city of Regina in total with administration, meetings, get-togethers as a rule? Because a couple of taxpayers have asked me that question, so.
Ms. Harlock?
I don't have the exact number, but I can get that to council
I'd
after.
appreciate that.
It was over 4 years, and so it was
Yeah.
a couple $1 million, because that includes staff time, all the wages, all of those, the documents, meetings, all of those things.
Thanks. The other reference is regarding the OCP, and we've heard a couple of things that it's going against the OCP, but again, the OCP is a working document as well, so I want us to keep that in mind, because it's not carved in stone. It is put in paper. It is voted by the 11 of us here. In a couple of years, it could be the 11 of us again, or whoever. And it's ongoing, and it's a 25-year document, if I'm not mistaken. So having to make adjustments, as I said, about the greens on Gardner, 8 different times came forward. That was just the one area of the city. But I know there was tons of extensive work done, and Lauren Miller, who is not with us anymore, I don't think, she's already left. She's gone to Alberta for a job in Canmore, I think. It did a phenomenal job and put together the zone forward meetings and did a lot of work, and I'm sure the rest of the staff did as well. So I want to thank you for the work you've done, and it's a tough task, and these things have to be done, but we also have to look forward to OCP and zone forward as being working documents. So thanks again to everybody, and we'll keep at it.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This process is not one that we do often, so you're probably very happy that we don't do this every couple of years. But it's not a finished process, it's an ongoing process, and we will be continuing to learn about this and how it affects building in the city, and the Planning Commission will be dealing with this as well, and we'll have to be briefed on changes. But I just wanted to say that a lot of people got involved, not as many as some of us would like to see involved, but I think the neighborhood plans will involve people to a much greater degree, and they will learn a lot about zoning and how it affects their neighborhood. So I'm really looking forward to the next phase, which is the neighborhood plan. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers? Councillor Murray, if you could take the chair.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I join my colleagues in saying thank you to the administration for the background work, the years of work to get us where we are today. I think the debate we had last night and the amendments for tonight make this a better bylaw. We have some consideration given to the delegations who spoke very earnestly about the view, how they saw things, and we responded with, I think, some very good, solid amendments to it. This is about land use, and we needed to update this because the official community plan in the Cities Act tells us we have to do this. And so we've done that. Now we have another opportunity to look at some changes we made tonight after public posting for 4 weeks, and that motion will have, for just a moment, we'll do that. On a smaller note, I know there was an email from the city clerk just letting people know the amount of work that was done to prepare, from his staff, to prepare for this meeting. And anybody who was around City Hall over the last week will see the amount of paper and information put on our laptops and iPads to make this happen. It's sort of indicative of the amount of work and rigor that went in behind the scenes here. So I want to thank the staff at that level for doing this. I want to thank the staff for being here for the last 2 nights, dealing with some very, very granular issues, but very grand issues too on the bylaw. Job very, very well done. I know we're going to be having other times where we'll be amending this bylaw over time. It is a living document, that we've all said to that. But I'm very proud of the work that we did tonight. We will find many things are good about this bylaw and some things that need to be changed too. But I just wanted to say thank you to, again, the administration and for my council colleagues for being diligent and going through the material and making this the best bylaw that we could make. Thank you very much. So there's one last order of business to do, and this is the motion that I'd ask the Deputy Mayor to introduce, and I'll ask for a seconder for that. Okay. Councillor Mastinelli, would you like to read the motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move bylaws number 2019-19 and 2019-20 be tabled until such time as the proposed alterations have been advertised and made available for inspection, and a public hearing with respect to the alterations is conducted in accordance with the Planning and Development Act 2007.
Okay, Councillor Mastinelli has a second of that. I don't think there's, do you want to speak to it or just? I'm going to call a question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Young. Councillor Flanagan seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.